You, Mayor, is your microphone on?
Oh, now it is. Now we'll call the meeting to order. Thank you, Ms. Huerta. I forget to turn that microphone on. For the City Council meeting of Corpus Christi, Tuesday, June the 23rd. Ms. Huerta, would you call the roll, please?
You want to do the invocation and the...
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's have the invocation then, and I'll lead that. And then following the invocation, I've got a little video that I want to share with you. It's a song that is known worldwide. It's sung worldwide. And in today's situation we find ourselves in, between what's going on here in our country from civil disobedience and demonstrating to the coronavirus, I think it would be something that lets us know that this world is got some issues. And I think this will speak in it. And when you hear it, you'll know the song. You've heard it 1,000 times if you're 20 years old or older. But I'll almost be willing to bet you've never heard it like this. And so following the invocation, I'll ask him to run that. Our Father, we're thankful for this day and for the opportunity to come and make decisions that are in the best interest of our community for the betterment of our citizens. We pray, Father, for a world that's impacted by this sickness and a world that's hurting as a result of it, and help us locally to make decisions that will try to ease that suffering, and around the world that those right decisions are made so that we will get through this. But we'd ask for your guidance and direction in the decisions we make so that we'll get through it quicker and easier. These things we ask in your name, amen. Now, if they'll have a seat, we'll hear the presentation, and then we'll say, have the Pledge of Allegiance.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound. 我罪已得赦免。Fui ciego, mas hoy miro yo. Perdutor salvo soy. Let moon shine.
So much has changed in our world lately.
疫情中，这么多人失去生命，显明了生命的脆弱与短暂。
Pero la asombrosa gracia y amor de Jesús es más fuerte que la vida y la muerte.
Wo auch immer du bist, ruf seinen Namen an. Jesus.
Jesus.
Jesucristo.
Yeshua. Jesus.
Don't wait another day.
All right, you'll join me in the pledge to the American flag and then the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. All right, now, Ms. Huerta, would you call the roll?
Mayor Joe McComb.
Here.
Council members Roland Barrera,
Here.
Rudy Garza,
Here.
Paulette Guajardo,
Present.
Gil Hernandez,
Here.
Michael Hunter,
Here.
Ben Molina,
Present.
Everett Roy,
Present.
Greg Smith,
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni,
Here.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
All right. Well, it's, public comment. Do you have any in the general public? And we have a couple for the couple agenda items, right?
Yes, sir. We have a couple for item number 5 on the consent agenda. The rest are general comments. We also have one individual who it will be calling in shortly.
And it, do you know when shortly is?
Now. So let me hold on a moment. Let me
Yeah,
check on
'cause
the status of
We
that.
got public comment, and then we'll go to the city manager's report. And for those viewing, I think all the council members have masks. Well, Ben still has his on, but I think the rest of us have taken them off we've got enough distance here. I think we're safe.
How do you pronounce your last name, sir? Dodier. Okay, I'm going to put you on the line. Just a moment, please. Mayor and Council, Oscar Dodier will be making comment. His address is 130 Watson Street. Go ahead, Mr. Dodier.
Thank you, Mayor McComb. Thank you, City Council, for taking me for a moment. On May 12th, you all voted on an ordinance of continuation for the state of disaster as related to COVID-19 pursuant to Texas Government Code 418.108, the Disaster Act. Several weeks up until after June 12th, Convention Bureau and Visitors Bureau, along with the Mayor's Office, received major sponsors to help fund the 4th of July Big Bang fireworks show. Just a few days later, June 19th, a news release was sent out via the generic city email address for the Mayor's 4th Big Bang celebration, noting that it was still on with a quote, watch the show from their vehicle notice to people who attend the fireworks show downtown. Later on that same day, the Conrad Butcher Institute and Texas A&M Corpus Christi posted an article on their website stating a surge in the COVID-19 cases. I'm sorry, quote, a surge in positive COVID-19.
Mr. Dodier, your minute is up. Thank you very much for your comment. Okay, those are all the phone-in comments that we have, Mayor.
Okay, and we got a an email from him. I don't know whether he went into detail.
Yes, he submitted written public comment as well.
Okay, so his written and that was additional to his written, so we do have that.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Any other general comment?
No, sir.
None? Okay. Mr. Zanoni, City Manager's report.
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. We just have two things today, we're gonna start with a COVID update. It's gonna be a WebEx presentation by Annette Rodriguez, our Public Health Director. And as you may be aware, she is home quarantined due to exposure to a family member who tested positive for COVID. But I think our staff's queuing up her video. She was working on her presentation just to give the council a quick snapshot of where we're at today. So we'll turn it over to the AB folks.
Update on the COVID-19 and what we're actually presently seeing at the health district. Next slide. So starting on Monday, so we had a weekend where actually we were seeing so many low numbers over the weekend that actually the past weekend we said, you know what, we don't actually need to have staff all there. We can let them spend some time, at their homes, and we can take care of it on Monday. And so what happened were that a lot of positives started coming in over that weekend. And so we decided that's not gonna work. Everybody needs to get back and just work at least from 7 in the morning till 10 p.m. every day, and maybe longer if, it's warranted. So currently at the health department, the positive results have been flying in, and they're coming from everywhere. They're not just coming from our drive-through. They're coming from hospitals that have admissions, and they're sending us PCR positives. Doctor's offices, minor emergencies, urgent cares are sending them in. The emergency departments are sending them as soon as they get them, and they're notifying these individuals the positives. It is so important. The message here is that these positives, while we're getting 10 last week on Monday and maybe 7 on Tuesday, maybe 3 on Wednesday, this week it's been quite different. I think everybody knows the numbers were on Monday the 15th, we had 24, on the 16th, 31, on the 17th, 29, on the 18th, 65, on the 19th, 63, on the 20th, 49, on the 21st, 36. So those numbers tripled compared to what we were having the week before. And so we knew, everybody knows there's something that's going on. The community spread is just spreading exponentially at this point. Next slide. So our lab is doing an awesome job still. We still have the 4 microbiologists, and they actually have tested, as far as health departments in the state of Texas, the most out of the state of Texas at 6,015. Compared to San Antonio at 2,350, and compared to Cameron County at 5,150. Next slide, please. So the drive-throughs that the health district had, and those are the dates that we had drive-throughs. So the samples we collected, you can see were 41, 45, 156. But if you look at the positives, that's the interesting part. The rates, the percentages have gone up to about a 30% positive rate from the drive-throughs that we're currently having. Again, we're still putting symptomatic individuals through our drive-throughs, but the 30% is very concerning. So today we are at the American Bank Center, and I want to say thank you to the American Bank Center, to Matt, for allowing us last minute to be able to utilize this area because Memorial Hospital is being utilized. We're having testing all over our community, which is wonderful because it helps to take some of that burden off of the health department and actually see what do we actually have going on in our community. So thank you again to the American Bank Center, but also to the Corpus Christi Medical Center, because their staff stepped up. They gave us 5 nurses to assist us today, as well as the fire department. They gave us 6 paramedics, as well as Driscoll Hospital that gave us 4 nurses to help our existing nursing staff at the health department. And the reason I mention that is because normally we have a drive-through with these numbers that you're seeing right here, 41, 45, 150, 147 is a big drive-through for us. Today, we have 803 people that we registered for our drive-through just today. 803. So we had to come up with a better way to actually notify these individuals on how to go through our testing, on how not to roll down their windows, how not to expose our staff. And so we did it through a reverse alert. And so we worked with the Emergency Operations Center with the City of Corpus Christi with Billy Delgado, and they helped put out a reverse alert to 103 people, and over 400 individuals responded back. And so we're still going today, and we're taking samples every hour to the lab so that they can keep testing. Next slide, please. So you've all seen this graph. It's just showing, you know, the different waves that we've had of influx, of increase in cases. And so you look at June 22nd, 742 cases, compared to May 10th, when we reopened on May 1st, you know, at 25% at 210 cases. So the deaths, we still have 6 deaths currently, but it's still very concerning to see this, this exponential increase. Next slide, please. So here are the weeks, and we look at weeks, everybody looks at weeks different. So we look at weeks from Saturday to Friday at the health district. So our highest number of cases was the week of June 19th, last week at 212 cases. We know that we're going to surpass that number because yesterday we had 109 cases just in one day alone. So we're going to surpass that highest week, which was last week. The prior highest week, the second highest week was May 15th, and that was because of the STX meat plant where we had an outbreak, and so we saw 103 cases that week. So we all knew it was attributed to that. And then the third highest week was June 12th with 47 cases, which was the week right before last week. So they were starting to increase already. So again, June 22nd, yesterday, 109 cases in one day alone. And today we're probably close to 30 cases that already have come into the health department at this time. Next slide, please. A little interesting is the signs and symptoms of COVID-19. We're seeing some changes from what we were seeing in March. So in March, we were getting inundated with calls. We're still getting inundated with calls now, just this last week and a half. And so, but the signs and symptoms of COVID-19 have changed. So before we would say it was more of a lower respiratory infection. And so now it seems like there's some upper respiratory things going on. So you're seeing people with sore throats. You're seeing people with congestion. They're also saying, I just thought I had allergies. It just felt like allergies, but they're actually becoming positive with COVID-19. They have an altered sense of taste. Before we said they had a loss of sense of taste and smell, but now they have an altered sense of taste. So they say, I've always eaten pizza all my life and I love pizza, but now it tastes really salty, which is really strange. And we don't hear it from one person. We hear it from many people saying the same thing. And or soup is very bland. That's more like a loss of taste. But to say that the pizza is very salty is a very interesting change in what we've seen before. Also, the symptoms are intermittent. So they say, like, I felt fine yesterday, and now I feel terrible. You know, my fever's going up and down. I had 102 this morning, and now I'm at 99. Now I have chills, and then I feel like I'm fine again, and now I'm sick again. And so they're like, when is this going to end? So it is very different than what we were seeing in March, because, again, we were telling people this is in your chest, the shortness of breath, and now we're seeing it more upper respiratory, if you will. Next slide. So I'm positive for COVID-19. Now what? A lot of people keep asking us the same question. And so I wanted to make sure that the community knew what you needed to do. You're positive for COVID-19. You definitely have to quarantine for 14 days. That means you stay in your house as much as possible. There are some individuals that struggle, that need to get some groceries. And so we tell them, let us know, we'll try to help you with those resources. But that's the time to reach out to family members to ask them to come and drop off groceries for you, drop off food, you know, make sure that you have your needs met. But quarantine for 14 days is essential that you do that. You are positive. you cannot spread this to the rest of the community. So you have to stay quarantined. So the other thing is that their family members need to be quarantined. I've heard individuals saying yesterday, well, they're quarantined, but I'm fine. I'm still going to work. I'm not sick. That's not the case. Like I said, I'm staying home because I'm in that incubation period. The incubation period is the time period that when you actually got exposed to an individual that was sick, now within this period, and it's 2 to 14 days, you can actually pick up that virus at any time during that incubation period. And they have to understand that. And so they need to make sure that they also stay in quarantine for the 2 to 14 days so that they don't expose other people, because it's not that I don't have symptoms today, it's that I didn't know that I actually was going to be sick tomorrow and I could be spreading the virus today. That's the real issue. Positive cases must call their contacts because we are getting so many positives all at once, and we have added additional staff to our current staffing, and we're getting more, and we're hiring some temps, but we have to ask you, if we call you and tell you that you are positive, the other thing we tell you is that you must contact your contacts, because you are the person that you know their phone numbers, you know who you came in contact with. Call them up and let them know that they have to be in quarantine for 14 days. And they must do that to keep this spread from happening the way we're seeing it currently. They must notify their employer, and I say must, it's the right thing to do. So we ask them to notify their employer. Not all of them do, but they need to notify their employer. That's the only way we're going to be able to get a handle on this virus. And they need to take care of themselves. They need to get well. And when they're completely recovered, at least for 14 days, they need to help us by donating their blood so we can help the critically ill in the hospital. Next slide. So it is widespread. I think everybody knows that it's widespread. People ask me every day, if it's not reporters, it's members of the community, people that are curious, but who has it, Annette? Well, I want everybody to know a lot of different groups have it. So the family unit is the most prevalent, because if I have it, it's more common that my husband and my kids would have it, especially if it's very difficult for us to separate in a household. We have restaurant workers that have it. We have healthcare workers that have it, business workers, governmental workers, doctors, the list goes on, gym members, the list goes on and on and on. And so that's why we say just assume when you go into a grocery store or the mall that there's other people that have it. And so what do you do to protect yourself? For one, you don't go. If you can stay at home, that would be the best thing to do. Social distance is also going to be key. Next slide. Wear your face mask is definitely going to help. They say that there's an 85% protection if people are all wearing their face mask. We need to be better at it. So people are wearing it, but they're wearing it underneath their nose, because they want to breathe. They're tired of being in it. They need to have their nose covered. They need to, if they're going outside, don't worry about congregate settings anymore. Just wear it. Anytime you leave the house, wear your mask and stay at least, again, 6 feet away from others outside of your household. If you could be 10 feet, 15, 20 feet away from them, that's even better. So again, those individuals don't carry the same germs that you're used to from your family members. And so you need to stay away from those individuals, especially in the middle of this pandemic. Next slide. Change your behavior to lower your risk. So again, please, this is the message today. This is the message this week. Stay home as much as possible. Wear a mask whenever you leave your home. Wash your hands as much as possible. And I'm talking more about, you just went to the grocery store, wash your hands. You just drove your car, wash your hands. You just picked up a package, wash your hands. Wash your hands in many different instances when you're touching things that are different than the norm from you. Do not go to work sick. This is also a huge message that I can't say enough about. The majority of people that are calling us are saying, he came to work sick and so now he's contaminated, 7 more people in the office because he had direct contact with him. Why in the world are you at work sick? So even this line, I thought it was allergies, is not a good line. Do not say that, just stay home. Talk to your employer, tell them that you're sick, that you think it's allergies, and you need to stay home. That's going to be really important and critical right now for us to be able to lower that number. No exposure, no risk. If I don't go anywhere, I don't have a risk of getting COVID-19 if there's nobody around me that has it. The more exposure, the more my risk. So how risky do I want to be? How many chances do I want to take? Again, I think some of our issues are our younger population. We kind of held them and told them they needed to shelter, they needed to stay at home. Now we're letting them out and they want to get out. And I'm hearing comments, I'm not getting anybody else sick. I mean, it's just a young group of us. A young group of you can get other people sick when you go back home. So unless you live alone by yourself, do not do that. You're hurting other individuals. Do not be selfish. I was looking at the hospitalized patients last night, and we have 28 hospitalized patients. I think everybody saw that report. 11 of them were in the ICU. Very, very concerning to us. But the group, so 40 years and younger, there's 11 of those 28. So a few in the 20 age group, 4 of them in the 30 age group. I saw 5 in the 40 age group. I saw 4 in the 50 age group. If you look at from 50 years and younger, 15 of the 28 were in that age group. And so while we all think, well, the ones that are hospitalized are the elderly, probably 65 to and up, that's not true. In fact, only 13 of our 28 were 60 years and older. So next slide, please. So let's see if this video works. I want you to see at the bottom is the COVID-19, and there it goes. And these are actually global deaths that have been occurring. And so COVID-19, if you look at January, very low, it's at the bottom. It's it's causing the least number of deaths. Now it jumped up above the natural disaster. It's jumping up there. These are the number of deaths globally. This is February. Now we're into March. And so we still see it at the bottom there in March 12th. It's still second to the bottom. Now it's jumped up. It's past fire. It's just jumping up exponentially at this point. We're in April, and there it goes, and it's going to pass malnutrition. And we're finishing up April, and now it's at the top of the list for global deaths. And you see it just off the charts, over 330,000 deaths globally from COVID-19. So it passed influenza, it just surpassed everything. So I wanted to show that because I think it's important. It is a communicable disease that we see that we're all reporting. Every positive gets reported to the health district. They're reporting as fast as they can. The reporting may change in the next couple of days because of the numbers that are coming in. So you may not see as many details as we've been showing because we have to be able to report every day, but we may not be able to keep up with the age groups or with the, with the zip codes, whatever it is. It just depends on how many cases that we get. So I wanted you guys to see that because I wanted for everybody to understand that this is not just Nueces County. This is happening globally, but it's a very huge concern for all of us, and we should be paying very close attention to what's going on, and we should be staying at home and encouraging our children, our teenagers to stay home and to do the right thing for the rest of our community. I stand by for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor. I just have one other item. Do you want to see if there's any questions for Annette?
I have one. Yeah, I just, the only concern I've got right now is just the time frame that it takes to get the test back. I mean, we're trying, it'd be great if we could get the test back sooner. I mean, we've done a great job of increasing the amount of testing we can do and opening it up, and I got no concerns there. The only concerns is there anything, with the equipment that we've bought, is there anything that can be done to speed up the results?
Yeah, Annette,
So-
go ahead, Annette.
Councilman Garza, that's a great question. So we result back the same day. And so we've been very fortunate that now we have the Panther, and so it takes 4 hours, but we result back the same day. Now we do have to cut off at a certain time so we can put out the report, for the 4:30. But those results after that time go on the next report. So we are fortunate. There are some that don't result as fast, but we are seeing that the turnaround time for results is a lot faster now than it was a month ago. A month ago, there were some places that were taking almost close up to 2 weeks to report out, but now they're reporting back within 2 or 3 days. So everything has rapidly increased, and that's great news because you're right. But the other thing that people have to remember is if they're sick and they went to get tested, they are supposed to quarantine themselves until they get those results. And so I'm glad that the time has increased and decreased, and so we get those results very quickly now because they need to make sure that they're in isolation. That's the only way that we're going to protect the rest of the community.
Yes.
Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Is your mic on? Maybe she.
Can I ask a question or somebody else?
Yeah, no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Annette, quick question. So now that we have the new technology that tests, what a test takes 4 hours. So the results that we see daily on the report, some of those could be same day. So if somebody tested today, would all of those be in our numbers for the next day because it's the 4 hour span now?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. So today, if we did the 800 today, you may only see from the report today, you may only see from the first 300 or 400 those results, but from the other 300 or 400 from the rest of the day, you will see them in tomorrow's numbers.
Okay, and then there's always carryover, is that right?
Right, that would be the numbers
After
that you
5.
saw, right, the numbers you saw tomorrow would be from the carryover. So they're still testing, they're going on into the evening hours, but the report wouldn't go out till tomorrow. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add to that though, Annette? So generally, whatever you test in a day, you report out, you have enough time to process them.
That's
If it's
correct.
a smaller drive-through, a big drive-through like today, that's going to take a 2-day reporting out. But pretty much by 4 o'clock, the health district's processed all the specimens they can, and there's no more to process. I think Councilman Garza, a lot of the delay is from other persons that are doing it, like the National Guard when they tested the seniors. They were sending the samples all across the state of Texas, and their agents that were the locations that were doing the analysis were taking a long time. But Annette's group is working hard, and they get results out the same day pretty much, unless it's a big event. Yeah.
Great. Thank you for all your work, Annette.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez?
You're welcome, thank you.
Annette, in trying to determine where some of these infections the majority of these were community spread, from what I understand. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Did we ask, or do you know if any of these individuals were part of the protests that were a couple of weeks ago?
I haven't heard that they are, but
are we asking the question?
They may not have asked the question. There's so many questions that you can ask. So right now, what we're doing is we're just notifying the positives very quickly. We're letting them know that the contact tracers will be calling them. But again, because of these huge numbers, there is a lag there, so we are behind. But we're trying to ask all the right questions. There's just a lot of them. People want to know, are they getting it from the beaches? I know for a fact the answer is yes, because I've actually talked to some of these individuals that said, yes, people from San Antonio came down, but they didn't tell me that they had it until the end of the night, and we had been sharing a bottle. And so now I have COVID-19 and have to be isolated. So yes, we're trying to ask, but we're asking more in general. So we're saying a big event, anything big, and they'll say no. The first thing they say is no, and then we'll say, so nothing big. You didn't go to a graduation ceremony, you didn't have a birthday party celebration, and then they'll say, oh yeah, well no, I did do a graduation. And so, it's kind of like pulling it or reminding them, what they actually did. So we are asking them in general. We're not asking specific because there's so many different venues and opportunities that they could have gone to. So,
Well, the reason I asked that, Annette, is that there may be possibilities for more protests down the road, and if this is a problem, we should ask that question. Can you ask that in the going forward?
yes, we can add it to special events, large events or venues like, a protest. So we can add that in.
Okay, second question here on in terms of discussions with these individuals, are we asking them what precautions they've been taking? For example, had they been maintaining social distancing, had they been wearing masks, or had they been doing anything specific and along those lines?
Yes, absolutely. And many of them have because they're actually sick. And so they'll tell you right away, they'll say, I haven't gone anywhere. I've been sick. And so they'll tell you they're nauseated, they had diarrhea, so they'll tell you all of those things. And so, but we are asking to see, because that's how they do the contact tracing. We have to know, not only what behavior they've been practicing, but where have they been the last few days and who have they been in contact with.
Okay, I know it's probably difficult to, based on interviews, but in terms of what they've actually done in terms of their own self-protection, I know we've been discussing social distancing, wearing a mask, washing your hands, the normal things that you would do to prevent yourself from getting sick. Are you asking those questions specifically? And in this case, since we're talking about doing an order to require people to wear masks, are you following up with that?
So many of our staff do ask those questions because we have a script, and so we go through the whole script. But we are streamlining some of those questions just to be able to go a little faster. Our main goal is to actually make sure that anybody that they've come in contact with is contacted, and that they know that they have to be isolated. Otherwise, they could be out there spreading. And then all of those other things, those questions, we're putting them down for statistical purpose. That's really what we need to know.
And that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to determine, what the effectiveness is of the things that we're promoting. So I just kind of want to have some feedback on that. So that's why I asked that question.
Right. So we're not going to see a lot of those questions being asked.
Okay. The last thing I want to ask is, have we done any kind of public outreach in terms of videos or communications on our particular channel on how to properly use a mask? I see a lot of people, not wearing the mask properly or wearing the same one day in, day out. There's some questions about what the proper use of a mask is. Has that been done by your department?
Absolutely. So early on, we put a website together with the help of the city, and they also helped the county. So we had the same message going out. And we have a link to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention that actually showed how to properly wear a mask. It also showed how to make a mask. The Surgeon General came out and was able to demonstrate properly wearing a mask out in public. And so we have that link not only to
Can you
CDC,
state that
but
website,
also,
please?
excuse me?
Can you state the website, please?
It's www.cctexas.org/coronavirus.
Okay. Thank you, Annette.
You're welcome.
Mr. Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. Annette, this is Ben Molina. Of the 28 patients that are hospitalized currently, how many of those are hospitalized solely due to COVID? Do you have that information?
All of these.
All of these?
Yes, all of these came in specifically for COVID-19 symptoms.
And I understand that, but when you some of the other news that we've gotten, particularly pertaining to deaths related to COVID, there have also been other comorbidities that have been listed.
That's correct.
So of the ones that are currently hospitalized, is COVID just one of the contributing factors, or are they in there just for COVID?
I don't have that specific for these 28, but what I will tell you is that in the younger population, you're not going to see comorbidities as much as in the individuals that are a little older. And the example is the 60-year-old that passed away recently. They did have a comorbidity, and that was hypertension. They had high blood pressure, but it was controlled. So while they came in with COVID symptoms and they were being treated for COVID, the only comorbidity that he had was that he had high blood pressure that was under control. So, and a lot of these will have other comorbidities, like you're asking, like diabetes, coronary artery disease, and we do see those on there, but it's just part of their diagnosis. But their main reason for being hospitalized is because of the COVID-19.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor, I've got, yeah.
Oh, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, thank you, Annette. This is Greg Smith. I want to thank you for an excellent presentation. I think it's worthy of a YouTube in itself, very concise and straight to the point. You couldn't have done a better job with it. Questions, how are we doing for testing supplies? Now that we're doing 800 a day, where are we standing on that?
You know, we're doing okay right now. We have about 1,200 kits left for our Panther system. That's in addition to the 800 that we're projecting to use for today for the drive-through. So that's good news, but we do know that eventually that will run out. We did do a star request for the kits for the Panther, and it was denied. And so we're having to go through the purchase process for it, which we already knew that that would probably be the case. And we have a purchase request in the queue. We have several, to be honest with you, purchase requests for that, because we'd like to be able to keep going. We have VTM for our PCR test. We have around 1,000 VTM, but on Thursdays we get delivered by the Department of State Health Services. They deliver 750 VTM for us for our PCR. That's the one that takes a little longer, takes closer to the 8 hours. But we're also sharing it with the community for different venues that are helping with testing in our community.
Okay, thank you. But if you do 800 in a day, we'll go through those pretty fast. Now we're one of the leading counties in this nation as far as new case growth. Are we getting much help from the state and federal level?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Yeah, I said since now we're one of the leading new growth state or counties in the nation, are we getting more attention from the state and federal level?
Well, we haven't seen an increase in our VTM, so, but that may be the case where we actually get an increase. I did ask when I spoke with the state if we could get additional, and they said as they become available, they will send us more. But at this time, 750 every week was a pretty good number for our community.
Yeah, well, yeah, when we were having 10 cases now.
That's correct.
With it, and so our high-risk populations, we did a great job of being proactive going, and I'm talking about the meat plant, our nursing homes in particular, are with it, and detention centers. So now that it's really spread in the community, do we have plans for going? And I can see how we're just being swamped with symptomatics, but do we have any plans of going back in there now they're more at risk with the explosive growth and spread?
So we tested the juvenile detention center yesterday or the day before. We tested there. For the nursing homes, we're actually training staff in the nursing home facilities so that they can swab, because they're actually having staffing issues. So we're training staff in the nursing home facilities so that they can swab, because they're actually having staffing issues. So we're training staff in the nursing home facilities so that they can swab, because they're actually having staffing issues. So we're training staff in the nursing home facilities so that they can swab, because they're actually having staffing issues. So we're training staff in the nursing home facilities so that they can swab, because they're actually having staffing issues. So we're training staff in the nursing home facilities so that they can swab, because they're actually having staffing issues. So we're training staff in the nursing home facilities so that they can swab, because they're actually having staffing issues. So we're training staff in the nursing home facilities so that they can swab, because they're actually having staffing issues. So we're training staff in the nursing home facilities so that they can swab, because they're actually having staffing issues. So we're training staff in the nursing home facilities so that they can swab, because they're actually having staffing issues And so they're getting new staff, and so they want to make sure that those individuals don't have COVID-19, upon employment. And so they're swabbing and they were testing for them. We're really trying to be honest with you, to leave their residents alone, because we know that they don't have family members. They don't have a lot of people that are actually visiting them. And so we want to, not have the potential for contamination by having additional people constantly in there testing them. So we're letting the staff keep an eye on them, and if they have any concerns or issues, they're reaching out to us, and we're helping them any way we can.
And one last, so from the time to infection till when it's reported, do you have an idea of, is there any average for that?
I'm sorry, I did not hear the question. The average?
Okay, so from the time somebody gets infected till it gets reported as a positive case, what that lag is?
It's usually, it's,
really, go ahead.
it varies, Councilman, but I would say on average between 2 and 4 days. And again, the individuals usually, these are the ones that they become sick and then they go in and get a test. But they're also reminded that when they're symptomatic, they have to stay at home until they get those results. So, but there is
I guess
a lag.
what I'm asking, the time from they're infected. So they're asymptomatic and with it. So where I'm trying to go is the reports that we're getting today, when were those people exposed and infected? So was it June 5th, June 8th, Memorial Day on it? Because, they have to be exposed and they, there's 5.2 days there.
Well,
so just... What are we looking at with our 109 yesterday? When do you think those people contacted the disease?
For the 109,
They were reported yesterday. About what was the time frame that they actually contacted, not when they became symptomatic, but when they were exposed to disease? They drank out of the same bottle that somebody else did, or whatever the action was that exposed them when they originally contacted that disease.
right. So those were like, I want to say it was sometime last week. So it was Wednesday, Thursday of last week. So what we do is from the date of symptoms, we go back 2 days prior to that time to start notifying their contacts. So a lot of those from yesterday were going to be from Thursday, Friday of last week.
Okay, thank you. And one last thing, I'd like to thank all the businesses out there that are now really coming up to the plate. I've noticed going in there that they're requiring you to wear a mask and doing the things we need to do. So those businesses out there doing the right thing, many thanks. And thank you again, Annette, you're doing a great job. To the city manager, could you give an update on our staff, where we're sitting? Or is that part of your presentation?
It wasn't part of this presentation, and Councilman, but as of yesterday, we had about 8 staff members that had tested positive for COVID-19, and we had about 30 that are probably going through the drive-through testing site today. They had symptoms of COVID-19, and then we had over 150 employees that are like Annette at self-isolation because they have come into contact with somebody that has COVID-19. So just about most of our departments have been impacted in the last 2 weeks or so, including our police and fire has been longstandingly impacted because they work close with the public, but our parks department, our solid waste, asset management, many departments have staff members that either have COVID or are impacted because of exposure. Even our own health director at this point is out for 14 days. So yesterday I did send out a notice to all staff across the organization that we're going back to the protocol where if they can work from home, if they can telecommute, like our 311 call takers well, we don't have a 311 yet, but our call center takers, they don't have to be here to answer the phone. They have the scripts and the computer there at home, so they're still at home, but that's a good example of people that can work from home effectively and not have to come in a confined office space, right, with other persons. So we implemented that yesterday for the next 2 weeks, and we'll update employees as we get closer to that 2-week period to see what is happening with exposures across the city. So we do have a number out. With, when we had the first wave months ago, we had very little impact to city with city employees except for public safety employees. But we're seeing a pretty widespread impact now with over 200 employees impacted either because they have it or they have been in contact with someone that does have COVID-19.
Thank you, and I think we ought to call that wave we had a few weeks ago more of a ripple, and now we're looking at a tidal wave. It's out there in the community so deeply, in our businesses, with it, in our homes and everything. But thank you, everybody, for all your hard work. Now, that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Well, I can hear you and something else. I'm not sure what.
Yeah, it's a little distorted, Everett, but we can hear you.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
Have there been any cases where somebody has had reported or positive, treated, and now 3 months later, they're positive again?
Sounds like you have two devices on there.
Yeah.
There it is. So we've actually seen, the answer is yes. And I'm going to tell you why the answer is yes. Is because we're seeing people that have comorbidities, like they're recovering from cancer, they have other issues that have been hospitalized and have left the hospital and have recovered, but they're still testing positive a month and a half, 2 months later. So they seem like they stay positive much longer than the normal population, which is around 14 days, and then they test negative. And so we are seeing, and we don't know yet, is that a reinfection or is that still the same positive from the initial?
I only have one device on, but I don't know why I'm getting this feedback. But my question is, the second time that they test positive, has the recovery rate been faster, same time, or any change in terms of how they're affected?
The reason I'm delaying in the response is because it's when they test positive the second time, it's like they never really recovered the first time. They were still sick, like with this dry cough that kind of continued. And the majority of what we're seeing in those individuals is the lethargy. They have a real hard time getting any type of energy back. And so they think they're well because they don't have the congestion anymore. They don't have all the other symptoms. But at the same time, they still haven't gotten any energy back. And then it's been a month later and they test positive again. And so I believe that they actually haven't fully recovered from the initial positive. And so that's what we're seeing. It's not that they have a second positive, even though it looks that way. And so that's what I've seen here in this community.
Thank you.
I haven't seen two separate positives that to me are truly positives. They completely recovered and now they're positive again. And now they have a much shorter duration and they get well. We haven't seen that yet.
Mayor, this is Roland. I have a question.
Okay.
Annette, I understand that our contact tracing is somewhat antiquated, a lot of questioning and I understand in larger metropolitan areas, they have some type of technology that they put out like an app to the community so that way they can already start to, I guess, to be proactive. Have you seen anything like that, or have you heard about anything like that?
Yes, DSHS, the Department of State Health Services, has an app that's self-identification. And so, and a lot of the cell phones also have COVID-19, like if you may have an exposure. So we are looking at a lot of those things to help us, to get the information quicker. But we also use the Texas Health tracing that is really required by the state of Texas so that we can all have the same sheet of music to go by. So when they're looking at the statistics. So we've also asked our tracers to go through the Johns Hopkins training for contact tracing. And so while it may be a little antiquated, I think that our contact tracers do a really great job in getting the information that we need to be able to keep the community as safe as possible. But again, the key is really isolating as quickly as possible and then contact tracing. So that's what we're doing.
I agree. You're doing a great job. I've always been a firm believer, whether it be this issue or any others, that whatever technology that we could find that could help us, be bigger, faster, stronger, that if there's an opportunity out there. And I understand that there's CARES money available to be able to cover that. So but thank you. You guys are doing I know it's here lately. It's obviously been very challenging. And, you guys have had to be very resourceful in being able to serve the community. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Mayor, I've got one last question.
Okay.
Yeah, Annette, can you give us a little update on hospital beds and ventilators? And do we have anyone intubated at this point?
We do. We have 3 individuals from the 11 in ICU that are currently intubated. So as far as hospital beds, I don't have that number in front of me, but I can get that for you.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions? Well, thank you, Annette. Take care of yourself. And
thank you, Mayor.
Just sit back and relax now the rest of the day.
All right.
Doctor's orders.
If that's an order. So, and I do appreciate that song. I have heard it before, Mayor, so I'm over the age of 50. It's a great song, by the way.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. Okay, Mayor and Council, just one other item. So the 4th of July, I know it's hard to think of that now with the doom and gloom that we have these last couple of days, but that 4th of July is less than 2 weeks away. And we know we have seen a lot of tourists come to our beautiful city to enjoy the Gulf and Bay beaches. And we know that the 4th of July is not going to be any exception. It'll probably be even busier. So we have put together a task force to help manage the traffic on the island, and Rich is going to talk about that a little bit, as is Chief Markle. And before he does, though, let me just talk about other things we're doing at the island. We, for sanitation and other things, we've doubled the size of our sanitation teams currently, who manage the trash pickup on the beach. So normally we have a 5-person sanitation team down at the Gulf beaches. For the 4th of July, we'll begin operating with an 8-person sanitation team during the weekdays for the next 2 weeks through July 10th. And for the 4th of July weekend, we're going to up that to 11 people for that Friday through Monday time frame. So we've doubled and almost tripled the number of staff that help to pick up garbage to keep those beaches looking good. And because there's a significant increase in volume. We also added 50 additional trash cans throughout the beaches, so we have a total of 175 now. So there's more opportunity for people to put garbage in the can on the beaches. And then with respect to lifeguards, we've also added additional lifeguards to help keep our swimmers safe. And during the 4th of July holiday weekend, we'll increase our lifeguards from the current 25 staffing levels to 38 through that weekend. And that'll begin on July 3rd through Sunday, July 5th. And on McGee Beaches, similarly, we have 2 lifeguards that'll be on duty for the holiday weekend. That includes Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, Sunday. And that's what we normally have, but we're going to have 4 on duty during that 4th of July day. Okay, so more lifeguards. No change on North Beach. We don't have any lifeguards in North Beach, although we are doing increased garbage removal there as well. In fact, Kerry Myers posted a nice comment recently saying that she really likes the protocol change that the Parks Department has made to keep that beach cleaner. It's much cleaner because of those changes. So those are some of the things that we have seen, and we've reacted quickly, which is more garbage, and maybe we weren't taking it off the beaches quick. We have been inundated. The weekdays at the Gulf beaches are like the weekends of a holiday week. And so there's been a tremendous amount of increased volume, which we don't mind, except if they don't social distance, that turns into an issue. But Richard and the chief want to just give us a quick update on what we're doing with traffic. We know that coming over the bridge down onto Park Road 22 can cause stacking, and especially when you try to take a left at that 361. And we've seen Facebook posts and complaints, and we all know we hate to sit in traffic, but with a couple of changes that we've been making, it's helping to keep that traffic flowing. We want everybody's experience here to be a good one, and we know negative comments on Facebook or just talking to people about traffic is something we don't want. We want the experience to be good. This is a great city. We don't want to have negative comments, either your first thing that happens when you get here or your last. So let me have Richard go through a few slides that he has, and then Chief Markle as well.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, Council, City Manager, thank you for having me today. Richard Martinez, Director of Public Works, and as our City Manager has said, we've been experiencing a lot of traffic on the island. Corpus Christi is a destination of choice now as Texas opened up, and we've been seeing those traffic volumes. And as we go through, I'm going to show you some slides on the traffic volume that are going to show that we've had more traffic after Memorial Day weekend over the last 4 weekends. And so some of the things that we've implemented today, although we've had holiday traffic plans before, we tweaked that traffic plan so that we could make it more efficient even now over the weekends that we've had after Memorial Day, and preparing for 4th of July coming up. We know we're going to see much more traffic during that 4-day weekend as well, that time process. Next slide. So a couple things we looked at. So Memorial Day weekend, we had a plan. We worked together with our police department and other partners. And at that time, the traffic plan we had together, it actually began to stack. That traffic stacked over the bridge back into Flower Bluff. And so we got together as a task force and said, what can we do to improve that plan so it doesn't continue to happen that way? Because as you stack, and as Aquarius, you'll see in a minute, Aquarius is the controlling point. As you get to Aquarius and stop, it has a stacking effect or boomerang effect. And as the amount of traffic that's coming through reaches that boomerang effect, it can never catch back up again with that amount of traffic. So for us is we had to be proactive. So how do we proactively make sure that that doesn't happen? And I'm going to go through the plan and show you those things that we put in place to make sure that process is working. And you'll see that when I go over the traffic volumes, they're higher than Memorial Day weekend, and they've been working over those weekends because we've been monitoring those areas. So one of the first things we said is, what can we do? So biggest things we wanted to do is to notify traffic in advance as much as possible to let them know that there's going to be congestion ahead. When our drivers know that, they start to prepare. We've been working with TxDOT and coordinating with TxDOT as well to go through and say, can we catch them on I-37 and let them know as they're coming in to make alternate choices? Is there another way to go that besides getting onto the island to get some places when they're getting on 361 to go to Port Aransas, that type of thing? Unfortunately, TxDOT has had a breach in their security system, and so their overhead signs, they haven't been able to post information up there, but they're putting temporary driver feedback signs out to actually help us notify individuals. Now for us, we've put them in Flower Bluff, and we've put them on the bridge and over the bridge to let them know there's going to be congestion coming along. So that's one big portion that we're doing, and we've turned them on Friday afternoons on normal summer weekends. So Friday afternoon, the plan goes into effect, goes all the way to Monday morning. What we're going to be doing for the 4th of July weekend is starting that on Thursday, giving more heads up because Friday is the holiday. Saturday is 4th of July, but Friday people are off for the holiday, so they're going to start coming in on Thursday. The other thing we looked at, again, the controlling intersection was Aquarius, and we looked at how could we make that more efficient to get to 361 because there's more capacity at 361 to go straight, take a left 2 lanes going to Port Aransas, and take a right there on Commodores. So again, being able to accommodate much more traffic. So we looked at it and said, we're going to put a straight green and close the intersection off so that you don't have that boomerang effect getting into Flower Bluff. And we've seen that that's worked. Okay, there is some inconvenience for some of the island residents, and I'll talk a little bit about that in the next couple of slides. That prohibits left turns. So left turns where you see where there's a new Starbucks going in, that prohibits a left turn there. It prohibits a left turn going north, going into Aquarius, and it prohibits the crossing of Aquarius onto Park Road 22. But with that amount of traffic, it's not safe to allow that to go forward and boomerang all that traffic back in past Flower Bluff. Then we decided, we were taking a look at that, we needed to really contact the residents in the area and put a detour up. And so we're putting detours that's helping them make safer decisions to go around to hit 361 again, to be able to take that intersection and come out. And I'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to the next slide. And then the biggest thing that we put together is we put in place our traffic management system so we can monitor the signals from the island on our traffic management system. We can see them in real time on video, and we actually flew drones as well to see what was happening with the traffic patterns. So today what happens is we have staff that comes in on that Saturday weekend and monitors the signals and makes sure that the signals are operating efficiently, and they make changes on the fly as they see those things moving forward. Now, we work with the police department. In some cases, they've had to operate them manually. And but we wanted to kind of stay away from that and go more dynamic. And so we've changed our signals so that as the traffic volumes come up, it ramps up and changes the timing based on the amount of cars that are coming in. And that's reduced the requirement for our police department to actually go and run those signals manually. There still may be a time that they have to do that, but right now, since Memorial Day, they haven't had to do that. The signals have been able to hold and keep up on their own. Next slide, please. So here's the intersection of Park Road 22 and Aquarius. And so that intersection is closed, and you see that pad on the top. That's where the Starbucks is being made today. And we've been checking with development services to see when those permits and those approvals, when they're going to be opening up. We don't feel that they're going to be opening up before the 4th of July. So this traffic pattern will stay the same. This plan that we have today will stay the same until that Starbucks opens up, and then we'll look at adjusting that traffic plan to make sure that vehicles can get to that business and out safely through the neighborhood. Next slide. So here is the detour plan. So again, a closure at Aquarius at Park Road 22. We've actually put signage out, and the citizens will go through, and they can take Ambrosia over to Jackfish down the access road to Park 22 to Commodores, and take 361 on Commodores to make it out and go left safely. If they tried to get out halfway between Jackfish and Aquarius, which is Marina, they can get out, but they're going to have to try to get across 2 lanes of heavy traffic to try to make the turnaround. And during heavy traffic, we don't feel that that's safe. Or Jackfish, it's not safe either to try to get out and make that. But we have signages to get them to Commodores so they can make the turn to get on 361, which is safer. That intersection can take more volume of traffic, and the vehicles coming across they're not getting in the way of each other and causing collisions and that type of thing. Now, when traffic does die down, let's just say on a Sunday afternoon, when traffic does die down, they're able to come out on Aquarius and do the turnaround and go back up again until Monday morning. We take that plan down. So it's been much safer. The police department doesn't have to man that Aquarius intersection anymore. We've set that up where it's got all the traffic control signs and barrels, and we feel that it's much safer for our citizens. And we have been taking calls from our citizens, and we've been explaining what our process is here. Again, it's about traffic safety, and it's about the public safety and driver safety when we're looking at that. So again, on weekends, I just want to tell you the plan. On weekends, it starts on Friday afternoon, normal weekends in the summer, Friday afternoon till Monday morning, early in the morning, we take that plan down. For the 4th of July weekend, it's going to start at noon on Thursday and be taken down on Monday morning as well, after that traffic is gone through. Our traffic center is monitoring 3 intersections. So Aquarius, so we're seeing the amount of traffic that's coming through. 361. So 361, you'll see some pictures in a minute. The controlling factor for 361 is the amount of traffic that can get on to 361 that goes to Port Aransas. What we had seen after Memorial Day weekend, the weekend immediately after that, the traffic was backed up all the way from Port Aransas all the way to 361 intersection. And they were bumper to bumper going through. So 361 was being controlled by the amount of traffic that could actually get onto 361. There was nowhere for them to go because they all had to go bumper to bumper to Port Aransas. Now, with that, we were working with TxDOT, and we wanted to know what TxDOT could help with to be able to move that traffic along. But as you know, getting from the island to Port Aransas, eventually it's one lane with some passing lanes, and then when it gets into Port Aransas, there's one controlling light that helps it go them through a right turn or straight. And so again, that's all controlling factors of 361. This last weekend, our traffic volume was down a little bit than what it normally had been over the last 4 weekends, but not enough for us to change the traffic control plan. One of the other things is we've been working really, really closely with the police department and Chief Markle's group, and he will give some comments once I'm done. Next slide. So here are the traffic volumes that I wanted to go over with you. So 5/23 was the weekend of Memorial Day. And I'll tell you a little bit about on Aquarius. So Aquarius is everything coming over the bridge, so coming onto the island. At that time, there were 54,800 vehicles that came over the bridge onto the island in a 24-hour period. The next weekend, it was the same amount of vehicles. So Memorial Day weekend, the next weekend after, we were mimicking a holiday weekend again with the same amount of vehicles coming across. Then the weekend after that, we actually increased traffic, went up to 57,500 vehicles the following weekend, which was June 6th, which was the highest traffic weekend for us at this point. Then the weekend of June 13, it was 56,000, and this last weekend it went to 51. So it reduced a little bit, but not by much. So if you look at that, we're still looking at holiday weekend traffic every weekend. So 4th of July, we're really going to be expecting a lot of vehicles coming over. In the Commodores, I'll just tell you, the most traffic that was in Commodores, which is all the traffic that came through, where it's 80,000 vehicles on Commodore on the highest weekend. So for us, we know we can handle the traffic volume if 361 can relieve it as they're going to Port Aransas. So the plan we've put together is working today with minimal affecting not going manually. It's actually now dynamically working to be able to do that in the traffic plan. Next slide, please. So I just want to show you this slide really quick to kind of tell you what the time of day that the volume goes up. So it starts to go up around right before noon, around the 11 o'clock, and it goes to about 3 or 4 o'clock and stays that way. On a normal day, this shows a normal weekday at 17,000 vehicles a day going through Aquarius. And so again, 17,000 vehicles a day, and then we're jumping up to 55,000 to 60,000 vehicles on Aquarius on the weekend, which is a lot of vehicles going through there. You can go, and right now, that vehicles are going up over the bridge and down past the backside of the bridge, but they're still moving. If any anomaly happens at Aquarius, it will back up all the way to Flower Bluff. We had an accident the weekend before on the causeway, which caused all the traffic to back up past Flower Bluff until they could clear that accident on there. Again, those are things that occur when there's a lot of traffic that are happening in the area. Next slide, please. So here's some pictures. If you look up to the top left, 361 and Park Road 22, that traffic you see there is trying to head to Port Aransas on 361. And that traffic is, again, dictating how much traffic can get off of that intersection of 361 and Park Road 22. And when it was backed up all the way to Port Aransas, there's nowhere for them to go. And so for us that's to us is we're probably going to see that during 4th of July, the 4th of July weekend. And we're preparing with that. We're working with the police department. What can we do as far as cones there to try to get them to go further past those areas where they go onto the beach and where they're coming off of the beach, right past that intersection.
So you're saying it's backed up from Port Aransas to 361?
Yes, sir.
I mean, to
our intersection.
South Padre Island?
Yes, sir. We've seen that all the way down, and we've actually flown our drones to actually see that all the way down. The only relief is when they're getting to that passing lane, and they're able to go off in that passing lane, but then when they have to go back together off those passing lanes, it's a bottleneck again to try to go through.
Wow.
So yes, on Memorial Day weekend, and then the weekend on June 6th, we saw that happening all the way from Port Aransas to 361 and Park Road 22 was backed up.
Mr. Mayor, if I could interject, this has been going on for years on 361. It lightened up a little bit after Harvey, but on Sunday mornings, everybody's leaving the Mustang Island, and you know, I've driven that for years, and that's typical, particularly in July, where it backs up to the state park, and like I said, all the way to Port A. So this is not a new phenomena; it's an ongoing.
Yes, sir. So, and the bottom picture you see on the right, you'll see that's Park Road 22 at Aquarius, and you can see the traffic backing up over the bridge, but it's moving. So this is with the traffic plan in place. It's moving through, and we're not getting that stacking all the way to Flower Bluff. It slows down, but it is a constant flow through that intersection to get to 361. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Markle, and I'll just tell you a little bit about what we've done in Public Works to keep it moving. Chief.
Thank you, Richard. I appreciate that. Morning, Mayor and Council. Mike Markle, Police Chief. First of all, I'd like to thank Richard and his crew for all they've done. They've not only helped relieve some of our officer obligations at particular intersections, they've created a plan that makes sense. So it makes so much more sense to be preemptive in your actions like Richard has done with his crew, and bringing crew out on the weekends has helped tremendously. So I thank you for that. Now remember, your police department has more than one dimension. We have to also supply public safety and traffic enforcement while we're out there. So as it pertains to the 4th of July weekend, we will have a command post set up out there that will start July 1st, and it'll run for the week. We're going to run special operations on the beach and on the roadways, 361 and 22, DWI enforcement, officers on the beach to protect our citizens, make sure we're keeping the peace there. That operation will be continuous. We're going to bring in DPS to help us out on DWI patrols. And of course, we're going to work closely with traffic engineering to make sure our roadways stay clear. And again, I'm pretty positive that we're going to have good results, because we've had good results with even high numbers these last few weeks. Also, remember downtown, the Mayor's Big Bang Festival, we have pretty robust plans for downtown and North Beach. We worked with traffic engineering and Richard's department to have different ways of egress after the event. That's very important. I know some of you, and the city manager especially, has expressed the need to make sure we clear out the downtown areas and special events quickly. So we have a very well-written, robust plan for different avenues, 37, Tonkawa, Ocean Drive as primary routes of egress. We're going to be forcing traffic to those areas after your Big Bang celebration, Mayor, and clearing out our downtown as quickly as possible. Now, the boots on the ground downtown will be bicycle units, UTVs, interactive units to help keep the peace. If we should have some overcrowding and those kind of things, we want to make sure we have a great and festive time down there for this event. Same thing on North Beach. We have egress routes set up, Joe Fulton corridor, 181 to Portland, 181 back over the bridge into town. We'll be shuffling traffic through those routes to expedite the clearing of those areas right after the event is over with. And on top of all of this, we have a third plan, and will go in place tomorrow, and that's your fireworks enforcement plan. We're going to try to be preemptive with the fire department. We're working closely with them to do some monitoring of our outskirting fireworks stations. We're going to do our best. I know it's a heck of a game every year, but we're going to do our best, and that's going to last 2 weeks to intervene with the fireworks usage. So, and that's really what I want to say. I don't want to get into too much detail, but we do have 3 robust plans on top of the island traffic plans. And I'll stand by for any questions should you have them.
Anyone have any questions for the chief? Sounds like you got it pretty well thought out. Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great, Mayor. Thank you to Richard. Was there somebody else?
I've got some for
Okay.
Mr. Martinez.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and to echo what Chief's thinking, thanks for all you're doing, Richard. It's a great job. On that one with the Starbucks, they're doing the polishing right now. Landscaping is in. They're in the final throes of it. And so with Galleon Bay, we have 800 to 1,000 people living in Galleon Bay. On the other side, and numerous businesses on there. And did I understand right? We are going to cycle the light for Starbucks, even though we're impinging on the other side?
No, sir. What we're going to do is develop a traffic plan for that side of the road. So in other words, where they can reach to go in and then go up under Park Road 22 bridge and do the turnaround and come back out. We'll put in those detour detour routes to begin with.
Great. I appreciate that. The other thing is what we're looking at the future, even though we have this heavy load this summer, that as the island grows, that the traffic is going to grow with it. And without COVID, that this is what we're looking at. It would be nice from the MPO. I know we've done some work on the Parkway, but we've got the 361 Park Road 22 intersection. It's a huge constraint, and the 361 widening, like you said, it's 2 lanes. Now, we get a lot of traffic from Mustang Island, the Corpus Christi portion of Mustang Island, before you even go to Port Aransas. And so where are we with the MPO and TxDOT on the future looking? Do we have a widening of 361 in the MPO's plan? Do we have improvement of the 361 Park Road 22 bridge and 361s, possibly some widening of Park Road 22 from the intercoastal bridge up to Whitecap, those kind of things that could help the traffic flow?
Yes, sir.
So, you know where we are there?
Yes, sir. You are correct. So there is a plan on the MPO. It's listed on the MPO for review 361 for TxDOT, and actually TxDOT just let a contract for the intersection for review, traffic control plan review of the intersection of 361 at Park Road 22, and that was let 2 weeks ago, and they're doing an overview and traffic study in that area to see what needs to be done to improve that area.
And that contract is a study, correct? It's not a capital.
Yes, it is a study, sir. But that would let us know through the MPO what we need to do to program in to improve that intersection and also down 361 as well.
Do we have on the MPO's program, do we have that intersection on 361?
We have 361 on. I'm not sure if the intersection's on, but I can certainly check for you, sir.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you very much, and I really appreciate what you guys are doing to enhance what we have right now, and looking forward to improving. When I was young, and let me tell you, that was a long time ago, traffic used to back up into Flower Bluff then, but we had 2 lanes on there, so we always have to be looking forward because the traffic's not slowing down.
Yes, sir.
Thanks again, Richard.
Thank you, sir.
Any other comment? Started asking if they even had cars back when he was young, but I didn't want to do that. He rode a horse.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I was born your horse and buggy at that time, remember? You lent it to me.
All right, as long as you fed him, that's all cares.
Oh, that's fine.
All right, any other comments? Thank you very much. Keep them rolling. All right, does that conclude your brief city manager's report?
Yes, it does, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Huerta, we're finally going to get to the minutes at 1 o'clock. Okay. We're on item G, the minutes from the meeting of June the 16th. Anybody have any corrections, additions, deletions? Entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second for the approval of the minutes. Anybody have any comments other that were not said yet? All right, you want to call the roll since we're all scattered around, or do you want a voice vote on this?
Voice vote will work, Mayor, on this one.
All right, all in favor of approval of item G1, the approval of the minutes, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, minutes approved. Item number 2, we got Downtown Management District, tab number 2, and Downtown Management District, as I understand this, Ms. Huerta, recommends Christoph.
Yes, the Downtown Management District is recommending the appointment of Christoph Kuzwitz. I'm not sure how to pronounce that.
Okay.
Kucewicz. So, and that, according to the local government code, the directors are chosen through the recommendation of the board and subject to council confirmation.
All right.
Confirm.
So is there a nomination for Christoph Kucewicz?
Mr. Garza just made a motion.
Second.
Motion to confirm.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any other
Yes.
discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay, we got that one done. Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority got 5 vacancies. But the way I saw it, you had 4 reappointments potential.
That's right.
Is
Yes,
that
sir.
right?
So Ms. Bauman, Ms. Dominguez, Mr. Skrabarczyk, and Mr. Woolbright are eligible for reappointment, and you see their attendance records in your packet.
Move to reappoint the 4.
All right, there's a motion and a second to reappoint.
Who seconded? I'm sorry, Mr. Hunter, was that you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank
Oh,
you.
okay. There's a motion and a second to reappoint Ann Bauman.
Mayor, not interrupt, but Rebecca, be sure and announce
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Barrera. Mr. Barrera is abstaining from this vote, for the record. From
Okay.
these appointments, period.
For all of them?
Yes, sir, all of them.
Okay. All right, but we still need 5 though, right? Yeah,
Yes,
the
sir,
date,
because
so you need
it's
5.
a majority of the council present and voting. So if it's 8, it's still 5 required.
Okay. All right, so reappointment for Ann Bauman, Patricia Dominguez, Philip Skrabarczyk, and Matthew Woolbright.
Correct.
And that was seconded. Somebody seconded.
Yes, Mr. Hunter seconded Mr. Molina's motion.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay. Was there only one no? Okay.
All right,
Mayor,
then,
can we just,
excuse me?
can we do a roll call for that one since we have the one? I think it was just Mr. Hernandez, but,
All right, well, let's have the roll call.
okay. So for reappointment of Bauman, Dominguez, Skrabarczyk, and Woolbright, Mayor McComb?
Aye.
Councilmember Barrera is abstaining. Councilmember Garza?
Aye.
Guajardo?
Aye.
Hernandez?
No.
Hunter?
Aye.
Molina?
Aye.
Roy? Mr. Roy, are you there? To mark him as absent. And Smith?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, so that, the motion
Well,
passes.
Everett was there though, Rebecca. I think he maybe
he
he's on
muted?
mute, but he said he did a thumbs up. No. Oh, we can't hear.
Yeah, I can't hear
Or
him.
does he not vote though? He was trying to.
Mr. Roy, are you on the, are you muted? I'm not sure. I just couldn't hear your vote. And I'm not able to see you.
There he is. Does anybody know how to read lips?
Okay, Everett, so you voted aye, correct? Okay, yes. Okay, so we're
Okay.
going to mark him for the record. Mr. Roy, aye.
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion still passes, but we.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you, Paulette, very much for telling me.
All right, and then we have one, Mr. George Clower has met his 8-year service limitation, right?
That's right. Yes, sir. So
There's a
we do
vac-
have one vacancy now that we.
All right. And we'll get him a letter thanking him for his service?
Yes, sir. We'll bring that to you later this week.
Okay. We have nominations for fill a vacancy, and we have 6 people that applied. Ronaldo De Los Santos Jr., Jacob Dryden, Erica Mamie, Peter Melvey, Eloy Salazar, and Lynn Valley.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Eloy Salazar.
Okay, Michael Hunter, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Hunter made the nomination.
Any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Greg Smith, Jacob Dryden.
Dryden, okay.
Okay, Jacob Dryden, okay. Any other nominations? Hearing none, I guess nomination cease.
Yes, sir. We'll close them. Mhm.
Okay.
That's right.
So we got one spot, Jacob Dryden and Eloy Salazar. All right. So.
Do you want me to just do it like on a roll call? Because we don't have people to do it.
Oh,
You
yeah,
see what I
that's probably,
mean?
yeah, just start with your roll there.
All right, so Mayor, who would you,
Well, I'm on the, I know Eloy, and he's been a lot involved in the community, but I think I'm gonna go with Dryden.
Okay,
I think
Dryden.
just to get some new folks on, and Eloy's probably got his votes because he didn't call me and ask me, so
okay.
he's probably safe.
All right, Mr. Barrera abstained, so Mr. Garza?
Salazar.
Okay. Guajardo?
Salazar.
Okay. Hernandez?
Salazar.
Hunter?
Salazar.
Molina?
Salazar.
Roy? Oh, Mr. Roy? We still can't hear you.
Write it down.
I know. And put a show to the camera. Mr. Roy?
Write it down on a piece of paper, Everett.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you, so yeah, yeah, we could try that. Do you want to, can you see that, y'all? Yes, for Salazar?
I would write the name down, Rebecca, just to be.
I know.
Yeah, no, you
Sir
need to know.
Salazar or Dryden, can you write that on the paper?
We can't hear you, but write the name on the paper.
Mr. Roy, can you write the name on the paper? Okay, I don't know what he's doing.
But you want to come back to it if we get his deal,
Yes,
because
okay, let me see if
he's
we
got to be
Right
able to
then.
vote, because there's only 8 voting, right? No, I guess, yeah, you need 5.
Yeah, so far we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 already with Molina.
Oh, you got 5?
Yes, sir,
Oh,
but just for
okay.
the record, Mr.
Well,
Smith?
for the record, he needs to be on record.
Yes, sir. Wait.
Dryden.
Mr. Smith, who did you want?
Dryden.
Dryden. Okay.
Dryden.
All right, and you want to try Mr.
The
Roy?
same thing with the mayor. Eloy didn't call me. He's done good work.
Okay, Mr. Roy, we're back. We have it, but I just don't know if he
Well,
wants to
let's
show it for the record.
Let's leave it open just so we can get on the record. Is that fair? I think we've got the votes. I mean, nobody's going to change their mind, but just
No.
for the record to keep it open.
Okay.
Mr. Roy, can you just write on a paper who it is that you wanted, Dryden or Salazar?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, oh, good. So, Mr. Roy, would you like
Thank you.
Salazar or Dryden for the record?
Dryden.
Dryden, okay. All right. At this point, Mr. Salazar has 5 votes.
All right, well, congratulations. All right, that takes care of the board and committee appointments, right? We only had the 2.
Sure does. Thank you, Mayor, very much.
Okay, now we get consent agenda items 3 through 12. I'd like to, if you're going to, well, let's say 3 through 12, so 3. I'd like to pull 5 for some discussion, and $11. Anybody else?
Number 12.
All right, so we got 12, 11, 5. Anybody else?
Number 11.
It's off, okay. I mean, it's pulled.
It's pulled? Okay, sorry. I
5,
thought I
11,
just
and
heard
12 so far.
That's right.
Anybody else? All right, entertain a motion for approval of items 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That's it.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, there's a motion for 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. You want to call the roll?
Yes, sir. So for passage of the consent agenda, with the exceptions of 5, 11, and 12, Mayor McComb,
Aye.
Council Members Barrera,
Aye.
Garza,
Aye.
Guajardo,
Aye.
Hernandez,
Aye.
Hunter,
Aye.
Molina,
Aye.
Roy,
Aye.
and Smith.
Aye.
The consent agenda passes.
Okay. The last to have number 5 pulled, since I'll speak first, I guess, but I've got some concerns, not about the project, but about the timing. And a couple of things came to light, Mr. Manager, and I need you to address them, or I don't know whether we can deal with them all here. It'd be better to pull it and do it some other time, but when the funding for the study came up, it identified all kinds of pots that they'd gone through and pulled money out of in the capital improvement program budget. Took from one pot here and a pot there and a pot there to come up. Well, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 pots of money to pull out of the capital improvement projects to cover this.
Right.
So one, what impact did that have on projects that were scheduled to be done that are not going to have funds at this point as a result of pulling out the $500,000? I think that's real important because we've got, and we'll have a little presentation a little later today about our wastewater and some stormwater stuff. But so I want to know what projects are being negatively impacted by that transfer of $500,000. And then I was not there, and I don't know whether you were. I don't think so. I think that's the day y'all had your. I don't know. Anyway, there was a stormwater group stakeholders meeting on the 17th. And that was, I think, the group that the council appointed, or maybe, and to talk about how we break out stormwater from our water rates.
Right.
And I don't know whether how many this is the first meeting, 10th meeting, I don't know what meeting it was, but somewhere in the discussion, it came up that, and it was not discussed and disclosed to us last week at this meeting, but since then, the question was asked with the taking of this $500,000 for this, that they're saying staff informed the group that you would be coming for almost a 5% rate increase to offset this loss of the $500,000 in the water rates for this year, which was news to me. I can tell you, I mean, I want to get your answer, but I'm absolutely not interested in increasing our water rates or our utility rates by 4.9% to cover this $500,000. So if that, maybe you can't answer that today, or there's more explanation that needs to be there, and that's why I'm saying it may be better just to delay this until we can get an explanation of where this is going, because we've already got certain plans, I think, built into utility rate increases over the next several years.
Right.
And then this is another 5% on top of that. I just, and we need to know, because if you're voting to approve this today, you're basically voting for a 4.9% rate increase when it comes time for the budget. Now, there's several of us that'll sit here on the council and vote for projects, but they won't vote for the money to fund them. So if what I'm hearing is correct, then I really would like to have some time to get a full explanation. I don't know that we can do it. I don't know that I advised you that I was gonna ask you this question, but this to me, is something. And then you couple that, I have no idea. You've probably got a better idea, but I don't know how close you can be either. Probably a whole lot better than I am, but we still don't know the impact of what this coronavirus is gonna have to do on our budget. And I was pretty comfortable up till these spikes started and how long we were gonna take to get recovered. So I'm getting a little nervous about it now. I was pretty easy going with what we'd heard based on our reserves and our initial reports on sales tax and this sort of thing, but I just think with the pandemic, you've got your hands full and we've got a budget to plan, and we start that next month pretty quick, don't we?
Yeah, we're beginning now on working with the departments to develop the budget.
And I'm just not comfortable robbing Peter to pay Paul to go on 500,000 without knowing what projects are negatively impacted that we're sitting there in the waitings and the wings, and then with the potential of a 5% rate increase, I can't go for that. I mean, if you want to address it today, that's fine. I would prefer so we could have with the council present, all together, and then if there's public comment on this, because this is a big deal. I mean, nobody's against this project, but I think the timing with our finances and then this unknown about the tax rate, I'm certainly, I can't support that.
Yeah, well, that's a possible option, Mayor, to delay it if you wanted to a little bit. There are several projects balances that we're using to get this 509,000. It's $500,000 for the study. So there probably won't be a negative impact on a project that's underway, but there's a lot of unknown in revenues. So there could be in the coming couple of weeks as we develop the budget, it could be that we could use $500,000 to improve an area that revenues are coming in short within the same area of stormwater or wastewater, or even the money ultimately comes from the water bill, the water customers. So there is a lot unknown from even when we issued the RFQ a couple of months ago, right? The economy is obviously worldwide taking a turn for the worse. So if we spend this money today, then it just gives us less flexibility as we finish the budget over the next couple of weeks. Richard is here. I did not make that meeting we're talking about this 5% increase, and so I can't speak to that right now. Maybe Richard can a little bit. And but we can support the potential motion to take a little bit more time to get more information to the council. It's up to the full council on that. There is a lot of uncertainty. I can agree with that for sure in our financial situation. This spike that we're having, I don't know how it's going to impact us here locally, and we don't know how long it's going to be. So a conservative or fiscally prudent thing would be to hold on for a little bit. Once we approve it, it's 509,000, that $500,000. But Richard, I don't know, can you talk about the rate increase?
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor, Council, City Manager. So that was our third stakeholder meeting for stormwater, and it was where we're going over possible scenarios and rates to the stakeholder group. And the question was asked, basically, when we're looking at improvements where the type of services that we do today and the services that we want to do to become more efficient. And I'll use an example, which was the question was asked over, was street sweeping. And so today we have a minimal contract to go and do street sweeping. And then we looked at it and said, okay, to do services along our arterials 4 times a year and our residentials twice a year and downtown 363 days a year, the additional cost to that was about $500,000. And again, these were scenarios that were put to the stakeholder group over every service levels that we provide. And one of the stakeholders said, well, there is an item that's coming up before council that has to do with this item here. If we just didn't do that item, then you could pay for the street sweeping program. That was the question that was asked that day. in that process. So these improvements to the program aren't still set in stone. These are just examples to give them to say, we want them to give us feedback on those type of improvements to services that we move along. But it was a comparison of that additional cost for street sweeping, and if you didn't do this project, you could pay for that. That was the question, sir.
Okay, and the emphasis on the street sweeping, I think, has been made pretty strong by the manager, that helps us in our stormwater EPA requirements and all that sort of stuff, and that's why you were moving forward in that theory, because we hadn't done street sweeping in years on any major scale. And I think TxDOT, I see a truck, maybe they're more than I see them, but I don't see them. I see them out on the crosstown every once in a while, or on Padre Island Drive, but not on a regularly frequent basis. Of course, I'm not out usually late at night when they're out there doing their work, but I do see them every once in a while, but not on a frequent basis. I don't think I've seen except for when there's construction, you got that big old brush kicking up a cloud of dust, picking up all the loose rock on a street project. I don't know that I've seen city street sweepers.
We don't, no. That's one of the things Richard's here to help us change. We need to, a lot of Texas cities sweep residential streets where you and I live 4 times a year, and major streets like arterials, collectors, downtown corridors. Like a downtown corridor, many cities do them once a night. I don't know if we even do ours.
So they're done in a small area, but we're looking at 363 days a year if we were going to get everything.
If you'd sweep my street, you'd probably pick up enough rocks to redo it.
You're correct. You're correct, sir. And all that debris gets into the storm water system and then ultimately gets to the bay. And so you're correct, sir. It will help us with our permitting and EPA process. Well, street sweeping is an important part of the program. So TxDOT does sweep the highways on a quarterly basis.
Okay. All right, that's all my comments. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we got some other lights up, but I'd really like to have some time to discuss this and see what the fiscal impact is, but we'll see what,
Mayor,
Mr.
I have
Hernandez.
a question.
Excuse me? Well, wait a minute.
I
All
have
right.
a question, Mayor.
Out there in the hinterland, since I got the lights here, I don't want to ignore y'all, so I'll let y'all go first. Who's out there?
This is Councilman Roy.
Yes, sir.
So my first question is, I want to go back to your question. Is there a correlation? So I would like an answer between if we spend $500,000, does that increase the fees by 5%? Can somebody just give me a yes or no, explain that?
It won't, no, won't it? It will not increase the fee by 5%. The money is.
Okay, so we can dispel that rumor that the mayor was talking about in terms of that he heard that he doesn't want the ratepayers to have a 5% increase. So giving $500,000 with this project, phase 1 that we agreed upon, it's not going to have an effect in terms of increasing the rate to 5%. Is that correct?
Not directly.
Okay, so my other question is this. You know, as a city, we talked about this a couple council members meetings ago, that we had to get back to business as usual. On today's agenda, we have a $600,000 contract, not to exceed $713,000 on Cole Park Pier. If we're worried about money and we're worried about going forward and doing things that are going to hinder this city, let's worry about that too. And then let's go a little bit further than that. And let's take a look at what we're talking about in terms of the monies that we're going to spend in District 2 on that capital project there too. Should we be concerned and maybe not do anything right now and table all of these items? Mayor?
I think we ought to be concerned about our budget. I don't have any doubt about that. I don't know whether the pier, I think that pier is an insurance. That pier is an insurance, I think a lot of it is. There's some FEMA money.
There'll be some grant dollars, right?
Yeah. So but, you know, so I'm not sure where all the different buckets of money are coming from the pier, but I think that's some FEMA money and maybe some insurance. So, and,
same thing with the
but in
North
principle,
Beach, Mayor.
in principle to your question, yes, I think we ought to be looking at everything right now based on the economy and what we're seeing. There's no question about that. And you as a banker, I think you'd be, if I was a businessman with as potential shortfall as I was having, I believe if I owed you money, you'd be wanting me to make sure I didn't go bite off another big bite of the apple.
And I agree, but I also think that the other thing that we have to look at is this phase one, in terms of time. If we put off this 500,000, which is not going to cost a 5% increase, and we table this and we go down the road and we do this later, it could cost us more. I mean, it's almost the same thing as if you take a look at the water garden. Early on, we could have fixed the water gardens for pennies on the dollar, and we kicked the can down the road, and now it would cost us millions. And, you know, we still haven't addressed the water gardens from 2 years ago. So, you know what, maybe I'm willing not to spend the $3 or $4 million that it was going to take to put the Cadillac version of the water gardens and have, you know, 600 different colors of lights and only go with 50 colors of light to save the city some money, but to continue to work forward toward looking at what we promised the people that were part of North Beach, that we would take this thing to phase one. Because originally, remember, that we had a lot of discussion in terms of being at $42 million and putting the city on the hook for $42 million, and we got away from that. And we did the smart thing, and we looked at phases. So I just want to know. I want to go on the record saying I'm opposed at this point, because based on your conversation at the opening, it doesn't cost $5. It's not going to be a 5% increase. It's not going to be anywhere near that to spend that $500,000. And you know, to inject that type of fear, I think I'm just having a hard time with it.
Okay, anyone else?
Yes, Greg Smith.
Well, all right, yeah, I got two lights on here, but let's take, all right, Mr. Smith?
Okay, a question to city staff on that cost of stormwater, how do the citizens pay for that with it? How are you charged? What funds are stormwater improvement?
Right now, today, that comes out of the water bill.
Okay, so anything we spend on it, whether it's 0.5% or it's recovered through the water bill?
Yes.
Okay. I guess all of the funding for this is coming out of our stormwater. I've always been on record saying I look at the canal as an economic development project, not a stormwater project. We've got an HDR study that we've actually done some of the things. This 2018, it was $5 million to improve drainage on North Beach, and an important part of that was clean the pipes out, which we've done, and we've seen the results of that. I just hope that this doesn't open the floodgates, since on this we're funding it 100% from stormwater there, that 40, 50, whatever the cost is, we're not looking to fund it all from stormwater, because that then would be onerous on the rates. So that's my concern, that we ought to be looking at some different sources, whether it's TERS, whether it's bonds, or we paid the $40,000 for the urban study out of just general revenue. That's a more appropriate place for this economic development project in our stressed stormwater fund. And I think we district council members, we've got stormwater needs throughout this city on it. I definitely know there are some in 4 with it: Williams Ditch, Glen Oak, Ramfield, et cetera. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, anyone else out in the cloud? All right, Mr. Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. As I understand, these are from capital. The funding that we're using is from other capital projects where we had a balance left over from 2013, 2015 projects. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Councilman.
Okay, so this isn't impacting any operating budgets that we currently have or in the future. I'll put that out so it doesn't affect. And as I understand, this stormwater committee was formed in response to the mayor's request to separate the stormwater expenses from the water bill. Is that correct?
The full council, yes, asked for that that's part
Okay.
of the budget last year.
You're correct.
Yeah.
Full council.
Yes.
But it was initiated by the mayor. Is that correct?
It was initiated by several council
I
members.
think it was initiated by the public saying they were tired of paying stormwater based on their water rates, because stormwater has absolutely nothing to do with the amount of water you consume.
No, I'm just identifying.
The public's pushed to get it separated, and they've tried it 3 or 4 different times, and they've got it up to the altar, but nobody's got it married before, because the ultimate, and I think what you're finding this time is, and when you hired a consultant to go back and plug the numbers in, if you divide it out the way they're talking about doing it, as complicated as you can do, I won't go into all that, but it's been I just felt like it was time to do it, and I think the council thought it was too, and I thought I had a simple solution, but obviously when you get into bureaucracy, anything simple could be made complex, and that seems to be the direction they're going. But yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
No,
I got a problem with water rates paying for stormwater because it has nothing to do with the consumption.
Yep, and no disagreement there, Mayor. I think there's an argument to say that you need to separate stormwater from the water bill. If not, to streamline it for our water rate payers that pay are outside the city limits and make that process a lot easier. Don't have an issue with that at all. That being said, I think we have identified this funding previously during previous council meetings to address this situation specifically. I understand the situation is different, and we don't know where our budget's going to look like, but this is something separate. This is a capital budget.
Well, a capital budget means that's money for projects, and you've got projects that are stacked up, waiting to happen, waiting for the funding. So it does impact it. If you take $500,000 away, that delays a decision on when you're going to do another project. I mean, I understand you make your priority choices, but I mean, if you've had some waiting in the wings for a long time waiting, and you're trying to collect money, and you're about there, and then all of a sudden you pull the $500,000 out of it, you go tell Ms. Smith out in your district, well, Ms. Smith, we can't do it this time because we just took the $500 that we'd accumulated to help you. We want to go over here and do a study. Or we can raise the rate. We can raise the rates, and we can do the study, but you'll pay a little more on your water bill so we can get your project done. I mean, it's one of those priority kind of decisions, what I'm thinking of.
And you're correct. And we have something coming up that specifically on desal, that is a $222 million project that's coming out of our water rates that would put increases in the water bill. So maybe that's one of those items that we need to push off, or look at alternative methods in order not to increase the water rates. So I understand we could make this argument for several different projects, and we can sit here all day long. We have an item on this one, a briefing on the EPA consent agreement, that we're going to pay $1 million fine, over $1 million fine, and I can get you the exact amount. A penalty of $1.136 million that's going to have to come out of our water bill because of things that we didn't do in the past, such as not do preventative maintenance, which we didn't do on North Beach. So looking at this from a perspective of whether or not we should be doing something now or later is the same argument we can make for just about everything we do in this, every project that comes up. I think we've already decided as a council to move forward on this, and I think we should continue. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Garza?
First off, I'm in favor of spending the $500,000. Again, I'm worried about the finances of the city, what choices we're going to have to make going forward once we figure out the total effects of the COVID-19. Two positives. Although I don't have an appetite for an additional study, which I really don't, I think there's some good things that can come out of this. We have a new public works director that has solved some issues or taken problems that we've had and found some very, common sense solutions to some of the problems we had. He talked about traffic. We've had traffic on Padre Island since I was a kid, and he found a couple of ways to actually try to mitigate some of the problems we have with it. He's taken a really fresh approach in determining how we're going to best utilize some of the funding we have related to our streets, things that they told us when I first got on the council, we couldn't do that. We were getting way too far in the weeds and trying to tell the professionals how we should address our street problems. Again, and we brought Richard in, and he's coming across and solving and fixing a lot of streets that had not been addressed previously in all the time that I was here. So again, I think right here, us having a feasibility study gives us the opportunity to be able to look. We had dollars already in our capital budgets to fix some issues in North Beach, including stormwater and wastewater and some of the infrastructure issues we have out there. And again, I think that looking at some of the issues that we had, that previous administration said, we have no issues out there, there's no problems, we've already fixed everything. But of course, the proof's in the pudding. The flooding issues that we had out there, we still had to this day. And so again, I think having an engineer come in and look at a feasibility study related to a canal, whether that'll improve the issues out there, and how some of the infrastructure we have out there is going to be able to function or have to be replaced, or have to be improved, or what we've got to do out there, I think is good, being done with the oversight of a fresh set of eyes that we currently have. Secondly, I think that if we're going to go out, and again, we don't want to spend the $41 million or $75 million or whatever that was originally proposed. If we're going to go out there and we're going to look for ways to apply for grants and stuff, we might be able to piggyback and ask for this engineering study or engineering work to be able to give us the best chance of being able to submit something that might be able to give us some grant funding to fix some of the problems, so that it's not on the back of the ratepayer or the taxpayer going forward. So I don't know where all this is going to end, but by the time it happens, I'm going to be off the council, but I am going to support this $500,000. And again, when we look at all the choices that we have to make, I think DSAL, the Park Road 22 bridge on the island, all the things that are being asked for us to do in the community, from a community standpoint, I think the $500,000 to be able to go forward and see what we need to, what we're going to wind up having to do in North Beach, I think is critical. And we do have dollars set aside for capital projects on North Beach that we may not need to spend or have to spend, or may have to spend in a different way. I think that this particular exercise is going to benefit us. Thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Yeah, I have a question, Mayor.
Okay. Go ahead.
Richard, where's Richard? Oh,
He's there.
yeah. Okay, I just want to confirm. So this $508,000 expenditure is not going to cause an increase to the ratepayer by using these particular dollars, correct?
That is correct, ma'am. The question that was asked at the stakeholder meeting was about improvements that we were putting on the table for future stormwater program. And if those were to go forward, there would be an increase in that. But again, that is a decision that will be brought to council for review on August the 11th over the entire program and what we've actually done with stakeholders during that time frame.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that clarified. Thank you.
Mayor, I have one additional question.
Okay.
Somebody refreshed my memory. A couple weeks ago, City Manager, you came forward, and that's when you were presenting the budget, and we talked about, unfortunately, we either under budgeted, or there was a assistant city manager that under budgeted or did something related to forecasting that was incorrect, and it was going to end up costing us more. Can you refresh my memory on that?
Yes, sir. Yeah, Councilman, that was in our wastewater operation. And I don't have the exact figure here. I think it was about 8 million or so. The assumptions were off by about that much, 8 to 10 million. And in the wastewater fund, since that meeting, I have met with the consultant that helps us with the modeling, and they have actually done a good job in the modeling. And so, because I did say there may be some issues with the modeling, but since that time, I've learned, working directly with the company reps here locally and the gentleman that runs the numbers, that the model was good. It was the assumptions that we put into the model that caused some issue. And so So that's the issue. The recovery, of the way we're going to fix the issue is reduce spending and push off some of the capital projects that were scheduled to be done until October, well, until this new budget year coming up. So that's the.
Will there be any effect on that $8 million in terms of any type of cost or increase?
A rate increase? No, there won't. We're reducing spending this fiscal year and pushing off by a few months some of the planned capital projects or minor capital projects in the system until October, and so there won't be.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Okay, so you're saying there's not going to be a rate increase recommended for the utilities, for the water?
Well, go ahead, Richard.
Associated with this $500,000, no, sir, there is not going to be a rate increase in that. What we're going to bring forward to you is separating the stormwater fee from the water fee and coming over and presenting to you what that new structure for impervious cover will be versus usage consumption of water, and what it would be residential versus commercial, and where we are today in that, and then where we would like to go with the program that will have some rate increase recommendations. But again, those are things for you to be able to review and decide which way we want to go with the stormwater fee.
Okay, anything else?
Move to approve.
All right, there's a motion and a second.
Second.
All right, any other discussion? Ms. Werth, you want to call the roll?
So for passage of ordinance number 5 on its second reading, Mayor McComb?
No.
Council members Barrera? Mr. Barrera?
I'm sorry, aye.
Okay, thank you. Garza?
Aye.
Guajardo?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Hunter?
Aye.
Molina?
Aye.
Roy?
Aye.
And Smith?
No.
Okay, the ordinance passes.
All right, item number, let's see, we had two more, right?
Yes, number 11 is next.
All right, number 11. I guess my first question is this a one reading ordinance or two?
It's a resolution. Yes, it requires one reading.
Huh?
One reading.
Okay, well then, let me see here. Item number 11. Yeah, I just thought this was probably a little too important just to go over on a consent. So I mean, you want to hit some highlights and
sure.
some, since it's just a one reading deal. If it's a two reading, I could understand we could do it, but if it's just a one reading, then I think,
No.
I mean, I saw a lot of red in there, and I want to make sure my interpretation and yours were the same. So-
Absolutely.
Or anybody else that might have had a question.
Okay. I have a brief presentation, and then if you'd like, we can bring up the red line version that came in your packet.
Okay.
I'll just go through a few slides here. In the preamble section, we did take out a lot of remove some wording that was reaffirming dates and when the policies were amended, and we took a lot of that out. Nothing that was substantive, just some historical references. Then in section 3, which has to do with the general fund balance and working capital, we didn't change any of the requirements that the minimum fund balance is 2 months of annual appropriations, or approximately 17% up to 20%. Nothing was changed in that regard. We did take out some wording that are just basically financial standard, accounting principles. It's a given that any expenditures out of the committed fund balance would have to be appropriated, and that's a normal thing that we do. And also that any committed fund balance that was committed by the council cannot be spent on anything else. And however the amounts were committed, that same methodology has to be followed in order to uncommit it. So those are just accounting standard principles that we follow, and it's a given that. So we took out some of that wording in section 3. In section 7, which is the funding level from the general fund for street maintenance, we just made a concise, we didn't change any of the percentages on how much of the general fund dollars are going to go for street maintenance. We just made a concise statement, and that statement being the general fund will contribute the higher of 6% of general fund revenue, less any grants, industrial district revenue, and any transfer to residential streets, or $10.8 million, which was the amount that was when we converted the street to a special revenue fund back in 2014, I believe. We're way above that amount. We're about $14.5 million, somewhere in that vicinity, but we leave that number in there so that we never able to go below that number. And then in addition, that the city we will include 5% of industrial district revenue in the street maintenance fund. We also put 5% of industrial district revenue in the residential street reconstruction fund. So the two street funds together get 10% of industrial revenue. The general fund gets 90% of industrial district revenue, which is that did not change. Section 8, which is the funding for residential street reconstruction.
Well, go ahead, finish it, then I'll come back to that.
Okay. We added the verbiage in there that we did add 2 cents to the tax rate in fiscal year 1920, which brought the total amount for residential streets to 4 cents. And we did add a statement in there that the final 2 cents would not be added in 2021 due to the COVID-related economic turndown, but would be considered in fiscal year 22. The final 2 cents making the total, which would make the total amount 6 cents. Section 10 is new. It's regarding the funding for the firefighters' retirement system, which the rest of city employees are on Texas Municipal Retirement System. The firefighters are on a separate retirement system. And we looked at this as an equity fairness issue. We put in the policy that it is the 5-year goal to reach a 2-to-1 matching ratio, which TMRS has a 2-to-1 matching ratio. So currently we are about 4.92% below that. So over the next 5 years, it would be a goal to get to a 2-to-1 matching ratio. So if you just evenly divide it out for the 5 years, a little less than 1% a year would equate to approximately $375,000 annually. In the section 18, which is regarding the capital improvement program, we did add a statement indicating that we will provide quarterly updates on the capital budget to the council, and that those updates will be posted on the city website. And some language to clarify that the short-term CIP is the current year plus an additional 2 years. And then lastly, Section 23, a statement was added last year that we would come back to council with a closing ordinance at year end. Any purchase orders that represent a true commitment are rolled over into the following year. We were going to bring a closing ordinance to the council. Legal took a closer look at that and came to the conclusion that if we did that and you voted that down, we would be violating the charter because it is a true commitment. And so we would like to remove that. We can't provide that information, but it's a normal occurrence that any purchase order encumbrance that represents a true commitment are rolled to the following year. It's in the charter also.
Yeah, if you had a contract, you got to honor it.
Right. So I'll stop there and let you all ask questions and answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, thank you, Eddie. Can I just add too, Mayor, that Eddie, myself, all the assistant city managers, chief financial officer, and the finance director sat down for a couple hours and just read through every line, every word in this document, which we hadn't done in the past. And so a lot of these changes they're cleanup of language that's drags the document down, with unnecessary historical data, for instance. And then we made some rewrites just to make it clearer, like that one on the streets. Everything that's crossed out can be written in those 2 sentences. It just makes it real clear. So there's really not much in terms of financial policy adjustments, with the exception of the firefighters. Most of this is a slight rewrite in how it was written before, just years and years of adding and adding and adding.
Right.
So we just kind of cleaned it up. That firefighter's retirement one is a goal, and Constance and myself, as we promised last year, met with a committee that included a firefighter that oversees the retirement fund and a person from the pension board, from the pension group that helps us. And we spent 4 or 5 meetings, and we came to this conclusion that we could phase this in over a 5-year period. It will have that budget impact, and we'll have to see as we go through the budget. So it's listed here as a goal. The streets funding that's listed in there, which is important, maintains the levels that were written last year. It just makes it a little more clear to the reader and to the policymaker. And so that's just a quick summary of what Eddie said as well.
All right. I got some questions. Mr. Hernandez, you'd like to?
Okay, thank you.
Wait a minute, hold on just a second. I apologize. Anybody out in the cloud have any questions?
No, I do, but I'll wait till Gil.
Okay.
This is his bailiwick.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. All right. And I did take the opportunity to sit down with our CFO and our budget director here to discuss some of these issues, and some questions came up, and I just want to make some clarifications. In Section 3, under General Fund Balance and Working Capital, we eliminated some language there. And as I understand it, this is common accounting practices, but is this written in another document to where you have to follow these particular requirements?
Say it again.
Are these requirements written in a specific document that mimics this language here? And I understand that this is, duplication, but I just want to make sure I understand where it's coming from.
Yes, sir. It's written in the government accounting standards. So it's something that we have to do if we do an audit every year.
Okay. And the reason I bring that up is that I've had some people reach out to me and question that, removing
Yes, sir.
that language. So I want to make very clear as to where that is, where we're duplicating that language. So thank you for providing that information. Going over to section Section 10, I just want to make a comment. I appreciate what you've done here in terms of equity and supporting our fire department. And just so everyone knows, the firefighters do not receive Social Security. They encompass all their retirement within this fund, so that's why it looks a little bit different from TMRS. So the other thing I want to say is on the capital improvement plans and funding, there was a line here, and I appreciate this. I know this I kind of initiated this to have that information reported to us. I think that will help in the process, and I know we have the new software that should help with this reporting process and keep us all informed. So thank you for that. I was concerned about the line that was removed here as part of a concerted effort to reduce debt levels and improve financial flexibility. The city shall pursue a pay-as-you-go capital fund where possible. I know we use some of our funding from our operating, the CIP takes some funding from the operating budget in terms of IDIQ programs and those types of things. Is there something specific as why this was removed?
I think it was just our opinion that most of our operating dollars we need for repairs and maintenance and other operating costs, and most of the capital improvements will have to be done with debt because we need the operating, like I said, for.
Yeah, I understand. IDIQ encompasses both.
Right.
Right. You use some capital funds, and you also do. I'm gonna say we spend about 8 to 10 million on the IDIQ program per segment, right? So
Right.
for wastewater, stormwater, and water lines. So does it harm anything to remove it, or are we looking at it from that perspective?
Well, what Eddie said is I would reaffirm, but one of the statements in here, it says, by doing this, we will improve financial flexibility. We disagree with that. Having cash from your operating provides more flexibility because it gives you two choices. You could either do capital or you could do operating. But if you
Well, the reason I bring this up is because recently we took some money out of some funding that we had assigned in the operating budget for professional services. I don't know if you recall this.
Yeah, we're in agreement that you can use the operating budget for capital. We're saying that we're not recommending this necessarily, where you have a concerted effort to use use operating dollars to pay for capital.
So the preferred method is what we did specifically with the work on North Beach, where we scrub capital funds to pay for a capital project.
It's what we're saying is, given the size of our city and all the need that we have and the limited pay-as-you-go with the limited operating dollars, we would recommend debt financing major capital improvement projects.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. And use the operating, but there's flexibility in both, like today, the North Beach one.
Okay, so by removing this line, it doesn't prevent you from using operating budget?
It does not, no. Yeah.
Okay, that's good enough, thank you.
This line seems to be written more for a smaller town, not a big city.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Last one that I want to mention and speak of specifically is on the changes, a specific line that was not changed in the short-range CIP, but I want to bring some attention to it because it doesn't really reflect properly from the policy to reality. So in the third sentence of the short-range CIP, which is item B, any projects that include projected increases to operating costs for program facilities will be notated. Okay, I don't think that's worded very well, because what it transpires to is basically a comment that means nothing. So, for example, the water department is looking to do a project to do on-site production of chlorine, and the budget impact says there's no projected operational impact with this project at this time. The assessment will be done upon completion of the project to determine ongoing or maintenance costs. Now, every single one of these projects has a similar amount or similar statement, which really means nothing. So when you say it's notated, well, yeah, it's notated, but not really. There's no information.
Yeah, Councilman, not to interrupt, but that's why we're changing that this year. So last year, I've been here just a little over a year. The capital budget was just about done last year. I didn't have a chance to go over it.
No, I get it.
Yeah, what we're doing, just so you know, is I'm meeting with every department that hasn't been done also on the capital budget. Every director is being accountable to what's in that book.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably one of the only ones that reads it, and we've taken note of that. In San Antonio, we used it just like you are here today. It was something you took out every time there was an item. And so every director knows that that section there, that's a copy and paste, needs to be customized to the individual project. It should say something meaningful to the reader.
Right.
So that's being changed. The new book coming out, you'll see the differences.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. So I had looked at some best practices from other cities, and one that came to mind was in Sugar Land. They actually have a box in there that shows impact to operating budget and in terms of maintenance cost, labor, and it was really well done. And it can also be a negative in terms of it adds cost, or it could be a positive. Like, for example, if you're going to be making your own hydrochloric acid, then that cost will come off of purchasing chlorine, right? Liquid chlorine.
Yeah.
Right, so it can be assumed that, and what I want to avoid is doing what we've done in the past, where we build something, and I'll give the example of the water feature that's in front of the American Bank Center. Then we hand it over to Parks and Recreation to maintain, and we don't increase their budget to address it, and then it kind of falls apart. We had a specific example here this recently where we put in some splash pads. Well, I want to make sure that if those splash pads are in there, there's maintenance associated with it, there's personnel associated with cleaning it, and there's an impact to the operating budget. And that should be discussed specifically within the CIP, so we have a means for finance to be able to challenge or verify what the departments are giving them in terms of their operating budgets as a reflection of the capital budgets.
Yeah, we're totally in agreement.
Okay.
So for the 2020 bond, as we recommend projects, the council's going to see what is the estimated operating impact in the future. If we recommend a swimming pool, then we have to talk about what's the cost of the general fund for lifeguards, maintenance, repair, chlorine, and so on.
Exactly.
That should be that's a business standard, in a big city, so.
Right, so I wanted to point that out. I don't think we need to change it for this particular year, but I think that can be worded better in the next cycle going along. And so I want to kind of make this as best a useful document. This is a published document that we put out to the public, and I want to make sure it's as useful as possible.
We agree. In fact, the draft is being completely redone right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other lights. Just one comment, and then we'll quickly. Greg,
Yeah.
that's right. I don't see your light on, but I hear you.
Yeah, my
Go
light's
ahead.
not on.
Go ahead.
Well, I'd like to comment on Section 3. So last fiscal year, did we have a $23 million surplus balance?
Yes, Councilman, we did.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but under this verbiage, would that money then have been able to be spent without councils going through council? So we're striking such expenditures shall be subject to the normal appropriation and expenditure approval process applicable to all other funds. So then, does that take that away from council? So it would give the city manager the ability to spend the funds as they saw fit?
No.
Yeah.
I'm hearing a no and a yeah.
No, the answer is, everybody said no.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, how am I misreading that, Eddie?
We're just saying it's a given that we're unable to go and spend fund balance without appropriating those dollars. The charter requires that.
This is kind of duplicative language. It's already, the document that trumps this one is the charter. And so the charter prescribes how, that the staff can't do that, so.
Okay, so the next is old 9, new 10, funding for the firefighters. And I've been concerned since I've been on council by the unfunded liability. But as that firefighter's pension sits right now, that we do not have the ability, we do not set the pensions, and there are certain requirements that the fund achieves a certain balance, and then the pension can increase it, that then causes us to increase our unfunded liability. So I fully support the increase on that. I think it's just prudent financial management. But what is the city's protection as the fund balances jump up, and then we're not on the hook? The reason that we have a big unfunded liability is there were some increases that took place. So I don't know if that should be addressed in this document, or you said you had a special committee looking at it. Is that addressed there?
Yes, sir. Mr. Smith, this is Constance. So the city manager established a task force like he mentioned earlier, and we've had several meetings. And that's one of the things that both the task force and the whole Board of Trustees for the firefighters realizes, that the city's contribution is not to necessarily increase benefits, it's to make the fund more sound. And so that is everybody's understanding at this point in time, and so I wanted you to be aware of that as well, because I do sit on the pension board, and that was mentioned and agreed to.
I guess, and yes, I'm glad of that, but understandings now and what the future is. Just some language that our goal is no unfunded liability. We're striking on the TMRS someplace, even though that unfunded liability just never seems to stop. I listen to the actuarial indications on it, and then I'll go the next year. We're never hitting their numbers with it. So. And then the last thing that Councilman Hernandez brought this up, and there was a discussion, is old section 17 and 18, dropping as part of a concerted effort to reduce debt levels and improve financial flexibility, the city shall pursue pay-as-you-go capital funding where possible. Now, we've got certain items like residential streets and particularly our sewer collection system that are classified as capital improvements. But these are more ongoing heavy maintenance that it's much more prudent to pay it out of an existing cash flow than go into the market with all the whims of the market. I'm not talking about stuff like we discussed on North Beach on there or your major street improvements, but that day in and day out kind of capital improvements. I've always been in favor of pay-as-you-go on those kind of things, and particularly on the collection system for the wastewater that I promoted that a couple of years ago. So I prefer that language stays in there or has some reflection that for the ongoing type of capital improvements, that consistent capital improvements that we do try to achieve that is pay as you go and use debt funding for the other type of capital improvements that are more spiky in nature. So those are my three comments.
Okay, we can be in agreement with that one, Councilman Smith. That last one, we can make a note in there to say that the more maintenance type capital work, we should try to fund that. You don't want to incur interest for operating type costs. So we could write that in there. Okay. We can put some type of a statement in number 10. The main goal was that we wanted to be in agreement that we want to try to have a 2-to-1 matching ratio for the firefighters.
I agree with that.
Yeah, they're the only employees that do not, over 400 of them. Every other employee, 2,800, have a 2-to-1. So the firefighters, I mentioned this in my opening comments to them when we began the collective bargaining agreement, that this is kind of outside of the collective bargaining, but wanted to reinforce that we've been working with them since last year.
Sorry, you do have a statement.
And it's financially prudent too, that we definitely need to bolster that fund up.
Right. And then I think we took, the first comment was, did Constance, I think that one was taken care of, the first one. So it'd really be just the two changes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't know how to write the change to number 10 right now, but we could,
Should we say something like to increase the health of the fund, or should we add something like that?
So are you looking
Mr.
for a
Smith?
motion to amend this to reflect ongoing maintenance type projects should be done through
Pay as you go.
pay as you go?
To the extent possible. Right,
Okay,
say
to the
something
extent
like that.
possible. So, Greg, I'll go ahead and make that motion to amend section 18 to modify that language instead of remove it to reflect both yours and my concern.
Come back to us with the proper language next go around, or can we approve it on the July, whatever, our next meeting?
Let's see. Yeah, we can.
Table it.
What's that? We can rewrite. We can add language in there and bring it back to the council in our first meeting in July.
Yeah.
This is a guide for developing the budget, and we know the intent of the council there. If you wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Okay,
Move to table.
Okay.
Till next week, or to the next council meeting.
Okay.
And Gil, thank you for your work. I know you're deeply involved in this.
Mr. Smith, could I ask you one more question? So for section 10, what additional wording would make you feel comfortable with the firefighters section?
It's just something, protection of the financial viability of the funds. Just some language in there. It needs to be broad. That, you know, part of our goal is to have a fully funded fund, something along that line.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll ask them.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Just back to my one clarification, and we've got a 2:30, but I think we have to get old so we could, okay, we got a presentation on the, and we told her 2:30, so we'll try to get that, and we got lunch, we got a closed section. On that number, the only thing I want to make sure is that, as I understand it, the level of funding before we passed the 2-cent street fund and all the other projects, the percentage level at the time that all of this started was 6% or whatever you're talking about, right? Coming out of the general fund to street maintenance, right?
Right.
And I think there was some concern, and I want to know if this is what this is for, is that this additional 2 cents was to be 100%, and this, whatever the 6% level at the time, this wasn't to augment or supplement or reduce what the general fund was contributing. It was being to an addition to.
Right.
That's correct.
I just want to make sure we're not playing a shell game here and that we're getting 100% of this money plus what the general fund had been paying. That's what this does, right?
Yes.
Right.
And that's what the public was told.
Yeah.
Yes.
That we weren't. So I just want to make that if we're good, if that's right, well, then we're good.
The street reconstruction gets 100% of the property tax for that purpose, the 4 cents
And the
currently.
level of money that was going into the street fund at the time has remained consistent as a percentage of the general
the
fund
revenues.
budget.
Yes.
Yes,
General revenue budget.
correct.
Okay. Anybody have anything else? We'll take a break.
We need to vote on the motion to table, Mayor, please.
Yeah.
Okay, so a motion and a second are
made a
on the
motion.
floor. We just need to take the
Ben?
vote.
Ben, you said something?
Yes, he did.
Man, Ben made a motion. Put that in the record.
Yes, he did.
All right, we got a second to table it and bring it back at
July
the
14th?
earliest convenience or whenever the next meeting is.
Well, were you going to bring it back July 14th or no?
Yes.
Right, okay, so July 14th.
Okay. There's a motion to table and it's been seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
All right, and then if I can find, where's my cheat sheet here? Okay, Ms. Huerta, we're gonna go into,
Mayor, we should announce both exec sessions in case there's questions on either.
all
I have
right,
them both listed.
right now, the council will go into executive session on items 20 and 21, is that correct?
Yes.
Items 20 and 21, and we'll try to have our lunch and have an executive session and be back by, why don't you, if you can get hold to Ms. Futrell, why don't you tell her 2:45?
Yes, sir, I will.
All right, so we'll shoot to be back by 2:45.
Mayor, you got to state the section number.
Huh?
Oh, he didn't state it. You did, right? 20 and 21, section 5.
Oh, yeah, the council go in executive session on items 20 and 21 per Texas Government Code 551.071, period. We will return, period.
I don't know if my camera works. This is,
It hadn't been, Paulette.
I know. Do you
I
see
just
me
see
now?
PG, so I'm thinking, well,
Yeah,
least, you
they're on
know,
web.
she's
They're
PG
ready.
and not
They're
Word.
on WebEx if we need them to join in. They're not
Okay.
here, but they're available by the WebEx.
Greg, tell me when you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me try Keith real quick.
Yeah, you know where to.
Well, I think they have to
Everett's
drive, so they
there.
won't be. I didn't exactly hear Keith, but
I can't.
see.
Well, if they haven't left, they're not
Paulette,
gonna
you're
make it.
just PG.
It's
Yeah,
2.5
just-
hours.
Okay, okay, I'm still trying. Thank you, Greg. Oh, good. Greg, I think I'm on
Yeah,
now.
he
right?
already took off, Mayor. So they took off. So if we need them, we'll get them on the phone. So you don't have to. We don't need any preference for that one. Yeah.
Oh, and Mayor, just one other thing. We still have consent item number 12 when we get to that. So just a reminder, we got to go back to finish that one item up whenever you're ready to do that. Yes, sir, I believe she is. Toby, are you there? Miss Futrell?
I am here.
Yes, okay, she's ready. Oh, do we have quorum? Paulette? They might be muted, I'm not sure.
2 online, Rebecca. You got 5.
Okay, we got 5, 2
Everett
online, you said.
Meyer.
Executive session. No, sir, no action.
Let's move forward. I think we originally did it at 2:30. Final report presented by Well, who was the chairperson.
Mayor, can you turn your mic on? We can't hear
I
you.
thought it was. Okay. We're going to jump over to item number 18. Ms. Toby Futrell has served as our chairperson for our Charter Review Committee. And let me just start off. Toby, you're on the line. Can you hear me?
I am. I can hear you all great.
All right. Well, on behalf of the council, let me say thank you and your committee. You all did wonderful. You did a great job, and from all indications I've had and comments that I've received, the work and the research and the discussions were lengthy and in-depth, and you did a great job. I don't know what the ultimate product is going to look like when it when it either leaves the table or leaves the ballot box, but we just appreciate very much your energy and your effort that you put into this, and we're looking forward to your report today and a final report. And so I'll ask if the council would refrain during the comments, let you make your presentation, take notes, and then we'll just go around the dais here when you complete it, so that we can ask you any questions, pick your brain a little bit about some things that might be discussed as a result of your presentation. Does that sound fair?
It sounds fair to me.
All right. And so Mr. Manager, are you ready over there?
Yes, we're ready.
Okay. Well, then, Toby, you're on. Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, Council. I want to thank you first for putting the group together that you put together. I'd like to thank my co-committee members. You put a very diligent, thoughtful, and diverse group of people together, and it showed in the discussions that we had. I want to recognize that Philip Ramirez served as the vice chair of the committee, and then we had Chad McGill, Oscar Martinez, Pastor Rick Milby, Aaron Munoz, Shirley Thornton, Bob White, and John Wilson on the team. We had a wide range of philosophical differences on the group, and it made for some rigorous debates as we moved forward. So if we can bring the presentation up. There we go, and move to the next slide. What I want to do is give you just a short introduction. The council appointed a 9-member committee back in May of 2020. This committee has spent 11 months deliberating on a number of issues, in fact, over 30 potential charter revisions. Today, we are going to present to you just 6 proposed propositions and 4 recommendations. And I want to speak to what the difference between those two are. The 6 propositions we believe belong in the charter and will require going to the ballot box. First, they require you deciding to put them on the ballot, and then they would go to the ballot box. Recommendations, on the other hand, were items that we brought forward and initially considered as charter amendments and realized there was a simpler and easier way to accomplish these, either through a council policy, ordinance, or budget action. And we didn't feel like these items belonged in the charter. And I'm going to pause here for just a minute because I want you to be aware that we were very conscious of what belongs in a charter and what doesn't belong in a charter. It's a very common mistake in cities to try to load everything into the city charter. In fact, Corpus Christi in 1987 spent 2 years trying to delete all the obsolete things, dated procedures, committees that no longer exist out of the charter. You dropped the city charter in 1987 and the citizens from 119 pages to 35 pages. That's a 70% reduction in the charter. And that exercise was done all over the country by cities who were trying to clean up and keep what belongs in a charter there and everything else somewhere else. Today, the charter is at 42 pages. So for over 30 years, you've held to just about 7 more pages into the charter. Lastly, on this slide, I want to just tell you we organized the material in 3 ways. We started with the items that council asked us to explore, either in the motion for direction where you created the committee or in the discussion on the dais. We went through all of that discussion in the minutes and pulled out 9 items that you asked us to look at. Second, we took on administrative issues. These were items that the law department or the city secretary had housekeeping cleanup items, and also the city manager had some items that he thought would increase efficiency and effectiveness that we looked at under this category. And the final category we did later in the work we did, later in the 11 months, was any item any committee member brought forward or any citizen brought forward through a committee member. I want to pause and let you know that we have 1 item that did not make it through the full committee process, but was brought up early on by a committee member, held to the end, to that last category of items, and then somehow fell off the plate. That item had to do with an annual capital budget approval, requiring 3 things in the capital budget: that every project be ranked with some consistent matrix in order of priority, that every project have a cost analysis on its impact on fees, rates, taxes, and operating budget, and every project explicitly state whether it was consistent or not with an existing master plan. Once we realized we had finalized the report and had missed coming back to this item, I spoke with your CFO, your Chief Operating Officer, who has been working with your city manager to bring these elements of this capital budget proposal to you in your upcoming financial policy amendments. Next slide. All right, methodology. The first thing we did is we adopted an objective to be judicious. In other words, be careful what we were bringing forward to include in the charter or to change, and to consider all national best practices so that we are value added in both governing and operating our city with our recommendations. We used 3 guiding values as a lens with which we looked at every proposition that came forward, and those were 1, improving operational efficiency, 2, advancing public accountability, and 3, respecting our form of government, our council manager form of government. We use the 3D process in all our deliberations, and you will see the 3D process reflected in the report. So first we did our discovery, and honoring the fact that we are an advisory committee and that it is purely a policy decision on what you decide to put on the ballot for the voters, we did a lot of time in the discovery mode. because whether you adopt what we present or not, we wanted you to have background and history and best practices to help you make your decisions. And we thought that would be the most valuable added thing we could do. So under discovery, we did so much work. We worked with the International City Managers Association, which had recently done an extensive survey of charter issues with all national cities across the United States. We then worked with TML and TCMA, Texas City Managers Association, and Texas Municipal League to look at the subset of Texas data so we could tell you what Texas cities are doing differently than national cities. We even did a survey of the top 20 largest cities, with Corpus Christi obviously being our 8th largest city in Texas, because we recognize that larger cities make different decisions a little differently than smaller cities. We talked with the 2 quintessential experts on charter, Terrell Blodgett out of the LBJ School of Public Affairs and Charlie Zeck out of Texas State University, and every member got a copy of their, basically their treatise of what charter should do, guidelines for a charter. We interviewed election experts, election analysts, demographers, municipal practitioners, and finally we conferred with both ICMA, TCMA, TML, and the Secretary of State Election Division as we moved through this work. Then we moved to discussion, where we had rigorous debates. And what we did with those debates is we honed down the pros and cons argument, and those are included in your report. The same way we included the discovery in the report for each item, we've included the pros and cons. What you see in the report as pros and cons doesn't mean that the committee agreed with every pro and con, but what it gives you is the structure of the arguments, both for and against, to help you in your decision making. And I think you will see when and if you read the public feedback on the charter revision proposals, you'll see many of these arguments are reflected in that public comment. Then we went to discover, discuss, decide. We did a simple majority vote on every item, but we did something a little bit different. We allowed a minority opinion. So if any item got less than 5 votes, but more than 2 votes, they could include a minority opinion in the report. You will see 1 minority opinion in the report. It is related to Proposition 1, and it specifically speaks against single-member districts. There is a second minority report that did not get to us before we finalized the report. So I had that distributed to you yesterday on Monday. And when we get to the item it connects to, which is recommendation number 3, I'll summarize it for everybody. So now we've gotten through the 3Ds. We took everything in a preliminary report and we put it up on a public charter revision webpage. I want you to know that we had a very extensive public outreach plan proposed, and when the pandemic hit, that all went out the window. We were going to do town hall meetings in every district. We were going to work with League of Women Voters on a citywide televised town hall meeting. All of that, of course, went out the window. So your communication department has designed a city webpage for charter revision feedback, an interactive feedback webpage. They have been maintaining it. They have been promoting it with social media and media releases, and they have been tallying the results. As of today, and it's been up about 4 weeks, there are 102 comments as of yesterday. And I'm going to give you the summary of the feedback with each item as I go through them briefly. So next slide. This is just a timeline on the next slide. I'm only going to point out 2 dates to you. After the presentation today, you are scheduled to do first reading on July 14th. The state deadline for first reading on ballot language is July 28th. And you are scheduled for your second reading on July 21st. And the state deadline for final ballot language is August 11th. Gives you about a 2.5 week cushion if you need it. And all that leads up to the November 3rd general election. I do want the public to know that it's been our recommendation you leave the public website up for comment until at least your first reading. Comments have slowed down in the last handful of days, but I'm assuming once you begin deliberating this, there'll be some renewed interest on putting in comments. I also want the public to know there's a second mechanism for getting feedback to the council on these items. Once a meeting is posted for the 14th and the 21st, people can send their written comments through the city secretary's office at City Hall. and they will collate all of that and get that in writing to the council prior to the meetings. So I'm going to briefly go through the report, be available for questions afterwards. So our next slide. I'm going to start with by far the most complicated and interrelated proposition the committee undertook. And you have to understand the backdrop for this to understand why what looked like two disparate items are linked. But we're going to start with Proposition 1, which proposes 4-year, longer, staggered council terms combined with single-member districts. Next slide. So the first thing we noticed was that longer terms, which was one of the very first items we took up almost a year ago in the committee, has been considered by almost every charter revision committee we could find for the past 20 years, but it never seemed to be brought forward. So it frames a big why. And then in our research, we realized that 3/4 of all cities nationally have longer than 2-year terms, 3/4 of national cities. But in Texas, only 1/3 of Texas cities have longer than 2-year terms, which frames again a big why. And what we found was that the Texas state constitution has 3 mandates, 3 requirements of Texas cities that they move past a 2-year term. All 3 of these have a cost associated with them. So the first is mandatory elections for vacancies of 12 months or greater, which adds election and election cost. You can still appoint less than 12 months if you put a specific provision in your charter. The second mandate is resign to run. And what this says is any council member or mayor who makes any declaration or announcement that's considered formal to run again for office has automatically resigned their position at that moment if there's 13 or more months left in their term. That adds election cost. And the third and final requirement is every single position on the council, be it council member or mayor, must be elected by majority vote. And in a minute, you're going to see why that's important. So we see these and we think, well, why would it make a different outcome in Texas if nationally it's not making an outcome? And what we found with just a random sampling of other state constitutions is we weren't finding these restrictions in other state constitutions. So we have a little unique set of mandates, all of which add cost to going to longer terms. Then in addition to that, we found another discrepancy, which is that the Texas Constitution does not make these requirements of other local elected officials. And in fact, they mandate longer terms for county commissioners and school board reps. Even further, in some cases, they specifically allow at-large positions by plurality, which is denied to Texas cities. So we saw both a disparity with the national outlook, and we saw disparity even within local elected officials. These are mandates only made of Texas cities. Now, I want to point out the last of the 3 restrictions, and that because it has a very particular impact for Corpus Christi specifically. That's the majority vote. This brings us back to our 1983 federal court order. Prior to 1983, every position on the city council in Corpus Christi was at large by majority vote, and that had produced little to no diversity. We were taken to federal court and the city lost. And we have a federal court order that allowed us a mixed system of 5 single-member districts and 3 at-large by plurality, not majority, plus the mayor elected at-large by majority. Those 2 election systems, single-member districts and at-large by plurality, are widely believed to be better systems to produce diversity, and that by far the worst system to produce diversity is at-large by majority, which would the state constitution require us to do. So we were really concerned, not just about the cost, but about the impact on the 83 lawsuit. Because remember, the court order was moving us away from at-large by majority. So at a minimum, to do longer terms, you would want to make your at-large, which are currently by plurality, and move them to at-large by majority in order not to be impacting the 1983 lawsuit. Now, I want you to know it's murky and debatable. Everyone has a different opinion about the level of impact on the 83 lawsuit, but the committee was concerned. So all our discovery and discussion led us to recommendation number 1, if we'll go to the next slide. So remember, a recommendation is not one that we recommended going to the ballot box. This is something you can do by policy, by budget action. Recommendation number 1 was removing the barrier to longer terms. So at the time we took this vote, early on in the committee, there were 7 of the 9 committee members that favored longer terms. But only 2 of them were willing to move forward without mitigating the impact on the 83 lawsuit and those costs that come with the state constitutional restrictions. So recommendation number 1 got a 5-2-2 vote. And what it said is that we would keep our current mixed election system, we would keep our 2-year non-staggered terms, but we would recommend to you that you look for a coalition of Texas cities, maybe using Texas Municipal League, to see if we can get relief from those state constitutional requirements, if we could do some constitutional amendments. The Secretary of State Election Division told us, unsolicited, that Texas cities call and complain all the time about the cost of these restrictions from the Constitution. So we thought it was worth a shot to see if we could get a coalition of Texas cities and go try to get some relief from these 3. So recommendation 1 is on the table. Explore whether or not you can get some relief, get those barriers removed so you can have a more open and free discussion of longer terms. Now, fast forward to the end of the committee, where we brought forward any item a committee member or a citizen through a committee member brought forward. And a committee member brought forward as a standalone item single-member districts. And it was in that discussion of single-member districts where the committee realized it mitigated some of the issues they were concerned about with longer terms. Because single-member districts are elected by majority, it solved that issue. It doesn't necessarily make it less costly, but it did help with mitigating that fundamental issue that was in the 1983 lawsuit, which was trying to move us away from at-large by majority, and which recognized single-member districts as an election system that produces diversity, which in fact our mixed system has produced wonderful diversity on our council. So this was hard fought and debated on our committee. You need to know it was a 5-4 split. But we also created then your first proposition, proposition number 1, to combine single-member districts with 4-year staggered terms because of that link. That leaves recommendation number 1 on the table as a fallback. You could choose to explore it to reduce cost. You could bring it forward if the council decides not to move proposition 1 as envisioned by the committee forward, or you could use it as a fallback on if it goes to the voter and it's rejected. It's simply exploring options on removing those barriers. Next slide. All right, just in sum, proposition 1 is single-member districts with staggered 4-year council terms. It moves us from our current mixed system to a new election system of 8 single-member districts, each elected by majority vote of their district, and our mayor continued to be elected at large by majority, all with staggered 4-year terms. Now, this was one of the 3 most controversial items on the public feedback website. Most people gave their feedback to single-member districts and to longer terms separately. So that is how I'm going to give it to you. But you will see a resounding answer from the public feedback to date on Proposition 1. 30 people responded on single-member districts, and 63% said no to single-member districts. The primary argument they used in the no was that we would be trading 5 votes, 1 for the mayor, 1 for your single-member district rep, and 3 for your at-large, so a majority of the council for 2 votes in a single-member district system. And 31 people responded to longer terms, with 68% saying no, with the largest argument being that the longer the term, the more distant people felt from their elected officials. They felt like there was less accountability with longer terms. So what you have overall on Proposition 1 is a range of a no vote from the public feedback to date of between 63 and 68%. I do want to point out that I think it's worth you looking at the pros and cons that are under the section on Proposition 1 in the report. We broke out pros and cons of single member districts from pros and cons of longer terms, and it's a pretty extensive argument on either side that is reflected in the public feedback we've gotten. So our next slide. This moves us to, and I'm going to skip Proposition 2 and come back. And I'm going to skip it because Proposition 3 is also related to terms. Proposition 1 is length of terms. Proposition 3 is term limits. So currently, in your term limits, you can serve 4 two-year terms or 8 years as a council member or a mayor, or 6 two-year terms for a combination of mayor and council. The service has to be consecutive service, and there is a sitting out period of 3 two-year terms where you can restart the clock on term limits. Proposition 3 recommends a lifetime term limit of exactly the same number of years that's in place today, but it takes away consecutive service. It no longer requires your years to be consecutive, and it takes away the sitting out period. So it is a cumulative lifetime term limit where no person shall serve more than 8 years as a council member, more than 8 years as a mayor, or more than 12 years in a combination. It also says that any time served prior to the approval of this proposition counts to the lifetime term limit. It, however, does say that the provision does not prohibit any council member or mayor who's either beginning or completing their term while this item is brought forward in 2020 or 2021. In other words, you are held harmless if you're already in the chute as this item is brought forward. And the last bullet was our answer to your request of the committee to look to a definition of term in order to prevent this example. So I'm serving as a council member and I'm 7.5 years into my final term with a term limit of 8 years. I decide to quit so that I'm a few months shy of hitting my term limit and run again for a term that would take me past term limits. So what this does is it says no person shall be eligible to run to an election to a term if completion of that term causes the person to exceed the lifetime term limits. The feedback on this. Once again, huge response on this one. 60 people responded on Proposition 3. And once we clarified, and I'm going to go over what the confusion was with you in just a moment, but once we clarified the item, it's a resounding 86% favor lifetime terms or tightened up term limit. Now, there's a point I want to make on the next slide, but I want to segue for it by saying this. We ran into trouble with the language because of how interrelated all the term items are. We were using terms in the language instead of years. You will notice we have switched to years in order to clarify it. We were using terms, meaning the current approved terms in the charter of 2 years. But people read it, once they read Proposition 1, proposing longer terms as we meant 4-year terms. So they thought we were recommending 16 and 24-year term limits versus 8 and 12. We put a clarification on the website. We changed the language in the report to years from terms, and we did media corrections on it. Probably the most salient thing to remember here is there's a resounding yes on tightened up term limits. Now for the next slide, I want to elaborate on the confusion because it's going to be meaningful to you. So for our next slide. All right. All the term items are interrelated, and they're particularly interrelated in how the charter is structured. So whether you're talking about term length or staggered terms or term limits or definition of the term, we came up with this problem of how to craft language for Proposition 1 and 3 as envisioned without first knowing what the answer to the questions being asked were. Well, also without knowing what council was going to put on the ballot. So we were spinning our wheels when in fact what we realized is Proposition 1 and 3, the way our charter is structured, are not standalone items. It is almost impossible without losing something or having an unforeseen consequence to decouple them without decoupling them. So here are the options. You can combine Propositions 1 and 3 for an all or nothing proposition. That's not a best practice. That limits voter choices. So I might, for example, favor longer terms, but not favor single member districts. So what do? Do I vote for the thing I like and hold the nose while voting for the thing I don't like? It limits your choice. Or you can uncouple them. Basically take them to the voters one at a time sequentially. Pick the one you want to bring forward, get an answer to it, and then bring the next item forward once you know what that answer is. So what you will see in the report is that there is no ballot language and there is no actual text amendments. And there was originally. But when we came up on this problem, we realized we were trying to solve for a problem that hadn't happened yet. So what we're going to do is wait to see what the law department is going to do for you. Is they're going to wait to see what you bring forward and then work with you on what your options on language and interrelatedness are. I think that kind of sums up that piece. So let's move to the next slide, which is Proposition 2. Once again, Proposition 1 and 3 were very controversial. Big no on Prop 1 and the public feedback, big yes on Prop 3. Here was obviously the next controversial item, and this has to do with compensation. Our proposal is to increase the mayor's salary from from 9,000 to 18,000, and the council's salary from 6,000 to 12. We also proposed an escalator, not every year, but every 2 years based on the CPI. Now, here's the backdrop. And here is a classic example of what shouldn't have been in a charter. 37 years ago, we put a flat dollar amount for compensation in the charter with no escalator, and it has remained for almost 4 decades. Council is actually making significantly less today than the council in 1983. And this is despite the fact there's been enormous population growth of over 100,000 more people in the town. We're the 8th largest city in Texas with very complex challenges as the core city in South Texas. Just the fact that we are the primary regional water supplier, and all the things that come with that in governing. And yet you are today making significantly less than your counterpoints from 1983 and have never had a salary compensation increase. What I want you to know is that this proposal doesn't even bring you up equal with 1983. It still means you would be making less than your counterparts in 83. And your escalator, because it's every 2 years, does not keep up with inflation. But if you believe, as the committee did, that a reasonable compensation will broaden the number of people who can serve on council, that will make it less likely that only wealthy or corporately sponsored folks can run for office, someone with pensions can run for office, then you have a start here. And it provides a beginning of an escalator for you. As you can imagine, because, and I want to make this note to you, we did this work back in about June and July on salaries. It was before the pandemic hit, it was before the economic impact of the pandemic hit, and we recognize on the committee this is bad timing. It's almost always bad timing to talk about council compensation, but it is particularly bad timing. Here's the summary of your public feedback. 60 people responded to this, and 82% said no to Proposition 2. Our next item. Next slide, Proposition 4 and 5. These are relatively simple. Proposition 4 simply states that we should have a requirement in the charter for petitions to initiate an initiative, a citizen initiative, or a referendum. Our current charter says you have to have a name and an address. Our fear is that they have it interpreted as get the phone book and write down names and addresses. A signature is clearly what was intended. It mirrors the city's current practice, and it is consistent with the state requirement for a wet signature. So we recommend in Proposition 4, you add the word signature to the charter. 9 people responded in public feedback, 67% favored, said yes to Proposition 4. Proposition 5 is an odd one, and it regards consistent zoning approval. Currently, the charter has a clause that I actually have never seen in a charter that I'm aware of, and it says that during the election cycle, which is defined as 30 days before an election for council members and up until the newly elected council members are sworn in, so depending on whether there's a runoff, it's a 2 to 3 month period of time, where zoning items that any other time of the year require simple majority to approve, during this time, take a 2/3 vote of the council. This was an item that was brought forward through the city manager by the Development Services Department. And what they told us was this, that they are fighting in a tricky, all development processes are tricky in cities. There are lots of twists and turns, and what you really have to rely on in your process is to provide consistency and certainty in the development process. What the department says is that the savvy, experienced developers, they know about this item in the charter. They plan their work around it and time around it. But the average citizen going through the development process to build their home or one project is probably unaware of it, and they get caught in it. So they asked us to consider removing this time frame where you require a 2/3 vote. We're well aware that these kind of items in a charter or in the development code are usually a reaction to something happening. And we asked ourselves, well, what happened to cause this? And here's what we track back. This was put in the charter in 1968, so almost over 50 years ago. And it is very murky oral history, but we found a former development services director who came on board with Corpus Christi in 1970. And we interviewed a retired assistant city manager and assistant city attorney who were around in this time frame. And here's the murky oral history. Prior to 1968, there was a very controversial zoning item with a hard split vote on the council. And a candidate running for office openly shopped their vote on this zoning item in exchange for election support. And in a reaction to that, this item was put in the charter. So we debated this. I think for us, what won out was trying to provide consistency and clarity in the development process. So our recommendation for Proposition number 4 is that you remove this unusual provision. The public feedback, there were 11 people who commented on it, and 55% said no to Proposition 5. They said basically what I've just explained to you. There was something happened to make them put this in the charter. We should leave it alone. Next slide. Here's your last proposition. This involves removing a council member from office, and this has 2 elements. One element I've actually never seen in a charter either. So let's think about the current process for removing an elected council member. It is usually done either through a citizen recall election, and there's an extensive process that remains in the charter for citizens to remove an elected council member, or the council can vote out their co-member by a simple majority vote. So when we looked at these 2 elements I'm going to describe to you in Proposition 6, we used a single standard, and that standard was that there should be a very high bar for overturning an election to remove an elected council member. So the first element in Prop 1 is they have this odd provision in our charter that says as few as 5 registered voters can basically initiate a council action to remove an elected council member. 5 people. The committee thought this was rife for abuse, and that 5 people should not have that kind of power to go overturn an election for an elected council member. So we recommend removing that provision and keeping the citizen recall process, which is the avenue for citizens to recall an elected council member. The second element in Proposition 2 is that right now the council can remove their co-council member by simple majority. And using that same standard of a high bar should be in place for overturning election, we think you should have 6 affirmative votes on council to remove an elected council member. And that's Proposition 6. Remove that 5 citizen trigger to a council vote to remove, and move from simple majority to 6 affirmative votes for council action. 14 people responded on public feedback. 57% said no to Proposition 6. When you read the comments, I wondered if they thought we were removing the only avenue for citizens to remove a council member, because some of the comments talked about it that way. So I just want to reiterate, this is not removing the citizen recall process, but just this unusual clause saying 5 people can initiate a council vote. This brings us to our last slide, council, and this is the 4 recommendations. Remember, these recommendations from the committee, we thought these were worthy of your discussion and attention. We did not think they belonged in the charter and could be handled by policy, by ordinance, by a budget action. The first recommendation we have already discussed, and it is that removing barriers to longer terms. 10 people responded to this item, and 60% said no to this item. Primarily, the comments alluding to the fact they didn't believe in longer terms, so they didn't want to remove barriers for longer terms. Recommendation number 2 and number 3 are both financial transparency items. Recommendation number 2 involves intra-department, so department to department, budget transfers within the same fund. So let me just do a quick backdrop here. You use fund accounting, which most every government and nonprofit does, because fund accounting is based on achieving outcomes as opposed to achieving profits. You also, in our form of government, give our city manager a great deal of flexibility, because you charge the city manager with producing, even with a complex, large budget, a balanced budget every year. Unlike the federal government, we don't get to run a deficit in cities. The city manager must balance the budget each year. And in addition to that, you hold the city manager accountable for outcomes you give them. So you give him or her a lot of flexibility on how to manage the budget. Right now, any budget transfers between funds already requires a council action. And all budget transfers at the end of the year are reconciled, audited, and reported as part of your financial closure. Now, having said that, we still thought you could improve the transparency of intra-department to department transfers within the same fund. We spoke with your CFO, and what we recommend is that you include those transfers within the fund in the quarterly budget report that is presented to council every 3 months and is maintained and reported on the city website for public review. We thought this would simply enhance transparency in the budget process. 10 people responded on public feedback. 70% said yes to recommendation number 2. Recommendation number 3 is also a financial transparency issue related to public contracts. So right now, the city manager's administrative authority is $50,000. Anything above $50,000 requires a council vote, and that includes any public contract that's over $50,000 requires a council vote. And all of those public contracts are currently reported and maintained in a searchable format on the city website. What the committee looked at was the fact that there is a large number of contracts that fall under $50,000. And we agreed that there should be a greater transparency than just the $50,000 limit. We did not believe it belonged in the charter. We believed it should be in a financial policy amendment. We did not give you a prescribed threshold. And the reason we didn't is because we didn't know what level of resources would be required based on that threshold. Should it be at 0? Could be. Maybe all public contracts should be put in this searchable format on the website, or maybe only contracts above 10,000 or 20,000. Without knowing the numbers of the resources, we recommend that you get with your city manager and your CFO and come up with an agreed upon threshold and know what those resources are to do it. Now, that minority report I told you that missed our deadline that we sent out to you on Monday relates to recommendation number 3. And basically what that minority report says is it should be 0. All public contracts should be put on this searchable format and available for public review on the website. They don't say it specifically in their minority report, but they actually also intended for it to be a charter amendment. And the committee voted for it not to be a charter amendment and to give you some flexibility on where you want to set that threshold once you know what the resources are. 10 people responded to this, 80% said yes to recommendation number 3. And your last recommendation is dedicated paid council staff support. The research on this is really a mixed bag. The general trends are this. In almost every city, large or small, the mayor has some level of dedicated staff support. When it gets to the council level, it becomes a very mixed bag city to city. However, the trend we saw in national data and in state data is the larger your city gets, the more likely it is to have dedicated staff support for council. So we don't disagree with that. I think everyone recognizes that over 300,000 people, the 8th largest city in Texas, with the complex challenges you're facing, you might be ready to have some dedicated staff support in whatever way you envision that, paid interns, permanent staff. But we didn't think that belonged in the charter. We thought that was a budget action, that's a policy decision and a budget action. So that's what recommendation number 4 says, is explore that in your normal policy making as part of your budget. 10 people responded on the website to this. It's split right down the middle, 50-50, yes and no. And that, council, takes me to the end. So what I want to do right at the end before I turn it over to you for questions is, I'd really like to thank the staff that you all gave us and the city manager gave us to support this committee. First of all, your city manager showed up at almost every one of our meetings. And I can tell you as a former city manager, that is rare and welcome to have a city manager who understands the importance of charter revisions and understands that level of detail. Your city secretary, your city attorney, your director of communications, Rebecca, Miles, and Kim were just engaged and helpful through the whole process. Lisa Aguilar was the assigned staff attorney, and she could not have been more responsive and accessible. I know she is probably grateful we're about to go away. And my very last special recognition is a staff member of Rebecca's in the city secretary's office. Norma Duran, you were the backbone of our committee. Always a positive attitude, no matter the chaotic environment, and we couldn't thank you more. If we were there in person together right now, I would have roses for you. So with that, council, I am turning over the committee work to you all for your policy discussion and decisions, and we're available to answer any questions you might have.
Well, great report and pretty thorough report, and we appreciate it very much. I'd like to ask the council if I don't see any lights on here, but anybody out in the hinterland in the cloud that want to have some comments, I see a light come on now, but somebody out in the cloud want to have some comments, and then we'll go around the table here.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I have.
All right.
Greg Smith. First, I would like to thank you, Toby, and the committee. Golly, the amount of work that you have done is incalculable, and what a terrific job and a presentation to go along with it.
Thank you.
How much thought and that was put into this is highly impressive with it. I am a bit concerned where we are today with COVID. This is going out to the public, and I'd like to thank Kim and putting the website on there. But, you know, this is a big issue, and the fact that we've got the deadlines that you put up there on it, that I don't know if we can do it, but I'd sure like to have more public outreach. But I think we've been COVIDed out. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, you've got two ways to give feedback right now. In the beginning, when we put the website up, we had just a lot of comment coming in, and it has slowed down over the last handful of days. I think your discussion of this is going to raise the interest again. Kim is also putting it out, promoting it on social media with media releases, and she's tallying it and maintaining it for you. I would suggest you leave that up I think you're going to double the number of comments that you have on it between now and July 14th. And then also remember, people are able to send written comments through the city secretary's office, your current process right now for getting feedback on items you have posted. So there are two ways the citizens can do it. The other thing is our committee stands ready to work with answering questions to groups, to doing responding to media questions. I just did some work with the Island Moon last week on clarifying some items. So we'll stick with you on that. But you know, we really were just hamstrung by the pandemic, and particularly now with the spike. I just don't know what else any city can do at this point.
Yeah, we're between a rock and a hard place. But I hope our media outreach and then pushing our website, that feedback that you're giving us is invaluable to us as we move forward. So I hope, Ken, that we're going to work the media hard and point everybody to the available, whether it's public comment or particularly to the website. So moving forward, that we really know the public's tenor with it. So again, thank you so much, Toby, and just a terrific job.
And then, Councilmember, one other thing, maybe we can ask Kim if she would send you each week the cumulative set of comments, because I found it very helpful to see the arguments that were being made, pro and con. I mean, I think it will give you some insight. You'll find it kind of mirrors the pros and cons in the report, though.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mayor, I have a comment.
All right.
Yes, Mayor, this is Councilman Roy.
All right.
First of all, Toby, I'd like to echo thank you very much. I'd like to thank the stellar committee that worked with you on this project, the city staff, and everyone that helped. I think, you know, one of the things that your presentation brought to light is that, and I applaud, is that you not only did you use your committee, but you went out and you researched what other cities were doing, whether they were large or small, outside of Texas and within Texas. I think your approach was spot on and very detailed. And the other thing I would like to thank is I'd like to thank this council because the fact that we went forward with this charter review, something that is a very delicate subject. And it's tough, especially when you're looking at things that could affect the members that are on council in the future. And, you know, I think that the council wants the best thing long-term for this city. I really believe that. And looking at some of these changes, it's an important step. And understanding what the public wants and what the public, how they feel, I think it's just as important. And I want to thank you. I want to thank the city staff. I also want to thank my fellow council members and the mayor for going through this process. And as we continue to hopefully reach that deadline and maybe, you know, take action at the next election. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember.
Anyone else?
This is Roland. Toby, I just want to thank you for all the fine work that you've done. I mean, you've obviously, I know Aaron was my appointee, and he felt like he was working with a rock star, you know, so, and he was just really impressed by the fine work you did and the ability that you have to herd cats. So thank you for all the work and, you know, taking the emotion out of it and put it on paper and giving us something we can really work with.
Thanks. And you need to know Aaron was a joy to work with. I was glad to have a chance to meet him. You put a very diverse group of people together, so it made for some interesting debates.
All right, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Toby, I want to say thank you for all the time and effort you put into this. I know we've called on you several times to do things, and we appreciate every time you answer the call. I did want to ask something on recommendation number 4 with regard to the referendum. One of the things that we forwarded up was language that were the police and fire contracts that required a referendum, and I don't know if that was really addressed. And Miles, maybe you can chime in on this. Has that been changed with the new contracts regarding if there is disagreement that the contract with the police department and the fire department go to referendum. Has that been changed in those contracts to not required in the a change in the charter? Okay, so in the police one, I believe it went to a vote. Okay, I don't know if that was actually addressed here. Did we change the language in the?
Mr. Risley, can you speak in the mic? We can't hear you. No one else can.
Yeah, it was not really addressed. That issue wasn't.
Okay, I remember this is one of the things that we asked the charter committee to look at, because in order to go to referendum or to a review, you have to have a petition with the signatures from residents. But that is counter to the contractual language we have with the police department. Was that ever discussed at the charter commission?
No, I can tell you, council member, we missed that. We went through the minutes of the discussion on the day you did the motion of direction, and we took what was in the motion of direction. But if that was in the conversation, we missed it. This item actually was brought forward through the city secretary's office because she had noticed the fact that the word signature wasn't required and thought it needed to be cleaned up. But it's a very good issue to bring up. It was not put through the committee.
Okay, so I'll take that as something that we may have to address, because it is a contrast between what's in the charter and what is in what we contractually signed with the police department, and we have to reconcile that. That might be something we'll have to take up as a council to add to the any propositions we send for the charter revision. Okay, thank you, Toby. The second one is on the pay. I'm curious as to, words matter, right? So even though we're going from basically very little pay to just a little bit more little pay, the verbiage that got out into the community is that the council is doubling their pay, and I was wondering what spurred on that kind of language to be communicated that way, or as opposed to saying, why don't we just pay city council minimum wage, or mark their pay to a minimum wage standard?
Yeah, and I'm going to take accountability for that. We looked at everything from part-time pay of an average city worker to medium pay in the community, to minimum wage, to living wage. And you'll see in the report all the different numbers. You will see that all of them are larger than what was recommended. And ultimately, finally, at a default, trying to find something that the voters might accept, we simply took what was there and we doubled it, knowing it didn't even bring you up to speed. But I'm going to tell you, you will notice on the slide that I put up, I didn't use the word double here. It was very clear to me that the word double became a hot point in talking about. So I don't disagree with you. I mean, honestly, it's a little bit like whoever frames the word defund police. It changes how you look at whatever's being discussed, what language you use. And it was a poor choice of words. Instead, although that is actually what we did, because we could not come up with a number we thought was acceptable to the public, knowing these are always, in every city, very difficult items to put forward to the voters. We took what was there from 4 decades ago and we doubled it. And it doesn't even bring you up to speed with the buying power of money to the council members in 1983. So it is a very small step, but that language belies that step, how small that step is. I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, so I think that might be something we may look at if we do put it on the ballot, that it is worded to reflect.
Very definitely, you should be very careful with the ballot language on all these items, but particularly this one.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you, Toby.
Thank you.
Mr. Garza?
Toby, I want to say thank you very much for all the work that you and the committee did. I want to thank my representative, John Wilson, for his contributions. I want to thank the city manager for his interest in attending the meetings and all the staff support that your committee received. Of course, all the things that you looked at were things that the city council had an interest in looking at to see how we might be able to improve our city government and what might deliver the best government product to our citizens. Although so many things that were discussed that are being proposed are unpopular, with the general public and may not even make it to the ballot box. Again, I think it's great in the way that you laid out the report so that when questions do come up at a later date, why didn't you do this and why didn't you do that? We actually have a document that says what the feedback was and what are some of the constraints that don't allow us to do some of the things that may otherwise prove productive. So again, thank you very much for your work and appreciate all that you did. Thank you.
I know that this report was much longer than you're used to. What we actually realized is it was a little bit like Groundhog Day. We were going back through some of the same issues all your past charter committees had looked at, but we didn't understand the backdrop. So we decided to lay it out in this report. So your next committee has a starting place for the discussion.
Mr. Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. Toby, thank you so much for all the hard work that you've put into this, along with the committee. And I'd also like to publicly thank Philip Ramirez, who was my appointee to this committee. One of the questions that I have, and I don't know if it's a question for you or even if it's for Kim Womack, you know, when you go online to the community website for input on this document, you go online and you enter your name and your email address, and then there's a box for comments. But right before that, there's an opportunity to download the full report. Is there any way to tell how many times that document was downloaded, as opposed to how many comments were received? And where I'm going with that is, I don't know if some of the comments that we received, those who had submitted the comments read through the report, or did they just read the headline off of a social media site and make a judgment based off of that headline? Because going back to Councilman Hernandez's point, you know, when you talk about a pay increase, doubling your salary sounds like a lot of money if you don't really know what that salary actually is. And so I'm just trying to find that correlation.
I'm going to leave that for Kim. They designed the website. I can't tell you if you can tell about the download. I will tell you this, council member, if you read the comments, I would say about half of them were detailed enough responses that they read something in the report, but not all of them. So I have no way of knowing.
Got it. Thank you.
That's it? Toby, on all the others are pretty self-explanatory and you can kind of get some gist, and I'm not in the city manager's job, but you know, like several of us sitting around the table, we run our business. I mean, I understand the theory behind the recommendation number 3, but the practicality and the fiscal impact, I mean, it could be staggering. Depending on your definition, I'm a city department head and I work for the park department, and I'm out on the northwest end of town and I'm on a lawnmower and, you know, a wheel falls off. So I go to the hardware store out there and I pick one up and I sign a purchase order there at the hardware store. That's basically a contract with the city for a $45 wheel.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the public contract item.
The financial
under $50,000 thing.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you have to put every gas receipt and every purchase, because a purchase order is a contract.
The reason you don't see a threshold in there is because we didn't feel like that was fleshed out enough for us. 1, what's called a contract. 2, what resources would be needed, and 3, how many are there out there under 50,000? My guess is it's a large number. Yeah. So we thought what you could do is discuss where that threshold should be. It may not be zero. It may be you want to take contracts over 20,000 or contracts over 10,000 or, but we thought it was worth the discussion to just increase some transparency under 50,000.
Well, and I understand, and I think we, our history here shows that we had a city manager here, and this probably was a result of some other people in the same club, depending on what the threshold was, that was, the $45,000 club. So if you wanted some, and this may, a little historical, I was on the council that hired the manager that got himself in trouble with the next council, that we had a limit like this, and he wanted to buy a computer, but he didn't want to have to go to the council, so he broke it down into 3 different purchases to avoid the council approval level, and the mayor found out about it, and that was the end of him. But I just think, I understand this, but at the same time, and I guess it's something we could talk about, but the implementation and tracking every purchase, if you're trying, some of them, I think this minority report said every purchase.
Yeah.
That's just, the finance, that just doesn't make a good recommendation or time well spent.
Mayor, may I add, we do have a check register that shows every check that goes out.
Yeah, you can go to the check register.
Well-
But if you're wanting to have to post and report every $50 or $100 or $300 purchase, that could get pretty cumbersome, and you could spend a lot of time tracking that. Anyway, but it was a great report, and I think, Mr. Manager, you want us to kind of absorb this for a few days and we come back? What page was your calendar on there?
Yes, the timeline is on slide, I think it's 4. No, it's on slide 3.
Okay, is that?
In the report, it's on page.
Yeah, slide 3 is the,
Okay, all right, here it is.
14th, we have it scheduled for a first reading.
Yeah, all right, here we
The
are.
report is page 7, if the council has the report instead.
Yeah,
Well,
okay.
Mayor,
Yeah,
if I may, this is Paulette.
you may.
Thank you. And I'm not sure, I know Kim Baker would know this. Peter, I'm not sure how much of this you're aware of, and it's in relation to this particular item that we were just talking about, but it has to be over a year ago now that I had requested, and some of you would remember this, that anything under that $50,000 threshold, we run through purchasing. Because, inside of course, the departments, because we didn't know how those monies were being necessarily spent. So Kim Baker did start, and I'm not sure who else, or who assisted her, but we did start a couple of the departments I know, because she was working. I asked her about it probably 6 months ago, if that, about where we were on that. And that was all about tracking those under $50,000 purchases, regardless of what they were, to go on our website, where the vendors register and all of that. So these two things kind of go hand in hand, but I know it had to deal with manpower, Peter, that, she wasn't able to get everybody to kind of streamline all of those purchases down to her department, because that's kind of hard to do. But I know they're working on it by department. But that would be something to look into regarding this same topic, to see where we are.
Okay, so on the, Mr. Hernandez, is your light on now, or is that from previous?
No, I want to kind of add some flavor to that.
Okay, go ahead.
Specifically, I went through this when I first came on board. I went and looked at the check register, and I noticed that we were doing some what you were referring to earlier is called sequential purchasing. It's to where you do multiple purchases from the same vendor, but they're all under $50,000 in order to avoid review by the authority, in this case, the city council. That is something that we found in fleet, where they were purchasing tires and equating to individual purchases that equated out to $180,000. And therefore, we went back and looked at some of those accounts, and we created contracts for those to a maximum purchase of. So we addressed a lot of those that may have been doing that kind of type of purchasing. Now, I understand the check register is not specifically designed for that, but you can see where checks are being written to, and you can download it in an Excel spreadsheet, and you can filter it by vendor or whoever, and you can see what exactly is being spent with those individual vendors. It may not tell you everything, but it can give you the idea of how much money is going to a specific vendor and what size payments are being made to them. I think there's an element to be able to do that and see what we're actually spending money that way, and it's something I look at on a regular basis just to make sure we're not doing sequential purchasing. I think there's some other areas that need to be addressed, or like contract amendments that we don't see, or I'd ask for the change order report that we should have been getting on a quarterly basis, even if it's a zero report. So there are lots of financial transparency issues that we can look at. I think this one, you have some options to look at things directly without having to create a new report. Does that make sense?
Well, Mayor, if I may, that's what we're doing through the purchasing department. So Peter, if we can get an update on where we are with that, exactly, Councilman Hernandez, that's the reason I requested that, was the under $50,000 purchases. We're already doing that with the over. Everything goes through purchasing, as we know. But the under is what I had requested, and it did begin. There are several departments that are using purchasing, but we need an update on it, because it would track exactly what we're all talking about now.
Yeah, we'll get you an update. I'm familiar with that. I don't know if it started prior to me starting a year ago, but I will say that's a labor-intensive deal, and
right.
Already a lot of things are bottlenecked in purchasing. Literally, I get complaints constantly from
it could be,
department heads
and
in
I'm
the
just
private
saying,
sector.
Yeah, I agree.
So the more we do that, it
look
just
at
means
that.
the more we slow business down. It's really to a grinding halt in some cases.
Yeah.
Just to let you know. But I'll get you an update. We'll get one before the next council meeting.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I say something?
Yes, sir.
Don't want to miss a chance to show my appreciation to Toby, the city staff, and our committee. Y'all did do a wonderful job, and I really appreciate it. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thanks.
And so well, of course, with the COVID thing, it kind of messes everything up because we can't really have any workshop or something. But if we're talking the July the 28th, that's a deadline. The 14th, that means we got 2 meetings between now and then?
So it's the 14th is the first reading, the 21st is the second reading.
Yeah,
and then we've got the 28th.
We
also.
don't even have any times. We're not. We don't have
next
a meeting
council
the first week
meeting's
of July.
Yeah, your next
The
council
14th.
meeting is July 14. So
Right.
Yeah. So
that would be a first reading of.
Of the ordinance, right, calling for the election, that would include the ballot language. So that would be where we actually decide on the ballot language, what propositions the council is bringing forward. That's where that discussion would
and this is a
start and
briefing
take
item,
place.
so we really
This
can't get
item,
into
right,
it.
but on the 14th is when we would, that's what we're talking about doing,
okay, the 14th is
when action is
we
taken.
can discuss it, but the deadline is the 28th. So you got
Well, the
2
deadline is August
well, according.
Well, the final
That's a sub-
deadline, council member, for ballot language by the state is August 11th, but there are some sub-deadlines.
Right.
My understanding is your last meeting to meet the first reading deadline was July 28th.
Right.
So between the 14th and the 18th, is where we kind of hammer all out what we want. And
Yes, you have
2 years, 4 years, 9,000,
that.
10,000, 300,000, whatever we want to pay ourselves, or anything like that.
Yes, sir.
And so if we can hash all that out on the 14th and come back to earth on the 28th, that's the deadline, right?
Well,
I'm going to start a
that's just
GoFundMe
for the
account for
first
you all.
reading. I thought you were going to say something. That's what I was like, what?
Even though this is simply a briefing,
We can't hear you, Mouse. I'm sorry. Push the button.
Mayor, even though this is simply a briefing, you can give direction on any
Oh, yeah,
particular
that's true.
item that you have come to any kind of decision point and make a motion on a direction in terms of how we would be drafting that initial ordinance for election, just to narrow your issues.
Okay. I don't know whether anybody's got anything they want to do or they want to think about it. Anybody?
Mayor, I'd almost suggest a workshop so we can hammer out the language
Yeah, because
and make agreements.
I've got some first reaction responses and then I've got some others, so.
If we're going to meet this timeline to make it by July 28th,
Well, everything has to be done by August the 11th. So we're just building in some
well,
time.
I know
here.
that, but you want to have some buffer. I mean, but if you're looking at doing this in a month, I mean, we could spend an entire council meeting on just this alone.
Yeah, because well, let's see. Yeah, today's the 23rd, so, yeah. Well, you'd have the whole month of July, but we don't meet on the 7th, so that's right, 20. I mean, we can have a workshop without having a scheduled meeting if we needed to, or
Yeah, you could have a
video
separate workshop.
conference discussion or something, if you wanted to do that. All right, let's see, we'll get with Rebecca and kind of get a date
Yeah.
which works with you, where we maybe, and see if Toby, I don't know whether Toby, she feels like she's done her job, or she wants to be there as a reference. You still have a little
I'm here, Mayor, and I'll be
kindness.
glad to just sit quietly and be there if you have any questions about what the committee looked at or found,
Okay,
or on what they decided.
all right, well, let me get with the city secretary and you and Toby and see when we might want to see, and poll the council when we can have a date to have just an hour or two workshop just to go over some of the major items.
That's
I don't
good,
know that we
Mayor.
need to hash
Yeah.
out all of them, but I think we need to get a consensus of what we want to go to the public with, a 2-year or 4-year, or salary, some of these things, and then we can go from there. Okay, we'll do
Right,
that.
and Mayor, if you can include that one I mentioned with the lining up the police contract with our requirement for referendum.
Yeah, and let me summarize where I think you're going. Councilman. If you'll recall, the police contract had kind of an odd little provision for a referendum in it, and it had come from previous contracts. We didn't just invent it for this police contract. And there is case law that says that unless your charter allows for a voluntary referendum, that is not a referendum that's created by initiative of the people, then you're not authorized just to put that referendum on by action of the council. So if you wanted to make that police contract provision enforceable, then you would need to effectively amend the charter to insert that voluntary referendum provision to authorize y'all to call a referendum on a particular question.
It's kind of where I was going, to where we can actually marry up the two to where it makes sense for us. You know, I don't want to have that to be a legal issue if it does get to that. Now, it hasn't gotten to that, but I mean, you know, we've had some issues with contract negotiations in the past. So I just wanted, you know, I know we had brought it up in previous conversations to the charter amendment committee, but let's see if we can do some, at least the legal language associated with it. Thank you.
Okay, all right, well, we'll do that. We need to get back on our schedule. We're back, we finished
We had one item left on consent,
number
Mayor.
12. Oh, we got 13 and 14. Are those guys, are they still available? You want to do those right quick, the special meeting of the,
We need to get Keith to phone him up, to get him on the phone. You
Yeah,
want-
Mayor, this
we're
is
gonna go 17.
Keith up in the
Keith, are you
Assistant
there?
City Manager.
What's that?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. Keith, so we're there for those 17, 18, and 19.
And Nick just came on the phone. He's bouncing around in a car on his way back south.
Okay, no problem.
so you're talking about item 13 and 14?
Right.
12, 13, and 14.
12 is also related to those two items.
Right. Yeah, we didn't finish 12, Mayor.
12 was related to those two items also. Put it all together. That's why I pulled number 12.
Oh, okay, well, let's go back and see what you had on 12 before we do this, and see what you got on 12.
Thank you, Mayor. Basically, number 12, number 13, number 14 are all related, and we're talking about improving an incentive agreement for $154,000 to the Community Development Corporation of Brownsville. I guess I'm a little confused. I know we've got a piece of property that belongs to the city right now, and whether it's at no cost, we still had the opportunity to be able to sell that and get that. That property has value. It's probably would have brought $180,000 to $200,000 worth on the open market.
We did have it appraised.
But we decided to hold it back for possibly being able to utilize it to develop some sort of affordable housing
Right.
model. I guess is the best way I'm looking at this thing.
Right.
So I guess with the $154,000, what are we looking to accomplish? My thought process, I mean, there's different ways to get to where we want to get, but we've got a piece of property. We've got $154,000 that we're looking to give. It has a clawback, says if we don't like what they propose, we're going to ask for our money back. But then there's another list there for another $150,000, and then $470,000 that's available to the Housing Corporation. So I guess my question is, how do we know whether we achieve success? What's the definition of affordable housing? If you ask one builder, he'll tell you affordable housing is anything under $200,000. If you ask somebody else, they'll tell you, well, based on the medium income here in Corpus Christi, then and what a two-couple working family might be able to afford, it may be $140,000 or $150,000. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is, what would we define affordable housing to be? What's the cost per square foot that we'd be looking to achieve? Whether we give the land, whether we did all the development costs?
Right. Keith, Keith, go ahead. Keith's gonna help, he's gonna answer that. Do you have an overall overview, Keith, of the entire project? If you can, just to summarize those three agenda items into one.
We can do. We have a presentation, Mayor. Do you want us to go ahead and lay that out?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, this is a good project. Councilwoman Guajardo, this is the one that you had talked to us
Right.
about several times, so.
Yes,
What this is,
very
before Keith
important.
gets started, is we're incentivizing the development of affordable housing by giving the land at a fair value, a very low value. And that helps the bottom line to keep the housing costs low. One other thing before I turn it over to Keith is we've done a lot of multifamily affordable housing, but this would be the first in some time of single-family housing. So this is home ownership, single-family housing as opposed to rental. Okay, go ahead, Keith.
And as the presentation gets pulled up here, Rudy will take it over once the presentation comes up. But by defining affordable housing, we're using the same definitions that Rudy uses on his team in HUD-type projects. So Rudy, go ahead.
All righty. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. I'm Rudy Bentoncourt, Director of the Housing and Community Development Department. Agenda items 12, 13, and 14 will cover the same project. The following presentation will cover the proposed project. However, each agenda item will be discussed and voted on separately. On March 16, 2020, a proposed single-family affordable housing development was presented to the Corpus Christi Business and Job Development Corporation, the Type A Board. On April the 20th, the Type A Board approved an incentive agreement to move forward to City Council for approval. The item you have before you, this item number 12, is a motion approving an incentive agreement in the amount of $154,227 between the Type A Board and the Community Development Corporation of Brownsville, doing business as Come Dream, Come Build, for a single-family affordable housing development located at 4017 Capitol Drive. Next slide, please. Alrighty, the background on this, on our Congress Park, it's a decommissioned park that was approved by the voters November 2014, and it's located at 4017 Capitol Drive. It's approximately 2 acres. It's zoned RS6, single family detached. There are existing utilities, including water and sewer. There's a fire hydrant accessibility. The future land use indicates RM1, multifamily residential. It abuts to existing apartment complex to the south, and the park is right across from a single-family housing. It's near grocery stores and businesses, and an RFP for a developer of affordable housing was released on October 2019. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view of the overall project of what we're looking at. Again, it was decommissioned in November 2014. It's almost 2 acres, and the east side of this abuts to a single-family dwelling. It's located near the corner of Weber and Saratoga. Next slide, please. This is more of a zoomed picture. Again, it has existing utilities, water and sewer lines are in place. This is a clearer image of the multifamily adjacent to it, and again, it's fire hydrant accessible. Next slide, please. Alrighty, this slide is the south of the subject property. On the left side, it's looking at the park from across the street, the single family, and the right side is an example of the houses that are there, the single family. Next slide, please. This slide is a north of the subject property. So this is basically from the multifamily complex looking at the park, and then across that street would be the single family homes. Next slide, please. This is a picture of another shot from the park. You can see the apartments towards the back of the park. Next slide, please. And the last shot is from the single family looking at the park. Next slide, please. So the agreement that's presented right now, it's to provide, the developer will provide a detailed project concept and scope of work within 60 days of execution of the agreement. The project must be for affordable housing, single-family affordable housing, which creates homes for 80% area median income. The project is to be completed within 2 years. The Type A board has approved to provide $154,227 on a reimbursement basis upon the percentage of work complete. So therefore, we will be reimbursing as certain percentages of the work is complete. Then the use of the property is limited to affordable housing for no more than 20 years. So we're looking to add a covenant to that to make sure that it is affordable for at least 20 years. And finally, there's a clawback that if it's not completed on time or if it's not limited to affordable housing, then we have provisions to return the property back. The next slide, please. This was just a drawing concept that was submitted by the developer, and the next step after this would basically be to get with the neighborhood for a small charrette meeting type of concept to create something that the neighborhood will find as an acceptable housing development. So they're going to get with the neighborhood, get a lot of feedback from them, and provide, allow the neighborhood itself to provide their input for what the development will look like. But this was just the initial project concept. Next slide, please. There is a tentative critical path forward. So right now we're at the part where we're taking the agreements for funding for Type A and then the 2 corporations right after this item, Corpus Christi Community Improvement Corporation and Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation. After that, if everything gets approved, then the developer will initiate the neighborhood charrette, then provide a final design of the project. Likely there will be zoning and plating, so that will take place, and then afterwards would be the conveyance of the land with the revisionary clauses as well. After that, the project is likely to begin. Next slide, please. As far as the next steps, the next 2 items, item 13 and 14, are Corpus Christi Community Improvement Corporation, a corporation meeting to award the $150,000 that are there. And then the Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation meeting to award those dollars. So the overall amounts that we would be providing to the developer are $774,227. Again, this is for single family that has not been created here in Corpus Christi of this type of project in quite a long time. I personally can't remember when this was, and I've been here 16 and a half years. So the developer is available. As you can see, he's driving back to Brownsville for a board meeting, but he's available to answer any specific project questions. And I stand by for any questions.
Can I just add one thing, Rudy and the mayor? So the Come Dream, Come Build, a Dream, Come Build nonprofit just opened an office here in Corpus Christi, so they're committed to the community. They have done work in Brownsville and other areas of the state. But they want to begin to do more work here in the city. So probably about maybe 2-3 months ago, they did open a local office and hired a local person to help run that, in part because of this project. And this is good. It's tough to get in a city a committed developer to do affordable single-family housing. It was tough in San Antonio, as big as that city is, and this would be a good step to help us here with this nonprofit. So I just want to add that to Rudy's conversation.
And just double checking, Mayor, did Councilmember Rudy, was your question answered? It's the 80 percentile there of area median income, the same standard they use in the HUD processes.
Kevin, in the final analysis, what I was looking for is how do we define affordable housing if it's still going to cost, whether the public entities pay for it or whether the homeowner pays for it, if it still costs $150 a square foot, right?
Yeah, me too.
Then we're still not getting to where we need to get. Right here, you're looking at 774,000, I think it is, or 754,000, plus the value of the land. And if you divide that by 12 lots, which is what I'm figuring you can get out of the 1.95 acres, you're talking about subsidizing those houses to the tune of about $60,000 to $65,000. Not even taking the value of the land. The value of the land should be in the area of about $20,000, and then the ability to be able to make them into lots going to be about another $20,000. So the lot value built out is about $35,000 to $40,000. At least that's what I've seen. Some of the developers that have done lots out of some of the parts that we've sold. So again, I'm just worried that this is not a model that we're going to be able to follow, even if we have success, and go and replicate somewhere else. We're going to use that land. We're going to subsidize it through the Type A and then through the housing corporation for some lottery that you're going to be able to just help maybe 12 families in. That's not going to be enough to be able to do what we need to do long term and have some real impact with $154,000. What's the deliverable? I mean, they say they're going to come up with. Are the lots going to be developed for that, finished for that? Not the houses. I'm just talking about the lots. Or are they just going to come up with the project drawings and go have some meetings with the neighbors to see if that's something they'll accept? I think there's other ways to skin this cat, and I'm not sure where we're going about in the most prudent manner possible. Thank you.
Okay.
So funny, as soon as he's done talking, we
Okay.
can hear.
Can you repeat that?
Okay.
All right. What are we getting? What are we getting for the $754,000? Not counting the value of the land. How much is the developer going to subsidize if he builds a house for $200,000? How much is he going to knock off the selling price to the buyers? That's the bottom line.
It's got to get to the 80%.
He has those
Can you
numbers.
answer that question?
Yeah, I can answer that question if you want me to.
Yeah, please announce
So
yourself and
the-
everything. Councilman Garza, we talked to him about this, and so there's just a second. So there's various levels of subsidy to how low you want to get the house cost for the buyer. But go ahead. This is a developer.
Correct. This is Nick Mitchell Bennett with Come Dream, Come Build. I'm sorry that I had to scoot out of there, but it was an interesting meeting to hear about your charter review, and that was good entertainment on the way home. And I also commend the consultant on that work. But as far as this project goes, right now what we've got proposed is between 14 and 16 housing units on that site. It fluctuates given what the community would like to see, size and place. And so what we would be using is the entire amount of money, including the land, as subsidy. So we'll be working to fill every one of those homes with folks who are earning less than 80% of area median income in each of those homes. We proposed it's about, on average, if we did 4 units per income size down to 65% of area median income, it would be an average of about $46,000 in subsidy per buyer. But obviously, folks who are earning 80% of median income don't need as much as those who are at 60 or 65%. So it's just going to fluctuate back and forth between the amount of money that's needed. No buyer will get more than they need. And, we can put a limit on the amount that is given to each buyer as it moves forward. We will be bringing in, we're a mortgage lender, so we're a Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac seller servicer. We're a Wells Fargo mortgage lender, as well as we have our own community development financial institution that can do lending. So we will be, looking to get the most affordable mortgage. Currently, the subsidy amount is based on interest rates now, which are great. So obviously, we want to get started as soon as possible and take advantage of those. I hope that answers your question. So it'll just fluctuate on the amount, but every dollar that the city is investing in this will be turned right back over to subsidize the buyers.
Okay, my question is, what was your cost per square foot when you built those houses over there in Crestmont? I think it was Crestmont 10 or Crestmont 8. You built 3 houses or 2 houses over there off of Ayers and I guess it's Bevcrest. About 2 years ago.
We built a house on Persimmons.
Yeah, Persimmon. That's exactly the street, right?
Right. We have Persimmons. I don't have that cost per square foot. I know that the house is selling for pretty inexpensively. I can look that up and get that to you, Councilman.
I just want to make sure if we're going out of town with a developer or a builder that we're getting into bed with somebody who's even more competitive than our local builders. Because again, it's just it's not just what that we're going to offer. I thought that you might only get, if we just do, I'm going to say conventional development of those 2 acres, it would be 12 lots, but you're talking about doing 14 or 15 housing units.
So what we proposed is our casita model. So it's a cottage community type model. We can go bigger if you want to go bigger, but we were trying to maximize the number of units on the space to ensure more affordability. Obviously, the bigger the house goes, the more it costs. And so trying to reach that 80% of area median income and lower, then we were suggesting that we increase the density of the project. But I'll build whatever you want us to build.
Well, the challenge you have is that particular neighborhood has some deed restrictions, and I know on your list you talked about 1,100 square foot minimum in terms of construction size of the house. But if the deed restrictions in there are 1,500,
the city gave us a minimum and a maximum, or a minimum of units. So, and the size as well. There was no maximum.
You'd have to do something different in order to get around whatever the deed restrictions are in that particular neighborhood. And we really just can't go in there and build something if the deed restrictions for that neighborhood are more than the 1,100 that we specified.
Yes, that's correct. We were just going on the fact of what was in your RFP and considered that. So if there's a deed restriction change that we need to do, we were just following the RFP that was given to us.
Yeah, Keith, do you know about that, Selman? Is there a deed restriction on that lot or neighborhood, or what's your research show?
There are not deed restrictions on this particular lot.
Okay, and this lot, Councilman, there doesn't appear to be deed restrictions.
Is there one across the street? Because Capitol Drive, I think that's part of Country Club.
There are covenants and restrictions in that neighborhood, but they do not apply to this space.
Just to this space, okay, so I guess my thing, and I'm not faulting the developer because we put it the RFP, and I'm sorry to interrupt, Rudy, were you finished? I'm just
It's
going to
okay.
say.
I welcome your comments because you're the district person in that
Yeah.
area. Thank you.
I'm just wondering, it's not similar to the scope of the area, you know, because typically the homes out there are on the smaller side, 1,600 square feet. And plus, there's going to be a new high school that's cycling distance, and it's going to increase the value of that area. I didn't know that. I mean, I appreciate the fact that we want to provide affordable housing in the area, but it's not. It doesn't seem that with the homes that are across the street or a block over, that an 1,100 square foot house is going to fit into that neighborhood.
So I think you're getting kind of wrapped up into the size of the house and the number of units. And so you want a project that wants affordable housing. I can build you 6,000 square foot houses and make it affordable. Okay. So, I mean, if that's that, I mean, the bottom line is when you do affordable housing, the cost is the cost. So it's going to be, relatively same as what you're paying there now. We have some things that we're able to shave off because of our nonprofit status, and we're able to pass that saving.
Well, Peter, I
do with every project is that the sides of the home. That's the difference. So if you want 5 houses on the lot, we can do that. You just got to put more subsidy in individual homes. That's it.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I think I understand as a nonprofit that you have a lot more flexibility. But I guess my concern is that I'm a little. I need to be sold on staff of why we picked that area and how did we come up with this. And I think the questions I have are more so geared towards staff. And Peter, I'd really. Can we table this and that way we can talk about it again on the 14th and then I could get briefed a little bit more? Is that a problem?
Okay, table it for, didn't we see this item before some time back, guys?
I don't recall it.
Yeah, this is the first time it's on the agenda. If the council desires, we can move it to the 14th. If you wanted to look at that PowerPoint again, I think it was around slide 4. One reason we're comfortable with the proposed development, even though there may be some larger homes in the neighborhood, is that I don't have my directions here, but to the south, to all 3 sides of the development, there's a huge multifamily complex. And so this kind of provides a buffer. It provides the next level of housing that transitions to the existing single family. And we didn't really look around to pick a site. This was a piece of property that was up for sale. And working with Keith and myself, we said, let's try to make it a single-family affordable housing project. And you may recall in the beginning on the chart of the calendar of events, before anything's done, the developer is going to meet with the residences to put his proposal out to see what the feedback is. So there's a lot of kind of checks and balances in place here. But I think the biggest thing for me is the huge multifamily that's somewhat of an aging development. This will be a lot more appealing than what's there today, I think. Not to belittle the multifamily, but this would be a nice transition between that development and then the single-family homes.
I'd be in favor of tabling it too because I got so many questions and
Yeah.
I really feel like for this kind of money,
Yeah.
I'd rather be brief so we'd have a chance to be able to ask the questions
Sure.
that we need to ask and then get the answers back before we take a vote.
No problem on that, Councilman. We can do that.
Thank you.
Any multifamily project is very complex, especially if you don't deal with it a lot. And so what we need to show you is that the subsidy levels, what the price points are, square foot. We can get more pictures of the neighborhood. I may drive it myself. I hadn't a chance to get out there, but so that's fine. If the council wants to make a motion,
Mayor,
Keith, there's
if I
no
can ask-
timeline, there's no deadline to be met, is there, from a calendar standpoint, Keith?
No, sir.
Yes.
No, sir, there is not.
Okay.
I have a suggestion, this is Councilman Roy. I think that's a good idea in terms of getting the community feedback in terms of what they're looking for, because I think that's going to really play into a lot of the questions in terms of size and cost and all of those things. Is it possible that maybe before we vote on this, that we could get that community input?
Yeah, my sense at this point, council member, is if there's this many questions and concerns by certain members of the council, the briefing, it's tough to do here other than what we did under the presentation. But we really needed to have Nick and his team under the agreement in order to give them the green light to go forward out there into the neighborhood. Doing that the way you just suggested, and Nick, you can you do this on a regular basis on every project that you all do, but they needed to be under an agreement in order to go out there. Otherwise, they're just somebody out on the street, so to speak.
Yeah, I was thinking more from the terms of a staff perspective. You've got Rudy and his group, and maybe from a staff perspective, you can get a little bit of an idea of what the tolerance is in the neighborhood.
A zoning request is going to give you all the feedback you need.
Yeah, I move to table it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to table to when?
I mean, I would say to put it on the next available, on the 14th, or the next time we meet.
Yeah, July 14. Our apologies. We should have done one-on-one briefings if we hadn't with the council members. So this is too complex of a
All right, so the
issue
city,
to try to solve.
okay, so we're gonna table it, but, we need more information, which I understand. The city currently owns the property, and we're selling it to them, or we're giving it to them.
We can't just give it away, so it'll be sold at a fair price, a very low price, to help subsidize the development.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And just for my own edification here, this $775,000, these three figures that you add up, is that's not technically the cost of the whole project. That's just subsidizing them to whatever it costs them to do their project.
That's correct, the latter statement you said.
And the pictures that I saw here, he mentioned he could do 14 to 16 houses, so.
That's correct.
And I don't know what kind of value that is, but based on the amount of subsidy, that's a $48,000 a house subsidy,
Minimum.
right?
Minimum.
Right in the ballpark.
At 16 houses, it's 48,500 round numbers per house worth value. I don't know how much value they're gonna build, but, okay, those kind of things I think is what we're looking for. And then my question is, and this has been always a concern that I have, is, yeah, we wanna help these people get into a house, right?
You're right.
And we want to put these properties back on the tax roll, right?
The property, right, it's not on there today.
Right. But, and I'm not the financier, the banker who puts all this up, but, and I don't know what their mortgage, what kind of mortgage they can get and what kind of payment they get, but I hope they get good counseling on this, because insurance with windstorm and our ever-increasing utilities and electric bills, homeownership ain't a piece of cake.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, we talked.
I think it's still the American dream, but it's not as easy as you think.
We agree. Nick, are you still on the phone? Because we did talk to the developer about this, and he has.
I am. Yeah, Mayor,
how your
you're
nonprofit helps homeowners, Nick.
Yeah, Mayor, you're totally correct. CDCB builds around 150 units a year in the Rio Grande Valley in Brownsville, which is the poorest city in the nation. And so I understand the need, and to counsel folks, we have a 5-member housing counseling program that does all the counseling. We're actually doing counseling for Corpus Christi people now. Actually just had a new home buyer buy a house. I believe they closed on it last week or something. So we're doing counseling there. They all get 8 hours of home buyer counseling plus as long as they need on one-on-one financial coaching. So that happens. Again, we are a mortgage company, and so we have all the products that you would have in any bank and any other mortgage company there. So we have all that available as well as access to other down payment assistance funds that are not from the city of Corpus Christi. Federal Home Loan Bank of Dallas. We're a member of the Federal Home Loan Bank of Dallas. So, we have access to that financing as well as the gift money that they have for new home buyers. So you're correct. Home ownership is not easy, but that's what I've been doing for the last 30 years is helping low-income working families figure out how to meet that American dream.
Good, thank you.
Corpus Christi is desperately in need of this.
Yes, it is. All right, so is the motion to table 12, 13, and 14?
Yes.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to table 12, 13, and 14 until we meet again. Is that right?
That's right.
All right, any further discussion on that? I don't think.
Yeah,
we have
one,
a motion to table,
one,
huh?
Mayor, one quick question.
Quickly.
The funding for this, I would like to also understand the funding for this, because the investment's on par with the Prospera project on Greenwood, which I think we're getting that funding back.
We're going to get some of it back is the latest update.
Okay, I'd like to understand how that all where the money's coming from and how that's transpired, because I thought we'd spent it all on that. So look, please explain that. Thank you.
We will. We'll have a better slide on the funding.
All right, there's a motion and second on to table items 12, 13, 14. I haven't heard any discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it. 12, 13, 14 have been tabled. The lunch, we've had that, if you can remember. Public hearing has none here. Regular agenda 15. Or do we want to go to, we already done the 18. We don't need that. Anything in particular we got to get to?
Mayor, I'd like to move to approve items 15 and 16.
First reading ordinance, accepting $50,000 grant and accepting a $25,000 grant. You want to accept it?
I'll accept it.
Okay, you got a motion to
Second.
accept 2 grants. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
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 All right, number 17, proposed consent, here we go. Proposed consent decree from the United States of America and the state of Texas providing for the city to take measures to comply with the United States Clean Air Act, Texas Water Code, and other environmental laws. Who's going to give us a briefing on this?
It's Kevin Norton's going to do a briefing. Kevin, are you in the back? Are you staying there or coming up front? He's coming up front. Okay, so Kevin Norton, our water director, has a PowerPoint presentation for us. This would be consistent with the one-on-one briefings that he's provided to every council member.
All right.
And so this is the briefing on the consent decree that the city's been working on for 10 years. And this would be followed by adoption. And is it that first meeting in July? The last meeting. So this would be a briefing today, and then we'll put this on the city council agenda for the last meeting in July for approval. And then at that point, though, it would take several weeks for the federal government to work their process to get it approved.
We waited 10 years, we can wait a couple of weeks.
Okay, so this is a good news story, and Kevin has a good PowerPoint we worked with him on that simplifies it. It's a complex issue. Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kevin Norton, Director of Water Utilities. I'm here with Miles Risley, the City Attorney, and Daniel Dang, Assistant Director of Wastewater Treatment. Like the City Manager said, this is a presentation on the proposed 15-year consent decree for a wastewater system. It's been in negotiation development for over 10 years with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and is now right around the corner if approved by the federal government.
Just say
next slide, please.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rebecca. Again, this is a proposed consent decree. When finalized, the consent decree is going to be a court-approved agreement between the Environmental Protection Agency, Department of Justice, State of Texas, and the city. We had a history of high sanitary sewer overflows, which got the city on the EPA's radar in 2008 and led to this federal government enforcement action that has been in the making for over 10 years and which eventually led to the proposed consent decree. It's a legal document regarding our wastewater system, or what is frequently referred to as our sewer system, with very strict requirements to prevent sanitary sewer overflows and for environmental compliance with the treatment plant permits that are issued by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. Essentially, we're going to be very closely monitored by the EPA in repairing and refurbishing our sewer system over a 15-year period at an estimated cost of $725 million over the 15 period. The federal requirement to refurbish our system within 15 years is actually pretty heavy-handed, and it's being mandated with a consent decree. Non-compliance with the consent decree is subject to large monetary fines by the federal government. Next slide, please. Some key takeaways. Federal court approval is required for the consent decree to be in effect. The plan is to present this for formal city council approval this summer with the first reading on July 28th, the second reading on August 11th, and this is to approve entering into the consent decree and appropriating funds for the initial penalty. Following city council approval, as the city manager said, the consent decree will be filed in federal court for review and approval. It will go into effect when the federal judge signs it, which we don't really know how long that's going to take, but we estimate it's going to be December 2020, but it could be before, it could be after December. Again, the consent decree is a 15-year plan, estimated at $725 million to improve our sewer collection system and treatment plants. Almost $600 million of this is estimated for capital improvement projects. The city has a lot of infrastructure to maintain and to take care of, with 6 wastewater treatment plants, 102 lift stations, and over 1,400 miles of underground sewer pipe. The EPA originally wanted the city to spend $1 billion in 10 years, which would have significantly increased wastewater rates. So the city negotiated a lower value spread over 15 years instead of 10 years to decrease the impacts on the ratepayers. The 2 focus areas for cleaning and repairs and capacity upgrades to the system are intended to reduce overflows, primarily in areas with older infrastructure. Over 60% of our infrastructure is sewer pipe, and it's over 50 years old, subject to cracking and breaks. We will get credit for the $83 million that the city's invested over the past 10 years into cleaning and refurbishment of the system. This work led to a dramatic 93% reduction in sanitary sewer overflows from about 1,200 in 2010 to just 77 last year. Next slide, please. The wastewater charges on the utility bills are not projected to increase much because of the consent decree. City staff were very concerned about this and worked hard to keep costs down for the ratepayer. We did correct the inaccurate data and the assumptions in the rate model before we ran scenarios. Our rate model projects out 10 years, and the practice is to adjust rates every 2 years based on the actual expenditures. On the bar chart, you can see the dollar value on the left column and the 2 fiscal year cycles on the x-axis. This bar chart here shows the projected increase for a typical 5,000 gallon per month resident. It's me. This is what my family uses. With the winter quarter averaging going to effect, right now we pay $53 a month. So we just started the winter quarter average this fiscal year, and the next rate adjustment will be in January of 2022. At that time, the charges will increase by approximately $3. 2 years after that, in January 2024, the charge will increase by $4, and then in January 2026, it'll be an increase of $2, and in January 2028, an increase of $2. The next rate adjustment after that will be in 2030. There's about 88,000 wastewater accounts, and well over half of the city's residents use 5,000 gallons per month or less. So this bar chart gives a good idea of how the projected charges might look for most residents. Next slide, please. Our estimated 15-year cost is $725 million. The green color represents capital improvement projects, and the blue color represents operating funds. It's estimated $598 million in capital improvements in the sewer collection and treatment plant systems, which includes lift stations, underground pipe, and the city's 6 wastewater treatment plants. There's $127 million in operating funds primarily focused on cleaning, inspecting, and repairing the underground pipes. Next slide, please. This shows the estimated expenditures over the 15-year time period. Highlighted in the blue ovals are the major CIP projects that are scheduled at the Oso, Greenwood, and Allison wastewater treatment plants in the upcoming years. The projects that are associated with the oval on the left are in design or about to go into design, and the plants, all of the plants will remain operational during construction. So in summary, this consent decree has been heading our way since 2008. The city spent over 10 years negotiating with the EPA to define the requirements and make the requirements cost-effective for the taxpayer and achievable for the city staff. And ultimately, federal court approval is required for the consent decree to go into effect. This concludes the presentation. Standing by for questions.
Well, just for public information, the thing that brought the attention to in the first place 10 years ago, I understand, was these overflows, or whatever you call them, the
sanitary sewer overflows. Yes, sir.
overflows. Tell us what the substantial success we've had since we got their attention to where we are today in terms of the number of those overflows.
Yes, sir. So back in 2008, when the city did get on the EPA's
None of us
radar.
were on the council at the time.
Sir.
Well, maybe, were you on, oh, you weren't there back in 8.
2008. There was over 1,400 overflows in 2008. And the last 3 years, we've been around 100. Last year, there was 77 overflows. So it's been, at least a 93% reduction from that time. A lot of effort's been put into work by the city, about $83 million, and a lot of that was focused on the infrastructure, cleaning and repairing the system, which, really made a sharp improvement there.
And then just quick calculation, this gets back to my concern on rates, whatever we do. I mean, just simple math, $775 million over 15 years, that's $48 million a year.
Sure.
Right? 48 million bucks a year. Just chump change from the feds, I guess. That for 15 years, we're gonna be looking at that. And you think we can do it for $3 increase?
Yes, sir. That's what our rate model is projected. We did update all the data. We put the numbers, the budget numbers.
Yeah, make sure your rate models are real good. We've got ourselves in trouble now with some rate models that weren't real good.
We've been communicating with the consultant, sir, and we did correct all the inaccurate assumptions, the inaccurate data that was in there before we ran the scenarios.
Some of that work is going to be debt financed, Mayor, as well. Some of the major upgrades to the treatment plants. And so that's a 15-year snapshot of the debts at, 30-year life. So that's some of the major capital investment won't be cash funded, it'll be debt funded. And so that's, over a longer time frame than what he's showing here on the 15-year.
And I would think,
yeah,
hopefully it'd have a longer life than 15 years.
And some of our debt is on prior revenue bonds that were taken out, is being retired or paid off. So we free up some capacity as well as issue new debt. So all that's factored into the rate model.
Okay. All right, Mr. Hernandez.
Thanks, Mayor. Okay, a lot to unbundle here. 1.136 million, half of which goes to TCEQ, and I'm assuming it says the state, and half goes to the EPA, and it says United States. So where is this money going to be coming from?
Well, since the city knew that we're going at some point coming into a consent decree, a liability account was set up, and I'm not sure when, but money's been put in there. There's about $1 million in there right now.
From
So
our
that-
from our water fund,
It was
or from our wastewater fund?
wastewater fund. Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're actually put a little bit of money aside over the last couple of years to pay for this, right?
About $1 million. Yes, sir.
Okay, and the reason, and I'm saying is that the reason we got to this point is because we didn't really do a lot of preventive maintenance on our system. Is that correct? In the past?
We didn't clean the pipes. Yes, sir.
Okay, so I guess the key thing going forward is to make sure that we're doing preventive maintenance, so we don't have this situation. We spend all this money to fix everything, and then down the road, if we're not continuing the maintenance, we're going to be in the same position. And so I want to make sure that this is something that I've been harping on since I got here, about making sure that we use the systems we have to do the maintenance. And I know Maximo has been a part of this in terms of the reporting to to the EPA, because there's extensive amounts of reports that I see in the appendixes here, or the appendices, or however you want to say it, regarding this. So, and it looks like it's quarterly? Is that correct?
There are quarterly and annual reports. The annual report's a very large one.
Okay. And then we also have fines here. Now, you had mentioned to me that a high-performing organization or high-performing wastewater system still has sanitary sewer overflows. Can you kind of elaborate on that?
Yes, sir. So it's the EPA benchmark, and it's 3 overflows per mile of underground pipe of the collection system. So we have 1,400 miles. So if we get around 42, 43, that would be an indication that we're a high-performing wastewater system.
So even if we're a high-performing wastewater system to that extent, the 3 per, the
100
number
miles.
you gave, per, we would still have to pay the fines assigned in this consent decree?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, and that would average what on an annual basis?
That's, if we were doing 42?
If we're doing 42, we're what, at about 70 now?
77, yes,
77?
sir. Mm-hmm.
So
That
we
was
have to
last
set
year.
aside annually how much?
We, let's say we set aside like $80,000 to $100,000 for anticipated fines, and if we don't use that money, that's good. Yeah, it's like $100,000 is what we've set aside per
Okay.
year.
Looking at, and I want to echo what the mayor said, you know, we had some issues with some of the modeling here this year, and I want to make sure that we have, you know, a good understanding of how that does to rate, what that does to rates, and that we can't look at this in isolation. Obviously, it's not the water, our bill is not just wastewater, so the increases don't just reflect wastewater. It also reflects water. It also reflects stormwater. It also reflects gas. And then not only that, but our bond rating is based on the overall utility, not just one section or another.
Yes, sir.
Correct? So if you can, provide the information of what your expectations are for the entire bill, not just wastewater, but also water and stormwater going forward when you present this to us, because you can't look at it in isolation just by wastewater in terms of how it reflects on the overall utility bill. Does that make sense?
It does, but I feel like we're kind of mixing things up there.
No, I understand we're mixing,
I
but
don't
we
think we
want to
have-
have communication in terms of understanding what the ratepayer is going to pay,
I don't
not
think
just.
we have that. I don't think Kevin has that today. We would have to, because we're still working on this. The first thing is the stormwater rate impact. We're not ready to announce that today.
Right.
You don't have the water projected increases, do you, with you today?
We don't. I mean, the best I can do, I use
And then we need
myself
solid
as,
waste as well. We'd have to check with gas. Let us get you that.
Okay,
we're
so
not ready
what
to
I
finish.
what I want to avoid is us looking at this in isolation.
We'll get you
in
that total
terms of-
bill.
in
and
terms
I
of the bill.
appreciate you saying that, because when people get the bill, they call it the water bill, but there's 5 different utilities in there. There's
Correct,
water,
correct.
wastewater,
So,
garbage, gas.
You know, I want to make sure
transportation fee.
we're talking the same thing. And I understand this is strictly for this, but I want to make sure we see the big picture
Yeah.
and not just
Yeah.
a section of it.
Okay, we'll have to get you that.
Okay.
But there's no rate gonna be proposed increase, right?
Which one?
Well, I
rate
just want
increase
to I just want to understand. You know, we get. I mean, I get hammered more on our water bill than anything else.
Yeah, and if one thing we can do is
You
help
know.
educate the customer that there's more in that bill than just the water. and
Correct.
It's like,
Correct.
Yeah.
There's more, and but still, that, and I'm sure everybody on council gets this. Somebody's yelling at them that they got $400 bill, and for whatever reason, you know, it's our fault. All right. So if any pressures that are moving the bill up, whether it's water, wastewater, stormwater, gas, whatever that is going to have some ramifications. And I want to make sure we see the big picture and not just the wastewater increases. Okay, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
thanks, sir.
But if there's not any more questions, Mr. Garza?
Just a comment, I just want to say that this is good news, really good news. We've had this big black cloud hanging over us ever since I got on the council, started serving in 2012, 2013. And we didn't know how much it was going to cost us. And there were some numbers that said that our wastewater bill was going to be as high as $115 to $120 a month. That's what they had projected the impact was going to be. And because of all the things that we've been doing progressively over the last 7 years, in my opinion, to improve our system and to reduce the number of sanitary sewer overflows, I think we reached a point where the agreement that we have is something that I believe we can live with. We will see some increases in order to be able to meet all the requirements of the decree. I know that's something that everybody expected, but we at least know, we feel that it's within a manageable amount. I remember hoping that we might be able to keep it down to around $75 per month, going from about 48, which we were paying, to about 75. And so I think some of the numbers that I saw kind of take us to about 70, 71 over the 15 years. So again, I think, and like Gil says, we get hammered about our utility bills all the time. And some of the reasons I don't get hammered as much as I used to is that when I turn around and say, what are you paying on your cable bill? Or what are you paying for your cell phone bill? You know, and you compare that to water, wastewater, stormwater, gas, garbage pickup, and street use. Again, I still believe that our bills, with the exception of those people that utilize a whole lot of water or have issues with their water usage, I still believe that our water bills or our utility bills, I guess is the best way to put it, it's not water, it's all of them combined, are reasonable. And so, and given some of the stuff that we have to fix, we can't leave these issues in our deteriorating infrastructure to our kids and grandkids. We got to fix those things, and we got to fix those now.
Yes, sir.
And so again, you know, this is, in my opinion, is good news. I think we can manage what we've got to do going forward, and I think at least we know what the ceiling's going to be. So thanks for you and the staff's hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Just for one clarification, the 774 or 725 million, is that what's left, or do you add the 83 million that we've already spent on it, or does that?
That is what's left. That does not include the $83 million that's already been spent on the system.
So 10 years ago, that was about $1 billion, and we basically gotten it down to 800 million.
Yes, sir.
So we've
that's the way
saved
to look at
$200 million over the 10 years, or we've saved 200 on the projection. We've actually spent 83 million, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Well, people want their potties to flush, so we're gonna make them flush. That's right. And we're gonna get the drainage fixed over there on Lavoya Creek too.
With the grant that you got the letter for, right?
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions?
Mayor, can I just, I didn't say it in the beginning, but I do want to acknowledge Miles Risley, who has, I don't know, how many years have you been working on this, Miles?
I've been working on this, well, since 2014 when I came here, but the legal department has been working on this since 2010 and 2009 when the EPA started noticing our high level of overflows and sending us nasty letters.
Yeah, so that just to say, we want to thank Miles and the legal team for having continuity, and even though they're not the utility experts, they've been really pushing this forward and
They are now.
doing a lot of work. So it is, as you can see, Kevin's, this is now transitioned out from a legal deal to an implementation project under the wastewater. Daniel Dang's here with us as well, our assistant director. But I just did want to acknowledge Miles for all the work he has done to move this forward. We appreciate the work he's done on it.
And
Thank
I
you.
think we should acknowledge the mayor for going to Washington DC and achieving a real achievement on the OSO standards that allowed us to get the predictability that in cost that allowed us to get to that point. And we even had to take the previous mayor to Washington to stop the EPA from suing us and to negotiate to start this consent decree proposal.
Well, you did a great job, and you may not recognize Miles now. When he came to work for the city, he had hair down to his shoulders. He was a hippie. He's worn it all off worrying about this. Well, thank you very much. There's no action required, or do you need an action item on this?
No action required. This is just a briefing, Mayor.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And, you know, in a day when things are kind of wild and scary, this is good news. If you can call, anytime you can settle a lawsuit and get on about your business, it's good news. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. No requirements there. I mean, no activity there. We got 15, 16, 17, done 18. 19, is the Harbor Bridge going to be here?
I think it's going to be a WebEx, right, Richard? Are you doing an intro? Yes. Okay, Richard Martinez is going to do an introduction, and then we have...
All right. Now tell me, there's going to be more than we're working on the bridge, and we'll keep you posted, and we've hired a new engineer. Is there anything else on this report?
That's pretty much it.
You pretty much wrapped it up, but I'm hoping there's going to be some more substance because they were looking at selecting a consultant, and when we met with them a little couple of weeks ago, they were looking at selecting that engineer to do the mainspring.
They were looking for an engineer 3 months ago.
Right.
Maybe 4.
I get it, sir.
Bring on the report.
Yes, sir.
They do have a good update on you have seen a lot of the work on the ramps and the approaches. So, and it's pretty complicated. So I think we're going to try today to explain a little bit. We talked about maybe one-on-one briefings.
Right.
Because there's some complex changes to the traffic patterns.
There's been a group in town, we're trying to get a pot together so that if they don't get the portion that crosses the ship channel, we're going to get a pot together and people that, how fast they can get going and how far they can get out before if they can make it on the kind of the good old boy deals where they jump across see if they can clear the ship channel.
Deal or something?
And we have a bridge to just out there. So, okay, go ahead.
Mayor, Council, City Manager, Richard Martinez, Director of Public Works. So today we wanted to make sure that you were able to get a briefing on the Harbor Bridge Replacement Project. Last briefing from Flatiron Dragados was in January 14th of this last year.
6 months.
So yes, sir. So before we go any further, I wanted to kind of introduce staff. So we have Sarah Munoz, Assistant Director, who is a liaison, works with TxDOT and Flatiron to get monthly updates. And so we promise to have those to you on a monthly basis as we go along. But with that, we have Lynn Allison. She's a Public Information Manager with Flatiron Dragos, and she's going to be giving the presentation. So, Lynn?
Hi there, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, can you hear me? And council, good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. You're good.
Can we pull up the PowerPoint presentation, please? I'll do my best, Mayor, to give you something interesting.
All right.
Right now, we have myself and Daryl Chambers on the line, and Daryl's been on the project since we started, so he'll be able to answer any questions at the end. He has complete institutional knowledge of the project. We had John Palmer, our Deputy Project Manager, on the line, but he had to peel off for another meeting. So here we go with slide 1, and I'm going to talk through these quickly, and we can come back to any slides that you want to question or address. So if we can go on to slide 2, please. The agenda we're going to cover here are your frequently asked questions, safety procedures and COVID impacts on the project, environmental impacts, our quality assurance plan, construction updates, traffic impacts, and project communication. Next slide, please. So frequently asked question to answer Mayor McComb's gesture. We are not able to announce a new EOR at this time. We did meet with city staff last week and we told them we were closing in on that. This is an active procurement process that we are involved with TxDOT and pursuing this aggressively. The announcement will come from TxDOT as soon as the new design firm has been finalized on the main span. I'm sorry I can't announce that right now, but everyone is moving full throttle in that direction. The next question is, once we have the new EOR on board, we won't be able to announce a new timeline or budget analysis until they've come in and done their full analysis and their own reevaluation of the main span, which could take several months before we can give you a concrete new timeline. But we are moving forward, and despite that main span delay, we have a tremendous amount of work going on with our north and south approaches, which are still under the FIG design package and the overall roadworks of the project. So next slide, please. Another question we're asked daily now are about our safety protocols and COVID impacts on the job. Of course, like everyone else, we've been impacted by COVID in that, fortunately, we've only had 2 of our direct employees test positive as of this week and 3 subcontractors. Thanks to our safety manager, we've been able to do intense contact tracing and isolate people from the project, and we've quarantined numerous people along the way and crew members, in fact, and we pull them back in once they have gone through their testing and come back negative. We have tremendous new safety protocols in place that, despite the fact that we've had few positive cases, it does cause project impacts in that everybody working on the crews outside have to wear facial coverings at all times, which causes a need for additional hydration and cooling breaks. And then, of course, when we have to pull off a crew for a potential encounter, that definitely does cause a setback. But we're proud to be working through it as much as possible. And safety is the focal point of this project every day, not just COVID related. At any given point, we have thousands of tons of equipment and construction material moving around the project day and night. And we have an intense training process for our new hires. They have to do up to 720 hours of training before they can advance on the project. So COVID is just another layer to our safety protocols in place. Next slide, please. So here we get into some of the environmental impacts of the project. You can see here on the left-hand side, we have silt fences in place to protect native grasslands along, this is the North Beach area, to protect them from the dust and the debris of the project. We have to protect the nesting game birds and migratory birds, such as the killdeer you'll see on the right. So our project crew members have done a really good job of working around these nesting birds, and it has been nesting season, which much of our project is in the wetlands. So we actually received a recognition and award from the FWHA, I'll say that wrong, Federal Highway Administration, on our wildlife management program. Next slide, please. And more on the environment, our environmental quality assurance. I think someone at the last time we presented in January brought up our wetland mitigation project. You can see here in the middle that we finished this planting in the April-May timeframe. And thanks to the recent rains, this planting along Timon Road has gone well, and we do have an irrigation system in place if necessary for these native wetland grasses that we replanted. You can see on the left here, we have several rock filter dams in place along our salt flat channel and our other channels. Sorry, somebody talking to me? Okay. We have these rock filter dams in place to collect sedimentation throughout the project and anything from moving downstream into the ship channel. And the same thing with the turbidity curtains on the right are installed to reduce the impact of erosion and control silt sedimentation from moving into the ship channel. So next slide, please.
Hi.
So this is just to give you an overview of the extensive quality assurance plan that we have in place. We get a lot of questions about, have the towers that have been built, are they safe? Everything you've built so far, despite the pause on the construction and the main span of the bridge, yes, everything has been safety assured. Our quality assurance plan involves engineering, design, and construction, which undergoes extensive quality review and acceptance processes. And all work that has been completed so far has passed through these acceptance plans. At a minimum, we have 3 levels of quality control with our developer, ourselves, Flatiron Dragados, the owner verification testing, TxDOT, and their inspection plan, and then a third-party assurance program. So all 3 of these include design quality staff and construction quality staff and engineers that go through different processes of approving work that's already been done. Next slide, please. So on with our construction update, although we don't have the good news to announce of the main span new EOR, we have a tremendous amount of work going on, and I hope you've all seen that with our north approach area and the whole interchange at IH-37 and Crosstown Expressway with the work going on in the Washington Hillcrest area. And like Director Martinez said earlier, I send city staff a monthly construction update that's very detailed. It's 5 to 6 pages. And that was precipitated from our last council presentation. I believe it was Councilwoman Guajardo that asked for this presentation or this construction update. So you all have that at your disposal. So I send that to the City Public Works and Street Department by the 15th of every month for the previous month end. You can get more details if you're interested. Next slide, please. So I work very closely with our operations and maintenance crew. We have a crew completely dedicated to maintaining the project right of way. Among many other things, they keep the grass maintained to help with drainage problems. They are always patrolling the project, looking for damage to our project signs, detour signs, any weather-related damage in the project. They also assist with traffic control, and they maintain our roads and oftentimes deal with heavy traffic. If there's a traffic incident or an accident within our right-of-way, they're there to help with the safety of moving traffic along and the cleanup efforts. You can see monthly the statistics. They mow anywhere from 25 to 50 acres worth of grass every month. Last month they did 306 miles of street sweeping, 41 acres of litter pickup, and they often work night shifts as well when we have our lane closures at night. Next slide, please. So a big part of the project is underground and utilities and drainage work. You can see here on the north side of the project, this is the southbound frontage road or the East Causeway leading up and alongside our north approach, which is for drainage on that side. Over here on the right, in the picture on the right-hand side, you can see this new, these arch bridges that we built over the Salt Flat Channel for the south approach drainage area, and this will become Lake Street once we open this route. And the flow here, you can see the water that's in this channel, the Salt Flat Channel. This photo was taken just about 2 weeks ago when we had all this heavy rain in early June, and you can see this Salt Flat Channel as part of the project we made 4 times larger, and this was done the weekend after we received all of that rain. So you can see how much water is coming down from Leopard Street area and IH-37 and flows down through the Salt Flat Channel area. Next slide, please. So you've heard me talk about this project before in sections. We have our north roadworks area, our north approach leading up to the main span, of course, the main span of the bridge, the south approach and the south roadworks area, and our precast yard out in Robstown. We have a lot of everything going on except for the main span, so we'll get into that here. Next slide, please. So our precast yard out in Robstown has met some tremendous milestones recently. To date, they have constructed over 1,600 segments out of the 2,651 total segments that will go into the main span and the approaches. So they're just over 60% complete with the segment construction. So far, 661 of these segments have been delivered to the project site, both the north and the south approach area. And 400, more than 400 now, have been installed up in the main span, up in the north approach span and starting with the south approach. The target to complete production of these segments is in early 2021 out in Robstown. No, next slide, please. So our North Beach Road works, and we'll get into some of this when we get into traffic here. We have a tremendous amount of work going on over there, and we are getting ready to open some new roadways as progress with the project. So here you see in this photo what will soon be opening as the northbound frontage road, and it'll be open to 2 lanes of traffic. This is a brand new roadway that took a great deal of preparation prior to us laying the asphalt. We had to do some deep soil mixing and auger in a cement grout to stiffen up the earth in that area, just because it's a low-lying sort of spongy area. And this new southbound, I said northbound maybe, this southbound frontage road will be opening to 2-way traffic at the end of June. So next slide, please. So our north approach area, another milestone coming up is we are getting ready to relocate this launching gantry crane, and early August is the plan. We have 5 more spans that it will set on the northbound lanes before it gets taken apart and disassembled and relocated to the south approach area. These last 8 spans at the bottom, which will tie in to 181, will be set at a later date, will be installed at a later date using false work. And that's like a heavy scaffolding method of installing those northernmost spans of the approach. Next slide, please. So here we get into the north and south pylon towers. We have paused the south tower near Whataburger at lift 10, and this will be the case until the new replacement design firm comes in and takes over. The north tower is paused at lift 11, north tower is paused at lift 10, south tower is paused at lift 11. Next slide, please. So this just kind of gives you an idea of the foundations for our approach columns, both on the north and south approach area. This is a column that is just been recently built around the south approach area. This is one of our footings. Each footing of the column has 24 to 28 concrete piles driven down. Each of these piles are 100 to 120 feet in length, and they are 24 by 24 inches, 2 feet by 2 feet wide. And they're driven down about 100 feet into the earth to create the footing for each of our columns. And like I said, there's 24 to 28 of these on each approach column. So next slide, please. The south approach area has a tremendous amount of work going. I'm sure coming from City Hall, you can see what's happening on the west side of IH-37. You can see the south approach sort of taking shape alongside the Salt Flat Channel, which will ultimately tie in around IH-37, US 181, and the State Crosstown Expressway interchange. So far, we have 5 of the approach spans that have been installed on the south approach area at the abutment wall, which have been installed using that false work erection method that I mentioned just a moment ago, will be what finishes out the north approach. And before long, the gantry crane will come over here and pick up at this, where this right-hand photo is, and start setting these spans on the gantry crane. And you can just see sort of the approach taking shape as it leads down to the ship channel. Next slide, please. Like I said earlier, we have a tremendous amount of roadworks underway, which makes up at least 52% of the project. This view is from Crosstown Expressway looking out sort of northwest towards the whole south approach area. Just at the bottom of this photo is the completed Comanche Street bridge, which also has pedestrian sidewalks on each side of this. You can see the earth walls and the retaining walls being built along the way. There's cranes dotted along this project setting columns and foundations for our flyovers and our direct connectors. There's a lot of work going on. It's about to cause more traffic headaches. Next slide, please. So a lot of our work is related to building bridges beyond the harbor bridge. There's 21 total roadway bridges in the project. 4 of these are direct connectors, which you could see sort of taking shape in that last previous slide on the south approach area. We are building the box culvert bridges for drainage. We have the direct connectors. We've done a lot of bridge reconstruction. If you'll go to the next slide, Pete, please. This is the Nueces Bay Bridge. You can see we have it open to we have 4 lanes open to northbound and southbound traffic, and we're making progress with the other 4 lanes on the westbound side. This bridge was previously had a 14 feet 4-inch clearance, and the new Nueces Bay Bridge has 16 feet and 6 inches of clearance. And the same thing is going on a little further north of here at the Fort Avenue Bridge. Next slide, please. So our traffic impacts, and I'm going to go through these next couple of slides quickly and let Daryl answer questions at the end of this. Regarding some of our outreach, we have to, many of you receive our traffic advisories in a closed email group, and we have outreach with several groups on the future impacts of this project. Just last week, Daryl Chambers, our MOT, and myself met with the aquarium folks, the USS Lexington folks. We stay in close contact with the CCRTA to give them as much notice as possible on upcoming traffic changes. We actually met with the city and Public Works Department last week to discuss future detours and impacts on city streets outside of the project right-of-way. We actually also, I heard this mentioned earlier in the day from, forget who, but we also had some nice feedback from Carrie Myers just this week on the work we've done along Beach Avenue to prepare that road for future traffic congestion outside of our right-of-way. So we're always happy when we can win favor with Carrie on North Beach. I wish I had her in my neighborhood. As work progresses throughout the project, we've had traffic switches that have gone successfully. We had a major traffic switch in March on Port Avenue along IH-37 between Port Boulevard and Stillman Boulevard, where we were able to construct new roadways, allowing for drainage to begin in other parts of the project, drainage work to begin. Next slide, please. This is the traffic advisory on the left side has already been released for work that southbound frontage road, which we looked at earlier on North Beach, will be opening soon. And this was the map that we attached to that traffic advisory. The second phase of work along North Beach involves opening the northbound frontage road, but then will also involve closing a section of Burleson Boulevard, which, like I said, we've already started the outreach on this. The second phase of this will happen later in July. And again, I'll let Daryl get into that for any questions. Next slide, please. More project on the more progress. This traffic advisory we released last week on opening Martin Luther King Drive, also known as the westbound frontage road along Highway 37. This will allow for other road closures and work to progress around the south approach area. And again, I haven't really said yet, but getting into the next slide, please. A lot of the project communications, I think people think is just about, meeting with stakeholders and outreach, but a tremendous amount of the job that I do has to do with our traffic work and working closely with our roadworks team and Daryl, our traffic manager, we are constantly sending out traffic alerts and traffic advisories and working with city and county stakeholders on, upcoming road closures. We communicate extensively, and I really ask all of you to please get on our Facebook page and our Twitter and our Harbor Bridge Project website. If you do, you'll see we update photos, construction photos bi-monthly. We post a overall project drone video monthly, which you can really see the work going on from a bird's eye view. And same goes with our traffic advisory announcements and upcoming traffic changes is all available on our website and our Facebook page. Next slide, please. So our online traffic info also can be found on our project website. Any updates are constantly posted and through Twitter and Facebook, which a lot of our first responders follow this through our Twitter feed. And again, we work closely with TxDOT as well on each of these releases. Next slide, please. Our community involvement and community outreach involves, and we were very busy with events leading up to COVID, and of course have had to delay things like our sidewalk talks, which we had scheduled in May. We also in April had Miller High School and Moody High School science and technology classes scheduled to come out and do tours and an educational series at our precast yard in Ruffstown. So we had to suspend some of that, and we hope to be bringing that back safely in the fall. I meet regularly along with some of our project management with the North Beach Community Association and the Washington Coles Hillcrest Community Advisory Board. We do breakfast updates and take their questions. I do these presentations like this one to other project stakeholders, including the local emergency planning committee. So we're available to be there for the needs of this community going forward with the traffic changes. And the next slide is our last slide. I'll let you all answer questions. One thing I left off of here is we're also in hurricane season now, so we have submitted a revised hurricane plan, and we have a lot of processes in place to prepare for any, not just hurricanes, but tropical storm threats. And with that concludes my presentation. I figured you were all tired, so I went through it as quickly as I could. I didn't mean to talk so fast, but I'm sure you have questions, and I think we still have Daryl. Daryl's out there.
I'm still here.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you, Lynn. It's a huge project, and you did a great job on kind of give us the highlights of it. It's, I guess the weather's been pretty good most of the time. We've had a few rain days, but most of the time you've been able to get to work. But
yes, sir.
It's changing the landscape of the city when every day looks a little change here and there. Anyone have any comments or questions that?
I've got a question, comment.
Go ahead.
Me too.
Yes. Okay. Hi, Lynn, and thank you. Thank you for the presentation. This was very informative and educational. How does the timeline look so far? The entire
well, like I
project.
said earlier, I'll let Daryl answer that question.
Wait, are you talking about the overall schedule?
Yes.
That we really don't have an answer for until we get our new engineer of record on board.
Okay. What was the original again? I know there was a huge setback, but what was
The original date to open the bridge was a couple months ago.
Okay.
You'll be a grandmother, Paulette.
Yeah. Bite your tongue, Mayor. Bite your tongue. Okay, all righty. Thank you. That's good. Thank you very much.
Somebody else had a question? Rudy?
Yeah.
My question is for staff.
Thank you. Yeah. And thanks, Lynn, for the presentation. Okay. So, Daryl, you don't have a timeline on the 85% that's already engineered, the non-main span section?
Well, that work is tied in and scheduled with the main span, because if we get everything too far ahead, We just have to come to a stop. We have to time them where they all come together at the end.
Okay, thank you. And so it looks like we're going to have a significant shift down there at Burleson Street with it, and it's going to be a change going over there to North Beach. And I'm glad to see the progress you all are making on that north approach, and I'm anxious to see that gantry coming down and heading south with it. You made a lot of progress in the last 6 months on there. So, like the mayor said, it's changing the landscape. So thank you all. That's it.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you for the comments. And we try to keep the traffic moving the best we can. That is actually my route home every day.
I think, Rudy, you had a question?
Well, first off, thank you very much for the presentation. I'd kind of, as soon as we can, I'd like to get the timeline for when we think we'll have the engineer of record on board so that we'll know at least when we might be able to get a schedule going forward.
Absolutely.
My question right now is for staff. We had, I guess, some additional costs related to utility relocation, and that was pre you, Peter, and certainly Richard. But I don't know, some people had projected in the $50 or $55 million range that was unforeseen when we first began this project. And I was just kind of wondering where we were at. There was a negotiating process going on between us and TxDOT.
Either Richard or Miles. We did, so the council approved an action item. I think we actually sent them a check, didn't we? We sent them a check already? Yeah, we sent them a check for the full amount, so.
And that was a real negotiating success that directly involved the mayor.
Okay.
Yeah, Sarah Munoz is here, who's been, did you want to speak to that, Sarah? Sarah's been our point person since day one, so I worked with her and Richard we went back and looked at the tapes of the council meeting, the ordinance that was passed, because TxDOT wanted us to pay them even more.
Right.
But we stuck to the council agreement, and we mailed them a check. Valente was involved.
Correct.
Yeah.
So if you remember, we had a cap at 21 million. So after that, we're done with our utility commitment.
Okay, I just want to know that it was settled and that we didn't
Yes.
have any surprises going forward.
No.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Sarah.
All right, is your light, okay, I just thought it stayed on all the time.
No. I turned it on. But that's a good idea. I didn't see I don't know if you did a traffic study or if you had some information as to the off-ramp on the northbound side going into North Beach, how that's going to look. I didn't see any briefing on that. Have you done any work on that?
As far as during the traffic construction or after the project's completed?
After the project's complete.
There was a traffic study done with the original schematic design, and that was what the schematic design was based on. That if you're alluding to a second ramp, it was looked at, but it cannot be done.
Well, as I understand it, so it's going to be a single off-ramp on the north part of North Beach, and it's going to be a hard corner. Is that still the case?
It is still the case, but I'm not sure what you're referring to as a hard corner, because it's about.
Is it a loop? I mean, is it going to be like a?
No, sir. No, sir. It's a straight exit ramp, and then you'll go down to Beach Avenue, and either make the U-turn to go back to the Aquarium in Lexington area, or you can make a right and hit Timon and Surfside that way.
You can look at that on our map. I think it was around slide 20.
But there is not a loop ramp.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, is there a stop and a turn as opposed to kind of a flow to go around back onto Beach Avenue? It's a hard stop.
I don't believe there's a stop sign there. I'd have to look at the traffic control plans to get back to staff.
Yeah, I believe it, Daryl. I believe it's a hard stop. One thing we've talked about is looking at how can you make it a U.
Right.
A loop, so you don't have to stop. You just kind of get the traffic flowing down the beach.
Keep it flowing so you don't have a hard stop.
That
was kind of where I was asking, is it, has that been looked at, or is it still going to be a hard stop?
It would be the city's responsibility, I guess. TxDOT, it's out of their scope.
Yes.
So if we want to do it, that's why we began to look at it. We would have to do it. It would take us through what is sensitive wetlands, and so we
Yeah,
have to determine how do we.
Is that what we're preserving now? That
Yeah,
and now we got to pay to tear them up, or what?
Well, we'd probably have to mitigate and develop some other wetlands to offset, right, that loss of wetlands? That's correct. Yeah, Sarah's coming up to we've been looking at this for some time, but.
Correct, so we've been working with planning based on the North Beach study that they were doing. So I believe the option you're talking about is that, what they call a sweeping curve.
Right.
Yes, that's separate from this particular project. So we're still evaluating that with the planning group, that sweeping curve.
Okay.
It's not
So what-
funded as part of this project,
Correct,
right?
it's not funded as part of this project.
Nor would it be
What-
part of it. We'd have to do it independently.
Correct.
Okay, so I know that there was some discussions about, since we have the elevation problem on North Beach, are we getting any of the fill that they're taking out of the ground to put in their
We have
Yes.
not made that request, no.
No, I think it's going to the port. Is it going to port property right now?
I'm not too sure. We
Okay.
can reach out to Flatiron and
Would,
ask.
wouldn't that be, I mean, if we wanted to elevate some of the portions of North Beach, wouldn't that be, I mean, it's right there. They're already,
Yeah, Sean Strawbridge from the port has told me they have fill if and when we're ready. I don't know if it's from this project or other, I think it's from the ship channel. But on a big parcel that they have, that they control the port, there's a huge pile of dredge material. So.
Okay, well, Lynn, do you guys have extra material that you're hauling off that is available to us?
We're gonna have to look at that, Daryl, and get back with you. That's the first I've heard of this inquiry.
Okay, well, I know we have
Councilman,
an
I'm
issue,
sorry, I said
we have an
Daryl,
issue
but
of
I'll just say
elevation.
Councilman Hernandez, we will look at that and get back with you, but this is the first I've heard of that proposal.
Okay, well, maybe I was misinformed. I thought we'd had this discussion in the past about using some of the fill that was pulled out of the ground to elevate some areas of North Beach so we can start working on that ahead of time. But, well, let's go ahead and start the conversation then. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Anything else? Well, we appreciate it very much, and sorry we didn't get to you sooner, but we got to roll with it sometimes on the agendas.
No
Thank you so
problem.
much, and we look
appreciate-
forward to having you again.
Thank you. We appreciate your patience, and we look forward to giving you some good news soon.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we've completed both executive sessions, correct?
Yes, we have, Mayor.
All right. Well, I don't know this is a future agenda item, but we've heard the police chief and Richard, where'd he go? Oh, talk about getting our traffic and all going for the 4th of July, and this is just since we're not doing proclamations all the time. As we speak, we're still planning on having the 4th of July Big Bang celebration. And hopefully, we can provide an opportunity for people to come as a family. They may just have to stay in their car or just stay in the back of their pickup truck and not get out and mix and mingle a whole lot. But we've got a lot to be thankful for in this country, even though we've got some issues going on right now. And the 4th of July would be a wonderful way to celebrate that. And I think with the traffic patterns and their planning, we can get them some parking where they can get some good viewing of that without having to get out of their vehicle, or maybe get in front of their vehicles, or bring a chair and sit in front of their vehicle or something. By Water's Edge Park, and then by the shorelines or Water Street, I guess down around Barge Dock and over North Beach. I think the Lexington may be still having their 4th of July. I don't know whether they're having their program or not.
I'm not sure on the Lexington. I know the aquarium is not
Yeah,
gonna
a lot
have
of the extracurricular activities that we normally associate with are not because of the COVID, but distancing and parks and staying in your car, I think that might work pretty well. So we'll see how it goes, and thank HEB, and they're supporting it. Channel 3 be doing some things. We've got several sponsors. We sent the information out, but 43rd annual Mayor's Big Bang, and this really is Luther Jones was the one that created this. He established the veterans group and said, well, we just need to do something for 4th of July. But Luther got it started. Rebecca, were you even born back then when Luther was here? Okay, well, anything else? Nothing else? If anybody got anything for future agenda items? If nothing else, we will stand adjourned.